can't move. I can't move. I can't grab my blanket supplies. I'm held hostage right now. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go into the Discord. Go check the pets channel. You'll see what I'm talking about. I'm being held hostage against my will. There's another one. Another one here. What do I do? What do I do? Is this becoming a pet channel? I'm scared to move. I can't move. I'm being twapped. I'm twapped. Oh, good morning, my ghosties. It's your big sister Nari here, who's trapped. She's scared for her life. She's trying not to move a muscle. Really trying not to move a fucking muscle right now. Oh my god, my children are too cute. I can't deny them. I can't deny them. What do you mean becoming? Oh, was there already a pet channel? I do love my children too much, okay? I have to. I'm sorry, I'm a doting mother. Thank you for doing that, Caesar. I'm gonna go ahead and pin that, thank you. Manually. So I saw this crazy one. We're gonna watch one of the crimes that I've watched recently. And I wasn't like paying super close attention to it. I usually have it in the background. Mommy? Crambit? I have a feeling you guys are gonna be calling me mommy with my new model, okay? Jay's already calling me mommy with my new model. I mean, she hasn't said it yet, but that's what she's trying to imply. Yeah, you can lay down. I won't move. Lay right there. Oh god. Yeah, it's okay. You're okay. Want to jump down? Sorry, I have a cat on my chair, back of my chair, trying not to move. Okay. I don't want to hurt him by accident, and I don't want to jump. Want to come down? Come on my shoulder, right here. Anakin. Okay, jump down. Oh, the torture! The torture! I have not sat straight for a very long time. Oh my god, that was a lot. That was a lot. I'm also wearing a long sleeve, which I feel like I should be wearing a long sleeve because it's kind of warm, but also I have like the window open, which is why the cats are in here. So if you guys hear cars, my window's open, okay? It's your type. It's your type. Oh, thank you for the intro. I promise to treat you the same. Thanks, Arya. Thanks, Arya. Hello, YouTube and Twitch. It's your big sister Nari here, and today we are reacting to crime. Also, we are wait. Also, if you saw the warning, not watch the video. If you not watch the video, it will contain graphic or even mentions of uncomfortable situations. If you're delicate to that kind of stuff, tune in to a different video or go watch a different video. I'm just warning you now, okay? If you enjoy this video, make sure to like and subscribe. And your description is advised. Grab your popcorn blanket and please not attempt anything at home. Do not attempt at home. These are created by I'm just joking. Professionals. I'm also going to be making a blanket, so I'll be crocheting-ish on the background while we watch. And I do have a small camera that's going to be watching my hands, so you guys can watch me crochet, but mostly pay attention to the crime. This one's going to be insane. Like, when I realize what, like, the real stupid shit, you trust me, it will blow your fucking mind. Okay? Again, I didn't watch it to the fullest. I usually have crimes playing in the background as I nap or as I'm like cooking or doing something. So sometimes I don't pay fully attention until it gets to like the end or something, or when I'm done doing something, and I tune back into it. So I do know parts of it, like the big plot twist, and I just want to watch and pay attention to all the details. I did not watch that. I mean, we have already seen the rough sketch of all those curves. What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you calling me fat? Always little sister. Oh, well, yeah, grab it. Of course I'm a little sister to you. I'm a little sister. Of course I am. Age-wise. Oh my god. Non-botanical friend. There we go. Listen, if you guys start calling me mommy, I ain't gonna fight it, okay? Oh, there's a new redeem, by the way. It's Uppies. Curves, body like back for. Oh shit. Shut the fuck up. Oh, shut up. My body. No, listen. I've been very. I love myself, but at the same time, I don't love myself. It's a complicated relationship with my body, okay? Uppies. I think I got gay. I got gay. It's gonna last about a minute, and then I'll get off. But yeah, she's out here. And she's uppies. I promise I'll get one that's for the chat, okay? Fisher? Hi, Fisher. Hi, welcome in. We have a new victim, kitty cat. Drag him to the dungeon. I'm joking. I'm joking. Well, you actually do have to pass through the dungeon. But like, other than that, you're fine. Yeah, we're gonna be watching some True Crime. True Crime. Oh, wait up. I forgot. Where do we have it? All right. Thank you, Aria, for getting first. Kitty Cat, thank you for getting second. Hi, Crambit. Hi, Kitty Cat. Hi, Aria. Hi, Crambit. Hi, Caesar. Good morning, guys. Hello, Fisher. Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, depending where you're at, nighttime. But it's morning for me. It's morning for majority of my viewers. Technically, I have a dungeon I made in Final Fantasy 14. Why? Oh, why? Ooh, oh my god. Okay, so I've been trying to think of a transition to make for my new model. So when we transition scenes, did I do like a fucking a dungeon transition? That'd be so cool. Plushie on chest. No. What was the uppies? It's Jay. Going, holding on to me. She's like, uppies. Oh, gotcha. It's not a. Oh my god. I wish I had the plushie of her. Oh my gosh. I might steal it. I might have to steal it. I just had a motorcycle roll by. Did anyone hear that? I just want to check how loud is outside. This is what happens when you live next to a road. Which is like every house. I guess it's every house. Did you hear it? Awesome. Okay, so it's not gonna be too bad. I only asked because when I used to work in customer service and whenever I had the window open, they would hear everything. Because like I think I told you my apartment was like right next to the main office, and so a lot of traffic would go through there. Plus we were near one of the exits. So like cars coming back and forth was like so common that sometimes it'd be heard when I was taking calls, and I would apologize. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I have my window open. If you heard that. If you heard like someone going room, 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 you know, one of those cars. I mean, what dungeon? There's no dungeon. You know, saw nothing. It was all delusion. I might have to change my shirt. I'll have to change my. I might, depending. What's the temperature? Give me a sec. I'm gonna check my temperature for today. Because if it's gonna, no, it's only 68 right now. It has to be cloudy. It's up to, I think the highest is 76. Which shouldn't be too bad. Honestly, I just keep the windows open. I don't. Panda was upset because he's like, the bill came in, the electricity bill came in, it is like $200 and some, and he was just like, I did not budget for this. I did not budget for this. And I'm like, it's because we had the AC units running like crazy during, you know, July because it was so hot. There was like 2 heat waves. Like how, I'm like, I'm not surprised in a way, but also it's just like, oh my God, it was such a hot month. It was so hot. There's nothing behind the bookshelves. There's bookcases in the corner. What's going on? Hi, Bach. We're just gonna watch some true crimes and crochet. But right now I'm yapping. I'm yapping. I'm a yapper. Happening all I know. But yeah, I just you know. Okay, so I'm also not streaming this weekend. I'm just streaming this week, guys. I think if you guys noticed that, so I'm not streaming this weekend. And that's because this room, even though I could literally take a picture and you guys would say, well, it's not that bad. But to me, it's bad. Okay, it's extremely horrible in this room, okay? For my mental stability. Like, for example, I told you guys the reason I got a drawer is because I need to organize my nail polish, because all the new gel polish that I purchased don't fit in the drawers that I have. So I needed a new drawer to put those nail polishes in. So I have to organize that, then move. I'm also going to move my regular polishes into that drawer so that way I have more room. And it's just like, I have to do all that. And then I have a couple boxes in the corner that I need to like figure out where to store in the meantime. Cause like I said, I'm not fully unpacked in this house because some things are just like, oh, we need like a bookshelf and we don't have a bookshelf yet. So we have a bunch of books in boxes right now. We have a couple like ornaments. So my Panda's grandma used to take in exchange students from Japan. So we have a lot of like decor, well, not good decor, but like little trinkets that they would give her. And so I want to display those on like some nice shelves or something like that. So they're in boxes. Hi, Maggie! I'm mighty. How are you? How's work going? Don't rat out my secret library reading books, such anime cave. Oh, that's where all the naughty novels are, right? That's where you all have all the spice. The spice ones at, right? It's sweet of her in them. Yeah, I think she even had like a kimono, and I don't know who got that. We got some trinkets. Mostly because, so what happened, this is what sucked, is she passed away. I'm getting ready for work. That sucks. I'm so sorry. But you're gonna be fine. Work is gonna go like really fast today, and then tomorrow's Friday, and then the weekend's here, okay? That's all that matters. Yeah, she passed away like literally a couple weeks before me and Panda moved here. And so it was like very chaotic for us. Like it was already stressful as it was, and then that kind of added some more stress, but we got through it. But yeah, pretty much his grandma only had 3 kids. That was, her assets were divided amongst 3. Pretty simple. Furniture wise, if we could have, we would have taken some of her furniture, but we already had all our furniture being shipped, so it was too late for that. But I believe his mom, because Panda's mom, because she lived closer, she took some of the stuff from the house, from his grandma's house, and there were some trinkets and stuff, and I believe she mailed those to us. And I'm like, I'm so sentimental that I'm just like, I can't get rid of them. I can't get rid of it. And they're not bad. They're not bad trinkets. Like they're so, oh, let me see if I can show you. I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys. Give me a second. One moment. Let me put my camera on. Okay. I'll move myself. Okay. I'll try my best to show these off. So, I don't know what this is, but it's like a little decorative ball. I usually keep this in a bowl that she gave us. So, there's one. I think this is my favorite. No, this is the bowl. So, bowl. I usually, when I display it, I put this in here. That way it doesn't roll around. It's a really pretty bowl. Like, I would not use this for ramen. It's just so pretty. I can't display it. I cannot. I mean, I can't use it. I'll only display it. I think I came back to life. Sleepy's fucking finally here? Damn! Oh, this one, is it this one? No, this is not it. Then there's these like little cups. Like, I can't use these. They're so freaking cute. I just display them. Like, I don't, how do you know, I can't get rid of this. I can't get rid of this. That'd make, oh wait, you guys can't fucking see shit. Sorry guys, sorry. Here's these cups. This is the ball. Very blind. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, like, I have these cups. So cute. I'll show the bowl again. Sorry. Sorry. There's this bowl. Well crafted, very smooth. Like, come on. So cute. I'm a scuff screamer. How good as stuff screamer. Scuff streamer. What do you expect? What do you expect?
No, lizard, 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 with the shark you need more lizard, lizard, slam the day away.
And I think these are it. I think these are coasters. I don't know what these are. I think they're coasters, but I can't use them. Look at this. Like, what do I do? What do I do? I love these geisha. Like, I can never, well, one, I can't use them as coasters because I believe this is like cardboard. Hell to no. Hell to no. Am I fucking gonna use these? Like, if I could like do resin or something over them, I would and maybe use them, but just so bright. I don't know what to do with them, but display them, and it's just so freaking cute. Thank God whoever redeemed that. Oh, shut the fuck up. I'll display like fancy plates. I don't like on bookshelves or something. If I had like, you know how old people kind of like collect like little trinkets when they travel and they have like this big cabinet that they display it on, I probably will do that for the kitchen, for like where is it, for the table would go, maybe. Now this is my favorite one. Precious. It's so beautiful. Trying to make sure you have good lighting on this. But yeah, it's pretty much like a wedding. I don't know what it's made of. I think it's like cardboard and paper. There's like a little like note behind them, but I don't take it out and I can't fucking read Japanese, so there's no point in me doing that. Yeah. This is it. And then there's like this is my favorite piece out of all of them. And I don't know what to do but just play it. And it can come out It has like a wooden bottom, but I just keep it in the box. I don't want to disturb it. I don't want to, you know, it's just so precious. I need a proper place to display this shit, you know? Because like, who can say like actual people from Japan gifted this to Panda's grandma? Who can say that? Take a picture and try. I don't want to disturb it. Okay. Oh, this is long. This is long. I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to. But yeah, but this is my favorite. God. It's an original, I think. Oh my god, even better. I could never. It's just so pretty. So detailed. And like the guys, I don't know if it's called the kimono as well for the guys, but their dress, traditional wear, whatever you want to call it. I'm not trying to be offensive. I just don't know what's it called. I'm pretty sure it is still called the kimono. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's very detailed. There's some writing on it. It's like, how the fuck did you make this? You know what I mean? Like, how did someone make this? Because it looks like it was folded. There's paper here. Like, I don't know if you guys can tell right here. There's like different layers of paper. There's like a rainbow. It's like showing like different layers. It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. And I can't bring myself to like be like, I'm gonna throw this off. No, I would never give it to Goodwill. Fuck Goodwill. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this stuff. Like, I was like, maybe we could drink out of these. I could not drink out of these. I would never. I could not. It's just so pretty. I don't know what to, like, besides displaying them properly, I don't know. And like, even when I display them, because I used to display them on like our bookshelf. We had one. I would keep it in the box and I would just put it like this. I would just like put the top under this and just play it like that, you know? Something like that. I don't know. Now I'm just like, I don't know where to display it at. We don't have a bookshelf. Montesuki? If I'm saying that right. Yeah, I believe that's everything. Some chopsticks. They're somewhere. I don't know where they are, but there's some chopsticks that I don't know if it came with the bowl, but I also don't use those chopsticks to eat. That would be. Oh, and since we're on the Japanese topic, this is nothing to do with what we got from his grandma, but this is I got this. Cause she's a little kimono, look at that. Oh, she needs to go on the shelf. You know what? She needs to go on the shelf. I'm gonna keep her right there. She needs to go on my shelf. I forgot about her, or at least where she was. I didn't know where she was. Yeah, I believe that's everything. And now my cat's eyeing the ball, and I'm scared. I'm scared for the ball. Oh, you got that. That's what it's called. I've heard. Listen. That's why I'm just like, I don't know what it's called right now. I probably do. I just don't remember at this very moment. Romy, I know, she's so cute, right? I got her at shit. We like when we went to Orlando, Disney, what was the one? The one where you pretty much travel the world. That park. Forgot what it's called. Yeah, I got her at the Japanese store when we were in quote unquote Japan. It's just like, I cannot say no to this because she's so cute in her little kimono. Like, how could you say no? Epcot, thank you. But yeah, so cute, so cute. I want to go back. I really want to go back. So I feel like I was not able to enjoy, I believe Epcot was the last park we went to. We went to Disney, and I feel like I wasn't able to enjoy it as much because I was in so much pain. Like, to the point me and Panda left early. We didn't stay the whole day. I believe my sister and her wife stayed there the whole day. Possibly, I don't remember. But yeah, so precious. I also got a sword. Fear me, I have a weapon. Fear me. Fear me! Yeah. Don't ask me why. Yeah, did we just go? Yeah, we did. We got back from Disneyland. Kid, you went without me? Just joking. I really need a vacation, but we can't afford a vacation this year with the house and everything. Oh no, no vacation, no vacation. Or during food and wine or flowers. There's a flowers festival? It will be busy, but lots of fun. Okay, okay, okay. Costco had a sale. There was also... That's the only reason we went. Oh, that's true. That's true. Costco has some deals sometimes. Sorry, wouldn't hurt to fly, let alone me. That's a lie. I have killed a couple spiders in my time and a couple flies, but that's about it. Sorry, needs no explanation. What the fuck? Oh my god. Wait, what? Please tell me you took pictures. Please tell me you took pictures. Please tell me you took pictures. And if you did, you better send them to me. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. I want to go. I want to go. No fair! CP, you have a spending problem. I sent you the post dummy. Oh, my bad. That's right, you did. I thought you went. I thought you were talking about like you went, and I was like, oh, you bitch. If you ever plan a vacation where you know Kingdom Hearts characters gonna be there, you better invite me and Prini, okay? Because that shit won't fly. We will feel super betrayed, okay? Fire made you do what? Oh, to kill the spiders? That was before I met you. That was before. I said I've killed some spiders in my time. I didn't say now. I make you do all the killing. I don't do that. I don't. No. Oh, by the way, guys, like my cup. It's Star Wars. It's the Mandalorian and Baby Yoda, but they're cats. I see that. Yeah. I don't know who this artist is, and I'm so pissed off because I went to a convention and they had coasters. I have a whole set of coasters, but like it's like characters but cats, and I also got this from them. And I don't know who they are, and I want to buy more shit from them. And I'm so mad that I don't. Like, I swear I got their card, and I cannot find it. I usually keep all my cards. They're in this drawer over here. And it's none of the cards I have. And I'm just like, God fucking damn it. And they don't have, like, a logo or anything on the back. Not even on here, and I don't know. And I'm sad. I'm just like, but I want more kitty cats. I want all the kitty cats. I need more of these coasters. I have that one. And then I have Harry Potter. And then they just had Sailor Moon. And then I got this one. Give You My Heart. And then I have a coaster holder. Because they said if you buy 4, you get the stand for it too. So I bought 4. Gotta have 4. Gotta have 4. Hopefully, if I go to a convention hopefully next year, because I'm not going to probably go this year. I really want to go, man. I want to go back. I miss the cons. The cons are so fun. Cons are so fun. I like walking around and just exploring the artist alleys, and then also hopefully getting some stuff signed by some actors or voice actors, and there's so many things to do. Oh, and then watching the cosplays. Oh, fun. I like it. I think one time we got a 3-day pass, and then the year after that we only got a 1-day pass. But I was kind of sad because we went on a Friday, which is fine, but we didn't get to see like all the cool stuff, which is like the what's it called? Like what's it called? The cosplay competition or something like that. We didn't get to see that, and I'm just like, God fuck. I love watching them. Sleepy, are you ballin'? Just be honest with me. Are you ballin'? If so, share some wealth. Share some wealth with me. All right, you guys, let me get my setup all here for you. Where did I put it? Okay. Fuck yeah, she is. I knew it. All right, guys. I'm gonna go grab my shit. And I'm gonna start playing this video. I'll play this for you. Let me know if I need to turn up the volume. have you guys at 50% right now. So just let me know if you need to be higher to listen to this fucking crime show.
He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving. We're gonna bear all our bills.
I think I need to
pay off.
Yeah, I'm not.
Take a long vacation.
Less than 24 hours from this footage, Ina Thea Kanoyer's husband, Steve Riley, was life-flighted to the hospital due to a sudden sickness that immobilized his body.
Oh, I'm
Within
stupid.
an hour of being at the hospital, he would pass away.
Sorry, guys. I was doing the wrong one.
I thought everybody knew. I'm sorry.
What the cop doesn't realize at this time is that Ina is a very good actor, and she knows far more about Steve's sickness than she leads on.
Yeah, tell me, I know. What do you
See,
know?
Steve was less than an hour away from cashing in a $37 million inheritance payment when he became fatally ill. And as the multi-week investigation would progress, detectives would quickly discover that Steve's death was due to poisoning. Someone had killed him, and everyone close to Steve all had dire needs to claim his newfound fortune by any means necessary.
It was like 20-something million. Best thing you can do is get on a plane and don't look back.
Police department. It's the police department. It's not Chad.
This body cam was
Yes,
recorded the
still hear me.
night
Okay,
before Steve Riley's death. Steve and Ina's drunken neighbor had been harassing them and other residents of the neighborhood, so Ina called 911 to de-escalate the situation. What makes this specific footage interesting is not the situation with their drunken neighbor, but rather what Ina would tell police after. Her $37 million inheritance
Steve.
fund that she's just hours away from cashing in.
Sorry.
You thought it was Chad?
Yeah.
Who was
He's
Chad on-
trying to kick in everybody's door.
Who was he
He
out here
was busted to my light. Look at the garbage cans.
Who was he fighting with out here?
My fiance. He went for a walk. Cool down.
Who's your fiance?
Steve Riley.
Steve Riley?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your name?
I'm Ina.
If you guys need me to
Is your
move, just let me
fiance hurt at
know.
all?
He got gash on his forehead.
Okay. You know, we just want to talk
I'm
with
just
him too, just to
making
make sure he's all right as possible. There's blood all the way over there. That's just
This is why
So
she
what
has the
actually happened
dungeon.
tonight? What were they fighting over?
Chad was trying to kick in the door.
Just for no reason, or
Just drunk. He does that.
where do you think your fiance would have went so we could just get his side of the story real quick?
Oh, I don't know.
Does he got a phone on?
No, we don't have a phone until this afternoon.
But this is where Ina reveals something she shouldn't have. Their plans to pay off all of their bills, which had over the years been
Hold up,
racking
guys.
up.
You guys can't Chat box. You guys can't hear me, can you? There we go. Yeah, I'm cozy. Okay. Let's see.
And she does this for one reason. Bills. Ina reveals something she shouldn't have. Their plans to pay off all of their bills, which had over the years been racking up. And she does this for one reason. To brag.
He gets his inheritance this afternoon. That's why we're moving. We're gonna pay all our bills off that we need to pay off.
That's a lot of money.
His lawyer gets
That
here
was
today at 2.
300
I signed the
something.
paperwork for his money,
Okay.
and then he's gonna go pay that, and his lawyer gonna pay the rest of his child support, and then take a
Oh,
long
yes.
vacation.
Is his child support payoff still? Wow.
According to Ina, Steve is set to receive an inheritance from his late uncle tomorrow, which supposedly is enough money to turn their lives around completely. What
Damn.
police don't realize at this time is how enormous this inheritance sum really is.
I had to move just a little bit for you
In
guys to see that.
2016, Steve's friend had received a call from a man named Marcus Riley, who claimed to be Steve's long-lost uncle from Ireland. He had explained that he finally wanted to get in touch with his nephew, Steve. After connecting with each other, Steve had learned he was in line to receive an inheritance upon his uncle's passing, which was a sum of over $17 million at the time. This was enough to permanently fix the financial struggles
that's
he
a lot
and
of money.
Ina had been dealing with. A couple of
money.
years later, 4 months prior
More
to the
money,
footage you
more
just
problems,
watched,
guys.
Steve would learn of his uncle's passing from a British lawyer who had contacted him. Additionally, he would learn that his $17 million inheritance had grown to over $30 million due to his uncle's successful investments over the years. That's why Ina cannot hold herself from boasting to the police. Tomorrow, they plan to meet with their lawyer to officially sign the documents and claim the $30 million inheritance fund.
Hello.
The two plan to take the money and live with Steve's long-lost family in Ireland, quote, living in the castles. In less than 24 hours, Ina will be rich. So as officers leave for the night, Ina would make one final statement about how her life was about to change forever.
If you want to step back inside, and then if Steve shows back up, we're going to try to look for him to get his side of the story as well. But if Steve shows back up, if you just want to give us a call or have him give us a call, we'll talk to him then, okay?
Yeah, he's gonna stop by anyways, like I said.
Sounds good.
I've only been able to put
Why
like
is this
$5
being
on his
dumb?
fines,
It's
but
okay.
it was something.
I fixed it.
Okay,
But-
sounds good.
Sorry, I was
We're
just
gonna
like, my
pay it
mic
all
is
off
not working or
all at
picking me
once.
up.
Perfect, thank you.
Steve would return to his and Ina's apartment that night.
It seems like an
The two
elaborate
would patiently
scam.
wait, not being able to sleep, as they counted down the hours until they would receive their millions.
Why would you say that,
The
Aria?
plan
How
to
quick?
receive the funds was simple. At 2 p.m., the group would go to the airport to meet their lawyer, who was flying in with their inheritance paperwork. Ina and Steve
Everything's
obliged
legit.
and would arrive at the airport alongside their two friends, Billy and Wes, before patiently waiting. However, while they were waiting for the lawyer's arrival, Steve would become extremely sick. He would claim feeling drunk, even throwing up in the airport bathrooms. His heart rate was rapidly increasing, and his condition worsened to the point where Wes decided to take him home to help him treat his sickness. Ina would wait at the airport for the lawyer to arrive. However, he would never show up. And after a couple of hours with no lawyer, no money, and a sick fiancé, she would return home as well. Everyone believed that Steve had suffered from a heat stroke as a result of working on his truck for hours that morning.
Grabbing
But
where you are.
Steve's
Give me
symptoms
seconds,
were
guys.
far more fatal than the heat strokes he had received in the past, even experiencing fatal signs of kidney failure throughout the night. And in the morning, Steve would become completely unresponsive, forcing Ina to call 911.
911.
What?
Of your emergency?
My husband's really sick. He got heat stroke yesterday, and now he's not waking up. And come on, wake up!
What's the phone number you're calling from?
I don't have a phone number. It's a phone that never got finished getting set up. Come on, babe. I've been trying everything. Ice, water.
Okay, but he is breathing.
Find my scissors.
Yes, he's snoring. He won't talk to me anymore. He won't look at me. He won't open his eyes.
Okay,
Babe!
I've got help on the way. Just keep an eye on his breathing. And if anything changes with his breathing, tell me immediately.
Hello? Yeah. It's Officer Sullivan, Minot PD.
Inside the home, officers would find Steve.
I'll be right back, chat. I can't find my scissors, and I don't know where they are.
Piles of trash and filth.
Don't look at my
Quickly,
shit.
He was rushed to the nearest
A mess.
hospital, but with his
be
condition
back.
so
Hold
poor,
up.
he would be flown to the St. Alexis
be
Hospital to
back.
undergo more professional treatment. But before we get to that, I want to help you protect yourself and your family from something that can ruin your life. Identity
Never mind, I
theft.
found them.
Aura, the sponsor of today's video, helps protect you and your loved ones against exactly that. Have you ever Googled yourself, a family member, or a loved one? If so, you've
All I see is
probably
your
been
ears.
shocked by how
Sorry.
much information is out there. And this is not even mentioning what companies, data brokers, and scammers might know about you. In
Why did I want a big
2024,
link?
during the National Public Data Breach,
Cozy.
a friend of mine's name out low billed their information from data brokers. You can go for after Steve was Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. After Steve was flown to the hospital, Ina would explain to the officers that Steve had gotten a heat stroke, which caused his illness. The officers had no reason not to believe her story, so they would comfort her throughout the day as Steve was being treated. Unfortunately, Steve would never again regain consciousness.
No, that's Steve.
This is Billy Burkhead, Steve and Ina's neighbor, and he was with Steve and Ina the entire day of his sudden sickness, even working on the truck with Steve and traveling with them to the airport. Billy simply refused to believe that Steve's death was caused by heat stroke, especially since Steve seemed perfectly fine all day until they reached the airport. Instead, Billy suspected something far more sinister and wanted to share his theory with the detectives. So, the day after Steve's death, Billy would call officers back to apartment 912A to detail his side of the story.
We think she poisoned him. Oh, I'm almost sure she poisoned him.
So what's your plan right now?
We're making sure nothing goes. Because you know when they go to jail, they die.
I mean,
People come and clean them out.
how long are you going to stay here?
We'll stay here until the sun gets here.
Oh. When's the sun supposed to get here?
He's not dead. I told you.
He,
Stop!
He's not.
he's dead.
I just called the sun.
And he was poisoned.
Billy's explanation
was
for
poisoned
Steve's
down.
death is, well,
Fire!
If Ina
Yeah.
truly did poison Steve, then his symptoms would make sense, and would add up far more than the idea of him having a heat stroke. However, why would Ina want to poison her husband if they were about to live such a good life?
Yeah, Ina.
Billy seems to have the
Why?
exact answer to that question.
The other day, she threw all the stuff out the yard.
From his house?
Yeah, and he come out and he was holding his head down. And then we're supposed to go up to the airport and meet this guy because he's supposed to get
Gold digger.
a bit of money.
Hell yeah.
Come back, we had to help him out of the car, had to help him in the house. And everything was fine until he come home. And then the next morning, she's throwing all his stuff out. She was supposed to call the ambulance. She never called the ambulance.
Billy thinks that Ina was secretly planning to split with Steve after the inheritance was received, even going so far as to throw his belongings out of the house after they returned from the airport. Even worse is that Ina lied about getting help for Steve after they returned
I
from the
appreciate the
airport,
hug attack.
pretending
Aw,
to take him
how's
to get
your day
treated,
going?
when in reality, they never left the house. Unfortunately,
yourself.
Ina
Cry.
overheard all of this talk and decided to give Billy a piece of her own mind.
Right now, the husband's dead because of poisoning.
I'm taking off. I'm not worthy of my husband's dead or alive.
Hey, stay out here. Hey, stay out here.
I need to take a picture.
Picture of what?
Billy.
Why'd
Here,
you?
the truck.
How you
Wait,
say
what?
Steve collapsed.
Turbo can't sleep. Why?
Went to the hospital.
I know they're only
Found out.
fiancé. I think she said.
How'd you find that out?
Doctor told me. I'm just telling you, son, don't ever stop after these people. They're nasty people. They're nasty.
Ina coincidentally seemed to put the blame on the neighbors, calling them evil people. It's become
evil.
more clear that Steve's death was far more sinister than officers had first expected. Officers now had a potential homicide case to
Is this the
investigate.
antifreeze?
But as they went to
Yeah.
leave, one officer accidentally broke the news to Ina that her fiancé had passed away.
I woke up at 12, can't sleep. Oh, I hate those.
Everybody knew. I'm sorry. I guess the son is on his way here. Okay. Apparently the son is on the way here. So.
You guys catch that? You guys see that? I'll rewind it for you.
I thought everybody knew. I'm sorry. I guess the son is on his way here. Okay. Apparently the son is on the way here. So.
I'll give you seconds to analyze that. I caught it. Yes, I told you to watch this before, but I wasn't really. I only paid attention to like the last bit. But like, did you catch that? Doesn't even look like she's crying. That too. So if you guys saw when she got the news, she stopped falling on a dime. I'm just like, no one does that. No one does that. Like, if you're hysterically crying like she was doing earlier when she got the news, you don't just stop. You have to like slowly come out of it, you know? Even if it's just sniffles until you completely turn back to normal like she is right now. Like, there's no way she went calm. There's no freaking way.
Ina's reaction.
She probably has a
to
secret
her
lover
husband's
somewhere. Oh my god, I
passing
wouldn't be surprised.
Is one of the strangest I've
I
ever
wouldn't be
seen. She starts bawling her eyes out, then suddenly jumps right back to her normal self. As if she hadn't even heard the terrible news to begin with. It's becoming more
What's
and
the
more
money?
clear that
Oh
something
my
is
god,
not
really?
adding
I
up.
would have never guessed that.
Billy was not the only person to initially put the blame on Ina. In fact, he was only one of many who would come forward with their concerns. In fact, Billy's wife, Lynn, had stated that Ina had made horrifying statements in the past, alluding that if she was to ever kill her partner, she would poison him, using an antifreeze. To add to the pile of already incriminating information, Steve would be tested for ethylene glycol in his bloodstream, a key ingredient in antifreeze. To nobody's surprise, the results showed toxic levels of ethylene glycol in his system. This information would serve as the catalyst for initiating a formal homicide investigation into the death of
looks like a
Steve
fun
Riley.
guy. Look at that.
Following the commencement of the investigation, a series of intensive interrogations would be conducted with all parties connected to the incident, including
Just she
Ina,
looks like crap,
to
so
ultimately solve Steve's murder. However, before
Once
that, Ina would launch a plan of her own.
Crazy?
It must have been
Some
made
men
apparent
find
to her
crazy
that she was
sexy
in
for
hot
some reason,
water,
okay?
As the day after this encounter
They'll
with the
stick their
police,
dick in
she would
crazy.
call them back to apartment 912A to explain theories of her own.
Yeah, explain it to me, Anya, whatever your name.
Okay, what's going on?
I don't know.
We've been
He
here.
keeps trying to take Steve's truck
Where's the truck at?
in the garage.
Is this the paperwork on the thing? Or?
No. This is property that Steve was buying after his inheritance got here. I think he left it to his son, but I had to Google where to go to
Where are they at?
Vietnamese
I don't think it told me
Americans
where.
to people
I didn't think I saw
left
where.
to, I don't know. The day he was supposed to meet his lawyer, apparently,
Antifreeze is supposed to be
apparently he was
by
poisoned.
animals tend
I'm finding out.
not been noticed.
With antifreeze.
Alright.
And I don't know.
I don't
how
know.
to get a hold of the guy
I can't.
in London.
I've never tasted antifreeze, but if you say so.
Be here in town.
Probably hide it in a dessert if you wanted to.
Trying to figure out why.
Ina seems to conspire to the idea that Steve may have drank the antifreeze himself, or that someone may have poisoned him. However,
Why would he
despite
drink it
all
himself?
the suspicion being
Why
thrown
would he drink
her
it
way,
himself?
she can only stay on track
Answer
for
me that
minutes
question.
before
Why?
going back on tangents about her
Drink it himself.
inheritance fund. It was clear at this point that somebody had poisoned Steve.
I mean, where's
the
the
idea of this
crazy?
being self-inflicted was unlikely, as Steve had a life-changing amount of money waiting for him.
Have you
and would
drank
have had to drink the
antifreeze?
antifreeze just
Yeah,
hours
how do you
before
know?
going to claim the cash.
How do you know? Curious.
Clearly,
How the
Ina
fuck do
can
you
be
know
made out
this?
as the lead suspect due to the amount of fingers being pointed her way.
We had a dog
But
that
the
died
other
by.
potential suspects should not be
Oh,
ruled
and I think
out
it was a
either.
neighbor who
With
did
this
on
in mind,
purple.
officers would bring their first suspect in for questioning, Rebecca.
Fuck your name.
Rebecca was another neighbor of Ina and Steve's, who was very involved with the entire case so far, pitching her opinion to police
I have
whenever
a
she
fluffer.
could. Rebecca was brought in primarily to add to the pile of evidence to confront Ina with later. But as the interview would continue, strange red
This I
flags
thought-
would arise from Rebecca's odd
Here's the thing.
personality.
Statistically speaking, men don't use antifreeze to end themselves, okay? Usually it's statistically shown that men will end themselves more violently than women. So if he was a woman and he did antifreeze, I would believe it, but antifreeze on a man did it, it's just makes sense, you know? Yeah, exactly. Men more violent acts when ending, and women are more not as violent. So yeah. Statistically saying. Okay? Bisexual. Even if he was bisexual, I think. Wait, what does bisexual have to? What does that have to do? What? Next thing you're gonna be like, what if you identify as a woman? Listen, it's not about that. It's about, I don't know. It's just more likely. Listen, I'm just saying statistically, he was a redneck. Oh yeah, he was a redneck too. Okay. more sounds like Buck to me. Probably fucking. Listen, if he's fucking his best friend, I wouldn't be surprised. Anyways, I'm just saying, like, statistically, okay, I'm saying that men are more violent when committing the act of ending oneself, okay, where women are more like poison and stuff like that. That's why also women tend to commit these I'm gonna dose my husband kind of act stuff, because that's what they would do, quote unquote, get away with it. You know, it's just, it is, I don't know. Listen, I'm giving you facts, okay? I'm not giving you that this is hard truth. I'm just saying these are the facts I've seen, okay? That's all I'm saying.
You guys know my daughter?
Kayla? Yeah, how's she doing?
Yesterday,
Okay.
God works in mysterious ways. She was arrested, released.
Topic feels familiar.
She said, this is, the demons
I would never use a
that are
firearm.
in her, the spirits that follow her.
Listen, I'm just giving you facts. I'm not saying it's like, this is how it is, you know, I'm just saying these are facts that I saw.
Well, hopefully she gets the help she needs.
Some research that someone did.
Starting off a homicide interview
From a lot of crime shows that I've seen, that's usually the way men tend to end themselves. Again, I'm not saying this is how it is. This is blah 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 blah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying research showed that this is the case. Okay, we if you Please don't end yourself. Please don't. If you want to end yourself or having thoughts of ending yourself, please seek help. But I'm just saying. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Got a message. Toto. I gotta answer. Sorry, I have to answer. I will play this for you while I answer.
Left your daughter's butt is an interesting way of proving your innocence. But the detective isn't here to judge, rather, to get to the bottom of Steve's death. So he'll ignore these strange remarks.
Obviously, it sounds like you might know some things.
I'm a nosy neighbor.
It's good. I like it.
Well, I know what cars belong, what cars don't, who lives in my neighborhood, who doesn't.
Yeah.
So yes.
That's good. We're investigating Steve's passing just because it sounds like maybe there's something suspicious about what happened.
Whatever I know.
How long have Steve and Ina lived there that you know of?
Approximately 2 years.
Okay. How is their relationship that you know?
The first year was, Steve was looking great, doing great. The past year, I don't know if she suffers from mental illness at times, but her mental state went downhill the past year.
Okay.
When you lose weight, when you're not acting right, shady stuff going on, you're not working. Yes, he was.
Okay.
And it got worse the past couple months.
Okay.
It seems as though Steve's life wasn't as straightforward as initially thought, having drug issues, weight loss, and possibly depression. Whether or not Ina was a large contributor to these deteriorating issues is something they will soon learn, as this interview would become a pivotal piece of evidence, laying the groundwork to dismantle her defense entirely during the interrogation.
And it got worse the past couple months.
You think likely that seems
Probably.
like whatever. Okay.
Yes.
What do you think she was using?
Yeah.
Okay.
And alcohol use too.
Okay.
Yes.
Both of them with
Yes.
alcohol? Okay. So Steve had mentioned before, like in the past, about getting money.
Yes.
How many, like?
2 million.
The amount Steve had planned to receive was something he kept very secret, often lying to people like Rebecca on how much he was actually getting. As we'll soon find out, this number was much, much larger than 2 million.
One of his uncles.
His uncle passed away, yes. First, he said he was going to leave it to Ina, and then they were fighting, and a couple months later, he said he went back and changed the will. He told me, he was like, don't tell Ina, but I changed it.
This statement from Rebecca would explain what Ina was talking about last time she spoke to police, and how she was trying to switch the will over from Steve's son to herself. If Ina discovered his plan, it would have given her a strong incentive to do whatever it took to change the will back in her favor, possibly by any means necessary.
Because it started 5 months, and he told me, yeah, I got a will, I'm leaving everything to Ina if something happens. And then it seemed like 2 months after that, he's like, that ain't getting nothing. Because she's a bitch, he said.
So that was just a...
Yep, that's how yeah.
Was he ever talking about leaving Ina?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to get this money and leave her, get my own place, or go back to California.
Okay.
I met her son last night.
Oh, okay. Her son came?
No, I'm sorry, his son. Steve's son.
Yeah.
I'm old.
That's okay.
He flew in. He came up to my apartment. But as he's leaving, she came up, knocked on my door.
When he was up?
Yeah,
Okay.
to get him. I think she was nervous. It was like she was...
Okay, sorry about that.
He was up there. And then she's like,
It looks
I just
like...
want to let you know I found the will papers.
So she said in front of you...
Sorry about that, guys. I quit. Okay, shut the fuck up. Sorry about that, guys. I'm so sorry that I just left you guys there for a sec, but trying to get a spot. Oh, sorry, Toto, Tito. Fuck. Tito is a different person. Sorry, Tito. Sorry. So I got they said that they would hold a spot for me wanted some information, and so looks like they might start my model once I give them I'm asking them right now, how long does it typically take? I'm hoping, I'm like praying I can release the model by my birthday. It'd be this present to myself way. As well as just celebrating my birthday. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
She found will papers?
Yes. Yep.
Ina clearly had become obsessed with the idea that she was about to live the life of her dreams with Steve's inheritance. But after rumors of Steve leaving her, it seems Ina became terrified that she might not receive the funds and would be stuck with her depressive living conditions. It's now become obvious how these
Steve realized you
events
crazy.
and Steve's strange death could be correlated
Wait.
to one another. However,
Did I miss anything?
Rebecca had stated
Hold up.
herself,
Did I miss anything important? Let me. Fine, because I wasn't paying.
given her a strong incentive to do whatever it took to change the will back in her favor, possibly by any means
Hold up.
necessary.
He told me, he was like, don't tell Ina about her.
To as secret, often lying to people like Rebecca.
Okay. Oops, that was the blanket. That was the blanket!
On how much he was actually getting. As we'll soon find out, this number was much, much larger than 2 million.
Yeah.
His uncle passed away. Yes. First, he said he was going to leave it to Ina, and then they were fighting. And a couple months later, he said he went back and changed the will. He told me, he was like, don't tell Ina, but I changed it.
This statement from Rebecca would explain what Ina was talking about last time she spoke to police, and how she was trying to switch the will over from Steve's son to herself. If Ina discovered his plan, it would have given her a strong incentive to do whatever it took to change the will back in her favor, possibly by any
Good thing
means
I rewinded
necessary.
it, crammed it, so we didn't miss much.
5 months.
I did rewind it, so apparently right now we're finding out that the will, Steve's will first said it was like was gonna be the beneficiary, but apparently he changed it to his son.
He told me, yeah, I got a will. I'm leaving everything to Ina if something happens.
Why she talk so much?
And
what the
then it
fuck?
seemed like 2 months after that.
Wait, are you talking about me?
I didn't get nothing. Because
That's cute.
she's a bitch. She said.
So that was just a.
Yep. That's how Steve.
Get the fuck up, Sleepy.
Was he ever talking about leaving Ina?
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
Oh, I never said it was you,
money,
sorry.
Leave her, get my own place, so go back to California.
I love your place. Oh,
Okay.
I met her son last
my
night.
husband's in the chat.
I'm
Stop.
sorry, his son, Steve's son.
Yeah.
I'm old.
That's okay.
He flew in. He came up to my apartment. But as he's leaving, she came up, knocked on my door.
When he was up.
Yeah,
Okay.
to get him. I think she was nervous. It was like she was pissed. He was up there, and then she's like, "I just want to let you know I found the will papers."
So she said in front of you that she found will papers?
Yes. Yep.
Ina clearly had become obsessed with the idea that she was about to live the life of her dreams with Steve's inheritance.
I want to be a millionaire
Rumors of Steve
so
leaving her, it
freaking
seems Ina
bad.
became terrified
I will
that she
kill
might
my
not receive the
husband
funds
where he
and would be stuck
stands.
with her depressive living conditions. It's now become obvious how these events and Steve's strange death could be correlated to one another. However, as Rebecca had stated,
That was the song that was playing in her head. I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. I'm sure she doesn't mind. Keep going into a hush sleep. No, you don't have to stop. He's fine. He'll let me know if he's just like, stop. Nari. Disclaimer, Nari. Disclaimer what? I already had a disclaimer. Did it go away? Did it go away? You guys not see the pinned comment? Probably make another one. I'll probably make another. I would. Oh, I wasn't talking about my husband. I was just singing a song. What the fuck? I would never hurt Panda. Listen, Panda has told me stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, yeah. He's like, we have like, there's fucking what's it called? Life insurance, and I'm just like, yeah, and yeah, and I don't give a shit. Let's enter. I do not.
Stuff, she was a nosy neighbor, looking for any rumors or conspiracy theories to help solve the neighborhood
saying
drama.
that.
I've also cut out
She
over
wanted to
40
end her
minutes of
husband,
completely
okay?
false information
But
Rebecca
she wanted
gave
to be a
detectives,
millionaire.
which certainly doesn't add to her authenticity. In order to further confirm the accuracy of these claims, 2 more reliable
talking about
sources
her,
would be
not
brought in
me.
the following day: Steve's son Ryan and Billy Burkhead. If
You know that
anyone would
you
be
and
able to
Jay
give
are plotting to
proper
run off
insight into
together.
Steve's life, it would be these 2, as they were by far
No,
the closest people to Steve.
never.
We're assigned the case of your dad's passing. You're really the only next of kin that's maybe had a relationship with your dad, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you about Eno when you guys talked in the last year?
Yeah. He was talking about how he was getting a large sum of money, and he kind of just wanted to leave her because she didn't really have a job and was like leeching off of him.
Did Steve ever talk about leaving Eno?
All the time.
Okay.
Every day. She talked about poisoning Steve and me because we're always together, and she didn't like that. And I don't know how much it was. It's supposed to be. It's way up there in the money.
It's way up
It
there
was
in the
like
money.
20-something million. Best thing you can do is get
on
on the plane.
Why?
And don't look
You're not
back.
even married. I thought you're married
But
to
that's
the
the
Beep
best
Beep.
thing you can do.
You want
Almost
to end
every
Beep?
piece of information the detectives receive leads straight to Ina as the killer. It also makes sense why Ina hated Billy and Steve's son so much, as they knew far more information than she would have liked about the inheritance and
Beep isn't
her
a man.
schemes
Well,
to
I don't know
obtain it.
if they're the husband
These
in the
interviews
relationship.
wouldn't last long, as detectives
We're
got
super
all the
eepy.
information
Go to
they needed from the 2
sleep.
and could directly
Okay. Thank you
confront
for the
Ina
lurk
with
seat.
it. But before leaving, they would break disturbing news to Ryan, which would make this case even more of a terrible tragedy.
So this inheritance now, I'm thinking that's the same thing we're thinking. Which, I mean, I don't, obviously don't know for sure, but by all
Oh my
accounts,
god.
it looks like it's a scam. Looks like it's a, I mean, it's
Arya, are you helping us? Are you helping us secretly?
showed up to the airport.
Tiny time. Okay. Sorry. Tiny trauma chump. Tiny trauma dump. Goddamn. Why is my English bad? Because of my life insurance, I felt more vulnerable. Grounds to the ground. Oh. Valuable in the ground. Oh, I'm sorry. Valuable in the ground. Right before and just after my. No. You should never feel that way. Life insurance is just in case, the universe, any god you believe in, says it's your time to go. And if you're leaving a family behind, they're able to sustain themselves afterward. Don't ever think about that. Don't ever say like, wait, who pinned that? Sleepy. I had a disclaimer up. Why did you do that? I had a disclaimer for this video. Now I have to make a new one. Rico. I Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. Here we go. Sorry about that. I need that on, especially when we watch stuff like that. You want me to apologize? This is your only apology for the year. Oh, wow. I get only one apology per year? That's not fair. Shit. Shit. This is why I hate myself sometimes. Oh my god. May. Sorry about that. Fucking shit. Sorry. Sorry. If you can kiss one person, only one person, like what's the boundaries? Like, are you talking about if I could kiss one like famous person, who would it be? If I could only kiss one person for the rest of my life, who would it be? English is difficult. Listen, I'm just asking, what's the structure? Is there more to the question? I wasn't gonna say anything, you bitch. For the rest of my life? Oh, that's easy. That'd be my husband. She would be Jay. No, it'd be my husband. Yeah, exactly, Arya. That's what I was thinking. Like, what? Is there more to the question? Not me, Jay. Oh, do you not know who Jay is? Jay, Mousy Jay. Miss Mousy Jay. Miss
Trying to send
Miss
back
Independent.
the sender of those emails, it always came back undeliverable.
I would always kiss
The
Panda.
inheritance was a scam. Steve had lived for the past
listen, I don't think
7
me and Jay
years
are
under the
there
impression
yet,
that
you
if he
know?
just patiently waited, living through his terrible living conditions.
I don't think me and Jay are there yet. I don't
think
think we're at the kissing stage. I think we're at the hand-holding stage, but not the kissing stage yet.
Was that this very scam?
That's
that
why I'm saying my
stagnated
husband.
his life for years may have been the cause of his very own death.
Keep your
With such a pity of a
distance.
case, detectives would go on to interview a handful of other suspects in order to get as much information as they possibly could to help break down Ina's defense. And after multiple days of interviews, the day finally came to confront Ina with everything.
Enough
they
alcohol couldn't
gathered.
change that, Arya.
But despite all this
Stop!
evidence against her, officers knew they would
Sorry,
have a hard
I thought
time
Arya typed
prosecuting
that.
Ina without a
But it was
confession
kitty
or
cat.
incriminating statements.
Listen,
And that's
no.
exactly what they were determined to get. Inside this cut down 1.5.
Listen, I've kissed a friend before, just for a bet, and I was just like, whatever. I don't know if me and Jay are at that friend level yet, okay? I don't think she would do that. I don't think she would kiss me for a bet, you know? I don't think she's like that. I would never do that to her unless she was comfortable with it and it was just a bet. Like, I don't want her, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I enjoy the jokes. I enjoy all the jokes, okay? But please know that in real life, I would not steal Jay from Zio. I would not kiss her without consent, as well as I would not try to kiss her anyway romantically, because I don't listen, I love cute girls, but I don't want to date them, okay, in real life, okay? Just like a little peck. Yeah, I would give her a little peck. I would give her, I would give her a little peck. I would kiss her on the cheek, you know? I would, like, just being serious right now, I would not do that to Jay, okay? I'm just being serious. I know we're joking, you know, it's all fun and games, so just let you know, I would never do that, okay?
Our interview, you'll see some of the most clever interrogation tactics I've
She's
ever
married,
seen on
of
this
course,
channel.
that's why.
Slowly dismantling.
Why do you
Ina's
think
story
Zio married her?
until all she has left is an incoherent string of lies.
So, like I said, we have been just talking to everyone, like Billy, Wes, everybody that kind of just knew Steve, just to get an idea of like what was going on in his life. So, you and Steve were in a relationship. Yep. Okay, how long
He's
have
a
you
lucky
guys
son
been
of
together?
a gun. Yes, he is.
Where did you guys
Yes,
meet?
he is.
Homeless shelter.
In
Panda has a
North
husband
Bay
and a
or-
wife?
in North
Wait,
Dakota?
Panda has a husband?
Washington.
In
Who?
Washington, okay.
Who?
The detectives would go on to
Who do I
get
gotta
more
fight?
information about Ina and Steve's early relationship, but it wouldn't last long before Ina would start conspiring against Billy and others she wanted to paint as suspects.
And I begged him to, stay away from him. We've even gotten into fights.
To stay away from Lynn?
Billy and Lynn. And
Okay.
I don't like calling
I had a
people
boyfriend before
nasty,
Sleepy kidnapped
and
me?
I've
Oh,
seen they see him
damn.
worse than Steve because he's tall and mean looking. People were
You know who?
intimidated
No,
by
I
him
don't.
Okay.
Oh,
just
is
by
it
his
Buck?
look,
So why would you want him to stay away from Billy and Lynn?
because they're really, really nasty people.
Okay.
Felonies, breaking into places. I knew they did more than pot. Smoking more than pot.
Did she smoke more than pot?
No, he's allergic to marijuana.
Okay.
Like me.
Blink twice if you need some rescuing. Kitty cat. She
not
has
for
her
the
own
longest
cat
time.
bed and she has her treats.
Was
I don't
he
think
using-
she's gonna blink twice.
No.
Okay. So
No.
he didn't.
After that, after he got the mask.
Good luck fighting
last
Buck.
time,
Yep.
He's like, screw this.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
would
gonna
never fight Buck.
just do what I want and what I want.
I would ask him what his butt
So that's
routine
what
is.
you're using?
I think so.
Okay.
This would be the first
Bite
of
his ankles?
Ina's
Oh my
lies during
gosh.
this interrogation. She knew Steve had been using long before the incident she described, but in order to make Billy seem like the villain in their lives, she wanted to make it seem as though he was the reason for Steve's drug use. Take note of Ina's body language while she clearly lies. She
Yeah,
glances
bitch.
up and avoids eye contact, constantly fidgets and scratches her skin, and most notably, stutters and slurs on her speech as she tries to make up a story. Keep this in mind for the rest of the interrogation, and you'll be able to accurately point out when Ina isn't telling the truth. But now, the police would ask her
I have a
perhaps
cat
the most
candle 3 meals a
intriguing
day.
question. What
All the
exactly
treats and
did
head
she
pets I
plan
could
to
want.
do with
Why
the
would I leave?
inheritance money?
So when did he find out about this inheritance?
Living the
I went
best
to
life.
3 months ago, 4 months ago.
Okay. So what is the inheritance? I know you had shown that first day Lieutenant Dake and I came. You showed us kind of that letter that was on Steve's
Oh!
phone.
That number just keeps going up. I thought that was 17. Was it not 17 earlier and now it's 37? I'm confused. I'm confused.
Inheritance. That was the letter. Okay.
And he was talking to an actual lawyer, I guess,
Okay.
from London.
So this lawyer reached out to him and said he's.
I guess. I don't even know how he found out about it. It just appeared. And he was reading that the money wasn't cursed or whatever.
Or what if it gets
Every
visit
single person that went
every-
for the
like,
Riley
every
money
once
over
in a
there,
while. Oh my gosh.
Even this 21-year-old
Other that she's mine.
passed away.
Clearly,
Had
Ina
investments that
is
would
running out of
all active?
resources to take suspicion
That were
off
still
herself.
active? Wow.
And the detectives won't take long before making her abundantly aware of how horrible of a liar she is. But for now, they'd like to get some more information on this inheritance. And if Ina would admit
They
to
always
trying
said-
to claim it all for herself.
It always said 37? I thought it was 17. We're at 30. They were said
With this in mind, Officer of Ina and Steve's, who was Vecca, was brought in primarily to add to the pied flags.
Yeah, how's she doing?
She was around the demons. I pray she
Left your dog isn't here to strange remark.
neighbor.
It's good.
We're
Just about.
approximately. Steve suffers from mental downhill. The baby stuff.
You
And
think
it got worse.
Life, weight loss to these pivotal pieces of
hold on.
that theme too? Okay. Well,
and to receive was something he kept very secret, often lying to people like Rebecca on how much he was actually getting, as we'll soon find
See?
out.
It said 17, okay? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. It said 17. And now it's saying fucking let me saying 37, okay? I'm just saying. Currently having red velvet cupcakes for breakfast. I mean, like, that's not the best breakfast, but like, I'm a little jealous.
So,
Listen, stop gaslighting me.
supposed to be coming from? Who was the family member? Marcus something Riley? Was that a brother or uncle? That was an uncle. Okay. Did he live?
Empty is what he wanted to give his sister. Oh,
Is it
okay.
starting to be that the lawyer is starting to give him like a time that he's coming to my house?
Do you have glasses?
That's pretty much when he kept saying, I'm going to show up at this time.
I need to get glue
And
glasses.
Steve would write down there, and he wasn't there. And then you'd get the email afterwards that he was going to come until later and then later.
Okay.
The detectives would spend the
Gaslighting?
next 25 minutes trying to
Not
understand
a thing.
Ina's timeline for the day they planned to receive the inheritance. Whenever she gave a time for when the group went to the airport, she would conveniently change that time entirely, just a few minutes later. But one detail would stay the same. Unlike her original claims to officers on the day of the murder, she would insist that Steve had never gone to the airport, but rather Wes had gone instead to represent Steve.
I doubt it.
Was confusing, but Ina's reason
I have
as
my
to
glasses
why
on.
Steve couldn't make it to
Shut
the
the fuck
airport
up.
would make just as little sense.
Because he was drinking beer all day, he was working in the garage.
Listen, cutie
he was
Noah.
spray painting his
No
truck,
gaslighting,
you know,
okay?
With the doors and the
If you gaslight
and,
me,
windows
you'll no
closed,
longer be a cutie.
barely drinking any water.
So he consumed almost a case of beer.
See?
No, he didn't drink more than that.
Pay attention to Ina here.
Sleepy,
She's
take him to the
carefully
dungeon.
crafting a story to
Take him to the
deflect
dungeon.
suspicion, but the detectives
You
came
need to be
prepared.
whipped a little bit.
I've seen him drink a couple cases.
But on that day,
Yeah, it was a case of beer.
from probably 6 or 7 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, let's
so
go.
5 to 6 hours. Does that sound right?
Probably.
Yes, Mom.
Did you drink anything else?
Just a glass of water and his tea.
Oh, you're not supposed to like it. You're not supposed to like it.
Steve had no traces of
don't
alcohol
want
in his system the day of his death, proven by a blood test and toxicology. So detectives know, clearly, Ina is lying through her teeth.
So I just have a lot of
Listen,
concerns
I
here.
understand.
Okay, and I'm
Food
just
is
gonna be honest
first.
with
Food
you.
comes first.
You told the paramedics when they were there that morning or afternoon that he had been drinking till 5 in the morning. That he
I
was
know.
drinking-
It's just
consuming
they're trying to
alcohol.
get her
That's
story,
not
and she's lying a
He
lot.
said he was drinking all day the day before, and that he drank his last drink at 5 a.m. Okay, and now you're telling me
tea.
that's not what you say on this video. Okay.
I want to see this video.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to show you the body cam. I'm just telling you that that's what's on there. There's reports that Wes came to the house that morning, and you said that Steve was at the walk-in clinic. He wasn't at the
Because that's
walk-in
when
clinic.
Steve didn't want to see Wes anymore.
Okay, but Steve wasn't
What
at
the
the
fuck?
walk-in clinic.
He was at the hospital.
He wasn't at the hospital.
He just left with the ambulance when Wes showed up there.
On what?
That's not what's been reported to us. Wes was there prior to.
Yeah, the timestamps prove that.
I want a lawyer.
Okay, that's fine.
Realizing she's running out of options to defend
Yeah,
herself,
she's like,
and
"You're-
with the
you've lied too
detectives
much,
closing in,
bitch."
Ina resorts to something
Weird
surprisingly
bitch.
clever as a last-ditch effort, asking for a lawyer.
Am I being arrested?
No, you're
Yay!
being arrested. We're just talking. So, but if you want,
Okay. Original inheritance was going to be 7 mil. Was going to be left. What was given to his sister was 2 mil. Then inheritance increased by 20 mil to uncle investments. He then wanted to share to 17. Okay. Or is it, was it sisters or a son? Because changed it to a son. But you know, maybe. Listen, you've been paying attention more than I have. I've been trying to multitask over here. I'm looking at the video, trying to listen to the video. I'm crocheting, I'm reading chat, okay? You can sleep with Kitty. Do you want that?
want a lawyer, we can stop talking right now. That's fine.
But I'm telling you the God honest truth. I don't know.
Top level, the cat condo is mine.
I wish I was there. I wish I was with him every second of the day that day. I wish I watched
Bitch, stop yelling!
his goddamn mom.
You asked for a lawyer, Ina, so we're just gonna end this now. Okay, I'm not talking anymore. All right.
You guys are so unbelievable.
I sleep with anyone. Okay. You slut. You little slut.
The second
You can sleep
Ina
at the very bottom.
realized the detective saw right through her story, she folded under the pressure and insisted on a lawyer. Ina had finally realized her game was over.
Your game's over,
Following this
bitch.
interrogation, Ina would roam free while detectives
Like it's so big.
scrambled for concrete
You
evidence
can't even
that
fit
she
on my
had
desk.
poisoned Steve. Ina would continue fighting for her innocence, making more deranged theories, such as Steve drinking the antifreeze out of shame that the lawyer was a fraud, or that she
Like
had
you've never
too
been a slut.
poisoned
No,
just
you're right.
months
I've been a
prior.
slut.
Unfortunately
I've been
for
a
her,
slut.
police managed to file a search warrant on apartment
We all have our slut
912A,
phases,
finding
right?
multiple alarming items. An old Windex bottle without a cap, containing a bright green liquid suspected to be antifreeze, as well as a Coors Light bottle containing antifreeze, found in the garage Steve had been working in that morning. This exact Coors Light bottle was what Ina used to poison Steve with. Antifreeze contains ethylene glycol, an ingredient that makes the liquid taste sweet. By mixing this with tea, Steve was fully unable to tell this fatal substance apart from his typical morning tea. Additionally, by hiding the liquids in the dark Coors Light bottle, Steve was unable to see the bright green color of this drink. With all of this newfound, completely incriminating evidence,
Now
as
we can
well
go
as
to
the
Dungeon 2.
numerous
Hey!
lies and false claims Ina had told
Y'all
law
had a
enforcement,
slut phase,
she would
okay?
finally be arrested on
Usually it doesn't
October
last
30th,
long.
2024.
It literally lasted like a couple months. And that was it.
Please lock up my house.
And I only like was a
I'll
slut
give you the key.
with one person. So not really a slut, I guess.
Why me?
So right
I was like Arya. I was like, I'm not really looking for something serious, so I guess I was a slut.
I never dealt with you, so just don't
Never been arrested before like this.
My honest God.
I've never done anything.
Okay,
I
guys.
haven't done anything.
I just admitted to being a slut. You really think I'm gonna lie about that?
Well, I am.
That's when I realized I couldn't be a slut.
All I've ever been. If I was gonna kill him, I would have killed him. The day
I like
took him and
having
I found out he was
no
a drug.
connections with. That is just like I can't. I can't be a
I would have
slut.
done it physically, not
I can't be a slut.
Physically.
yeah.
Tried,
Not
it failed.
a woman, not a-
Like IKEA furniture.
Nobody out here to watch the dogs? Just you? No friends or
There's only
anything?
one here.
You have any friends at work that would take them? We just don't want them to die in there, right?
Why? How long?
Those weird sodas.
No.
Which ones? The
So we'll
bacon
have
flavored
an option,
ones?
Grab the dogs. We'll put a hold on them, alright?
6 months following Ina's arrest, she would sit down in the courtroom for one final time,
Tell
accepting a plea
me.
deal for the murder
Oh,
of Steve Riley. It had been a matter of principle for Ina throughout this entire investigation, staying true to her word no matter how delusional it sounded. But in this courtroom, Ina was left with no choice but to finally confess. Ina Thea Knoyer was charged with murder, intentional, knowing, or with extreme indifference of an adult victim. She was sentenced to life in prison. Her first chance at probation will come in 2050.
Wait. What? I'm only finding the definition. Only finding the definition of a. That's the other word, bitch. So you're saying you're a bitch? Not a slut. King, hi, welcome in. Yes. Wait. What's going on? Crystal needs. Oh, kitty. Have food. I just live alone in the cat condo house suite. No, literally a ditch. What the fuck? This is like Urban Dictionary shit? What the fuck? Slew is a word primarily used. Oh, I see. Thank you, King, for giving Sleepy a sub. I did not know. I didn't. I guess I'm a ditch. I'm a ditch. What is this? Mother discovers her grandfather horrible secret.
Ivan, step out
Oh
here.
wait. I honestly have actually picked. There is a, I don't know if you know who Call Me Chris is, but I know she has a new out. Watch your stuff. Call. Yeah, this.
It began with bones. In the quiet woods behind a wealthy Indiana estate, investigators made a grisly.
Are you making a blanket? Yes, I'm making a blanket at the same time. Working on this blanket for almost a year, mostly because like I stopped after a while because this was like a stream blanket that I was making on stream, and then I haven't streamed crocheting in a while, mostly because of the move, mostly other stuff, and then now I'm starting up again. Yeah, now I can save. You can save your money when you're spending like so much money. Is to finish. I define as a guarding tool. What the fuck?
Discovery. Scattered fragments of human remains buried beneath the leaves, burned, broken, and forgotten. And what they uncovered in that soil would unravel the facade of a man who, by all appearances, had it all.
It's always the
a
successful
mansion hidden among
ones.
the trees.
Oh,
But behind closed doors, something unthinkable was
always
happening.
the successful
He was
man.
charming, respected, a devoted husband.
I don't trust people.
He was stalking young men and dragging them into the dark. This is not just the story of a killer. It's a story of an entire community that wasn't heard, a survivor who refused to stay silent, and the horrifying truth buried beneath the surface of a seemingly perfect life. This is the story of Herb Baumeister. Crime, conspiracy, cults, serial killers, and
murder.
All things that I love to consume, and I know you do.
Wait,
too.
did you watch my
twisted,
videos?
beautiful,
No, I'm not doing a
intellectually
reaction. I'm just
minded.
doing random crime videos that I'm. This is supposed to be a crochet. Wait, watching some crime. Just like how last time when I was crocheting, we heard Reddit stories in the background. I was thinking we could try to do something relaxing while we watch murder. You know what I mean? Although what I'm background. That way when I stop the video, not too much of just no noise. I have a pillow that's been by hand for a year because of it's my thought pillow. Only works when I work on it when I need something to focus on to escape the world. Oh, that's actually pretty nice. Love her. I know. Call Me Chris is so fun. I don't know if you guys watch any of her ghost hunting videos, especially with Selena Spooky Boo. Oh my god, they're hilarious together. I love them. Although Selena kind of scares me when she does her like trance thingy and she gets connected and gets visions. I'm just like, that is freaky. If I was able to do that, I would never do that. It's just, I do believe in ghosts and spirits and stuff like that. I myself do not try to connect. Oh, I haven't seen that one yet. The Rotten Mango one when she talks the crime. Well, I do watch her crime videos. The new one that came out is she's talking to ex-convicted serial killer, I think, or some murderer or something like that, like actually on her podcast. Maybe after this one we can watch that one, but we'll watch this. I want to know. This is just came out. I have not touched it. I have not watched it. I do not know what it's about. Not woman like crime, but seeing someone else get punished for wrongdoing is. Listen, it's not just like, listen. I love when justice does the right thing. I also am weirdly intrigued, especially like when people go into, because Chris does a good job trying to go into like any murderers or background and try to say like how they were raised and stuff that could have caused them to think what they're doing is normal or what could have fucked them up, you know? tries her best to do that research. I haven't much yet, so yay. So like that's something else that I like about it. I like to try to understand, not like fully understand, because obviously murder and all that shit is not okay, but like just trying to understand their mindset, the murderer's mindset of when they committed it. It intrigues me. Like, 'cause I'm just like, why do you think differently than me, and why would you think that this is okay or something? Like, why would you react this way? No, like stuff like that. A few of my friends, when I was 17, maybe 18, went to an abandoned hospital and used a spirit box. At least it wasn't a Ouija board. At least it wasn't a Ouija board, okay? I feel like when people do Ouija boards, one, they don't do them, okay? Because they don't close off the interaction right. And two, I'm not allowed to mess with that stuff due to religious purposes, but also I just don't want to. I already consider myself kind of sensitive to stuff like that. To the point that I've kind of like blocked it out. So like, you know, I believe in it, but I don't want to interact with any of that stuff. Because it's very scary. It's very scary to me. It's very scary to me to the point that I know that if I try to do that something bad would probably happen to me. So I don't really want to touch that stuff. I'd rather protect myself from anything and people. I just don't want that kind of energy in my life, you know? You probably should get that checked out, you know? By a professional. Kidding, yeah, you go get that checked out.
Kind of sounded like a burp. Sorry about that. But yeah, today we're getting into a big case, a case that was highly recommended. I saw dozens of comments requesting this case. It has taken a while to get done.
Yes, Ouija boards should not be messed with at all, Crambit.
Horrifying. So
only left for
there,
professional use.
Without further ado, let's unbuckle our seatbelts, go Mach 5 down the highway, slam on the brakes, and bust through this windshield into this horrifying case together.
Agreed.
So Herbert Richard Baumeister was born in Indianapolis on April 7th, 1940.
Them lips though. Them lips though. What them lips do? I'm just joking. I'm joking. It's not that cute. I'm just like, what the fuck? Why do you have better lips than me? What the fuck?
7, and he was the oldest of 4 children in a comfortable middle-class family. And his father, Dr. Herbert E. Baumeister, was an anesthesiologist, and his mother, Elizabeth, was a homemaker. So outwardly, Herb's early childhood seemed pretty normal. But as he entered adolescence, disturbing behavior began to emerge, like we see with many serial killers in their early adolescence, just doing the most fucked up shit. So classmates and teachers noted that young Herb developed morbid fascinations, one being he was intensely curious about the taste of human urine. Yeah, we're really getting into it really quick with this one, so, you know, buckle up. And also, you guessed—
I'm sorry, excuse you? I'm not one to judge. That sounds like a fetish. Does that not sound like a fetish? Excuse you? Urine?
It had a tendency to play with dead animals.
Oh, what the
fuck? We're making that serial killer stew real quick. And
oh, it's always dead animals. Why is it always dead animals? What the fuck? You try the quick command? What did you do? What did you do, Panda?
One incident, he placed a dead crow on a teacher's desk at North Central High School.
What the
kid was fucked up 2 ways to Sunday. And on another occasion, he urinated on his teacher's desk, just shocking his entire classroom. It's like he needed that—
Right in front of the class? I need to know. Did he do this in front of everyone in the classroom? Serial killer. Exactly.
Shock factor. He needed to be the center of attention in the most morbid, f***ed up ways.
So
and such
weird.
bizarre antics went far beyond typical teenage rebellion and hinted at a deeply, deeply troubled mind. I mean, we had some jokesters in high school, but nobody was pissing on the teacher's desks.
Yeah,
and
no one was
leaving,
pissing on people's
effigies of dead
desks.
crows there too. It's just like a little too much. So alarmed by his son's behavior, Herb's father arranged for a psychiatric evaluation during Herb's teens. Good on dad. Usually we don't hear this. We just hear the parents ignoring this. So that's
Someone
good
in my
at
high
least.
school
And
did
he
that.
was
He's probably a
doctor, so that
murderer
makes
now.
sense. And the doctors diagnosed Herb with paranoid schizophrenia as well as antisocial personality disorder. So, you know, we have nature, nurture. There's both going on here. He's got an excuse, but also not okay. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse as to harming things and doing horrible things, you know. But at least, you know, they nipped it in the bud. Great, he's gonna get some medication maybe and he'll be great, right? Right? No, we wouldn't be here talking if that were the case. So having these disorders meant that Herb might suffer delusions or extreme paranoia and had a diminished sense of empathy or regard for social norms. So something quite literally out of his control. So again, I'm not going to give him anything, but there is...
Does that count as assault? I feel like that's assault. Nah. I got it. No, get some help. Get some help.
something that he can't control on his own, at least, without therapy or medication or anything like that. But despite this diagnosis, there was no evidence Herb received sustained treatment at that time, and that's the big issue, because it could have been a different story if he
I don't
actually
think
got
he's okay.
the real help that he needed or actually stayed with some sort of treatment, but he did not. And instead, he was eventually just returned to school. The kid didn't know what's going on. He's got a fucked up brain, and they're just like, he'll be all right. So for a brief period, Herb's behavior improved enough to appear socially acceptable, and he managed to graduate high school.
You need a straight jacket. I think we need one.
However,
bring out
his
the straight
reputation
jacket.
had already been tainted by his earlier outbursts and macabre interests. And classmates shunned him, remembering the boy who toyed with dead creatures and caused classroom disruptions. So Herb became increasingly withdrawn and reclusive during his late teens. You have the nature where it's like he can't help but have these awful disorders that he can't help, and then there's the nurture, which is like he's clearly not being nurtured through this. He's not being treated for this, and he's just kind of being thrown to the wolves in a very vulnerable, fucked up state. Again, I am by no means justifying what he's gonna do in the future, because I think he should burn in hell. But when you're a kid, hopefully you can get that help. And this kid did not get any meaningful help, and I'll leave it at that. It's part of the reason why I actually like looking into these cases, because I like looking at the psychological aspect.
Get you a dog bite, oh my.
Nature versus nurture, and how they were raised, and what caused it, and all that
Leave
kind
me
of
over here
stuff.
just
And
collecting
sometimes
pets.
There's just a tiny little inkling of sympathy here and there when they're like kids and they can't do anything about it, but it's all gone when they're adults. You know, you learn societal norms, and you know.
I'm not going to fault the other classmates for that stuff. Right? Away from yeah. I'm just like, yeah, if I was in a classroom and this guy peed on the teacher's desk in front of me, I'd be scarred for life, okay? And second, I would not want to be this weird. And I'm gonna just avoid you as much as I can.
You might suffer with these kinds of things, but unless you get help, I don't know what you can do. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a stupid YouTuber. But Herb, like many other serial killers, had those early warning signs that are almost all there for most cases we go through. And that is obsession with urination or wetting the bed, and obsession with death, and volatile emotional outbursts. All we're missing at this point is arsony, basically.
Oh my god.
But in the conservative 1960s, such behavior was often quietly swept under the rug. Different time. So Herb Baumeister was a troubled young man who learned to mask his oddities when needed. A skill he would later use to hide far darker impulses. Knowingly. And this is where we get into the, oh, he knows what he's doing is wrong. That's wrong, and that's terrible, and that makes you evil. So after high school, Herb's attempts at higher education and steady employment were checkered. And he would enroll in Indiana University
Goddamn
in
pupils.
1965, but would drop out after one semester. And he returned to IU in
Shriek ad popped up.
1967, where he would
Yeah,
meet his future
Advanced
wife,
GG.
Juliana,
Does
or
not
Julie
taste like
Sater,
urine.
but again, left before
Tastes
completing
better.
a term.
Tastes better than
So
urine.
in 1972, Herb tried taking classes at Butler University with
God.
similar results, quitting after a single semester. Guy has commitment issues. And during this period, in November of 1971, 24-year-old Herb Baumeister married Juliana Sater, who was a former high school journalism teacher who he had courted in college. And Julie, by all accounts, was a smart and patient woman, which you needed
Nari's
to be
urine
if you were
flavor?
with this guy, and notably a fellow young conservative. So the two had
No, it's called
bonded
thigh
in
juice,
part over
bitch.
working together at the university's Young Republicans Club. And to Julie and others, Herb could seem eccentric, but essentially harmless. So nobody really saw those red flags because nobody knew about these outbursts that happened when he was younger. I mean, it was the 60s. It's not like it was posted online or anything. If he was able
Like,
to
selfie!
quite literally shove all that under
Committing
the
murder!
rug. So they would settle into a home in an Indianapolis suburb and would go on to have 3 children together in the coming years.
Not the
But
kids!
Herb's personal eccentricities did not disappear during this time. Because it was only 6 months into the marriage, his mental health faltered very
Eye
badly.
sweat? Ooh, that'd
He
be a
became
good.
so
That would
depressed
be a good
and
name.
erratic that his father had him committed to a psychiatric hospital for about 2 months
Called
in
Gym
1972.
Sweat? Oh,
Quote,
Gym
he was
Sweat.
hurting and needed help, unquote. Julie later explained
Or
of
butt
that
sweat.
period.
Should we do butt
So again,
sweat?
at least he's
Ew.
getting help at this point that he really didn't get as a kid. So Herb would
Very weird.
recover
You
enough
just
to
realized
assume
that?
a normal life.
Crab is like, I can't get behind that.
Behavior and struggled to hold jobs, similar to him dropping out all the time. You just
Yeah,
got
girl butt
tired
sweat.
of stuff really fast, and that could be very much a part of the disorders he already
God.
has, and part B, that he just thought he was too good to be a part of anything that was going on in society. All right, so
My
I,
sister's
much
cat,
like
and I'm
yourselves,
saying
like to
shit like
consume
this.
true crime content.
Don't leave!
believe
I
it or
was
not. And sometimes I
joking!
do that by watching documentaries on my favorite streaming services. Like a few months ago, I was trying to catch up on this murder mystery miniseries that I was watching on a streaming service, and then bang! I got geo-blocked. And it was shortly after that that I discovered Surfshark. Thank you to Surfshark. First of all, everything. And they're literally, it's free. Call me Chris, /KALLMEKRIS. Code Call Me Chris for 4 extra months. And it's a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's literally 0 risk. So click the link
Well, if
down
you
in the
buy more
description and
Advanced
go
GG
check
using
out
our
Surfshark.
code, you can
Thank you again to Surfshark
drink
for
Nari's
sponsoring
gym
this
sweat. That
video and
is
supporting this
true.
channel.
I
Let's
believe
get back to it. So in
if the more people that
1970s,
use
he
your
worked as a
code,
copy boy
then
at
they
the
try to
Indianapolis
get a flavor
Star
for you.
newspaper, and later landed a position at the Indiana Bureau of Motor Vehicles, which was BMV. And at the BMV, Herb initially impressed colleagues with his strong work ethic.
It'd be called Gym
but his
Sweat.
bizarre
Honestly, I
conduct
would do
soon
Gym
resurfaced. Because see, again, his guy didn't last long. And people would start to notice that Herb had a dark, offbeat sense of humor and a tendency to flout norms. And at one point, he sent his coworkers an inappropriate Christmas card showing himself and another man dressed in drag, which is like, today, Slay Queen, you know?
Slay
But in the
Queen.
1960s,
Slay Queen.
psychiatric prison, you know? So the prank did not go over well in the conservative office environment, shockingly. So as time went on, Herb grew domineering and aggressive with his colleagues. He started to get an ego. The breaking point came in 1985 when BMV officials
Only
discovered
$4
that
off?
someone
What the
had
fuck?
urinated
Listen,
on the
just
manager's
depends.
desk. You guessed it. It's old Herb. Loves pissing on shit.
Gotta start
like a
somewhere,
dog,
and then our
which is
discount
what he
comes
is,
higher.
Just a dirty, disgusting dog, as we will see. So Herb was caught having urinated on a letter addressed to the governor, and it was determined he was likely responsible for the earlier incident of urine left on his manager's desk. So this utterly shocking misbehavior obviously got Herb fired in 1985, and it was just a humiliating end to his government job, and it just foreshadowed the increasingly erratic pattern of Herb's adult life. So by his late 30s, Herb Baumeister was outwardly a married father of 3, but he was also a man grappling with mental illnesses and concealed desires. And unbeknownst to his wife, Herb began spending time in Indianapolis's gay nightlife scene after losing his BMV job. So on top of everything else, paranoid schizophrenia, the personality disorder, he's also, by all accounts, gay, but he has to internalize it, whether it's
for events,
just
that is
because
true.
of the time period, or that he's embarrassed, or because he has a family and he's cheating on his wife, all this stuff. So he's got a lot of things
I don't know. How do you do
internally
that?
building up, which is really bad with somebody who tends to be violent and have outbursts. So he would go out drinking at gay bars, likely exploring a side of himself that he kept hidden at home. And in 1985 and 1986, he had 2 run-ins with the law. One for a hit and run while driving drunk, and another for conspiracy to commit theft. And both charges were eventually dropped, but these incidences just show Herb skirting the edges of criminal behavior years before his killing spree even began. So he already had this superiority complex building inside of himself.
I fucking hate
because he could get away with everything, you know, besides pissing on his manager's desk or whatever. He got fired for that, at least. And this is when friends and family noticed changes as well. Because at home in the suburban Steinmeier neighborhood, neighbors found Herb odd and unpredictable. Because he could be generous, in one moment handing out free magazines and concert tickets to neighbor kids, and then the next moment he'd get explosively angry over trivial things. And this is with the personality disorder coming to head, probably on top of the paranoid schizophrenia. And Julie later revealed an intimate detail that spoke volumes about their marriages. Because in over 25 years together, she and Herb had only been intimate only 6 times, and she had never even seen him fully nude. So this lack of physical closeness suggests Herb's sexual interests lay elsewhere. As we know, I mean, he liked to go to gay bars. I can safely assume was just using Julie as a beard, as the kids may say nowadays, which is basically a cover. Like he wanted to appear like he had straight life, when in actuality he was gay and internalizing all sorts of horrible feelings.
I want to clear.
Like the
hold up.
violent ones, not the.
I want to clarify. Him being gay is not the reason why he became a murderer. From what we've learned so far, okay? Just putting that out there. Like, you know,
you're gay, you can be gay. That's totally fine. But in the 60s, it was a different story. So indeed, Herb was living a closeted life, maintaining the appearance of a straight, conservative family man while secretly engaging with men at gay bars.
I would.
So the
Shut the fuck
conflict
up,
between
Sleepy.
his public persona and private desires would only intensify in the coming years, setting the stage for his double life as a serial killer. So by the late 1980s, Herb Baumeister seemed to find his footing as an entrepreneur, even as his personal oddities persisted. And in 1988, with financial help from his mother, Herb opened a thrift store called Save a Lot in Indianapolis. It's a great name, Herb. And Herb would just pour his energy into this store, like he hadn't done with any other job before.
Guy's gay. He has a superiority complex. Barely touches his woman. Like, I think she said they've been intimate 6 times. And she's never seen him fully undressed. He goes to gay bars. Yeah. That's what we got so far.
And his hard work would pay off, because Save-A-Lot was clean, well-organized, and stocked with quality used goods.
Good luck with that,
quickly
Sleepy.
setting it apart from other thrift shops. And it became a modest success. And Herb's confidence would just grow from this, because it didn't take much for this guy's head to just blow up with ego. So over the next few years, he expanded, eventually operating 2, and by some reports 3, Save-A-Lot thrift store locations in the Indianapolis area. So with this business boom, it came a significant lifestyle upgrade. And in November of 1991, despite recent marital strains, Herb and Julie made a bold purchase, which was a sprawling 18-acre estate in Westfield, just north of Indianapolis.
That's my name, don't worry now.
Which Herb named Fox Hollow Farm. Yeah, this is the place. Featured a 1,000 plus square meter Tudor-style mansion completed with elegant features like stained glass windows, multiple fireplaces, and an indoor
cottage
swimming pool.
core.
And the property was reportedly worth nearly $1 million, which was a testament to the outward success the Baumeisters projected. And to neighbors and friends, the Baumeister's family now seemed to be living the American dream. A booming business, a country manor home, and 3 happy children. And Julie continued to stand by Herb, working in the business and raising their son and 2 daughters. So few could have guessed the turmoil and secrets that festered behind closed doors at Fox Hollow Farm. Because despite the beautiful new home and thriving stores, Herb's double identity was intensifying.
Why does crazy always have money? Because they're crazy.
Behavior grew more volatile in the early 1990s. Because Herb would be absent from work for long
human
stretches
children
during the day without any sort of explanation, and became increasingly irritable and erratic when present. And financial problems also started to mount. And by 1994, the Save-A-Lot enterprise was faltering because the second store had not replicated the success of the first. And debts were starting to pile up, and vendors were suing for unpaid bills. Guy
rather have 20 dogs or cats.
He actually reached like a state of
I'm a mother of
success. It was all
4.
about image for Herb. He needed
3 cats and 1
have
dog.
that manner to have that outward appearance of being like the perfect American family, but in actuality, it was
yes, Arya, sprayer.
And under all this strain,
Thank you,
Herb's
Arya.
marriage was deteriorating, to say the least. And in early 1991, just months before buying Fox Hollow Farm, Herb had briefly moved out of the family home and even filed for divorce.
Tone down your questions
citing
just a little
irreconcilable
bit, Sleepy,
differences,
just a little.
Which for Herb means he likes men and not women. But yeah, I don't think Julie knew that. Or
Arya's
maybe
when you
she
pep.
did know that.
No,
I don't really
doubt
know.
it.
Yet, he and Julie reconciled later that year, deciding to give the marriage another try while moving into the new Westfield estate. But still, the relationship remained very rocky. And Julie noticed Herb's moods swinging wildly. And former colleagues later described Herb as a, quote, perfectionist given to sudden unprovoked rages. Sounds awful. Just recalling how the smallest thing could just set him off. And these fits of anger, just combined with Herb's secretive habits, made life at Fox Hollow Farm increasingly tense for his family. And Julie would later admit that her husband was becoming, quote, erratic and difficult to live with during this period. And crucially, Herb's hidden life continued alongside his family life. Because at night, or when his wife and kids were out of town, Herb frequented gay bars in downtown Indianapolis, introducing himself to strangers as Brian Smart. He even called himself Smart. He got to make up a name for himself.
Brian's so smart.
What a fucking dumbass. But during this time, he was living out urges he could not openly acknowledge in his conservative household. So this clandestine behavior just suggested that Herb felt he had to compartmentalize his identity. And the respectable, heterosexual family man in one compartment, and the gay man seeking anonymous encounters in another. And it is within this secret, nocturnal world that Herb's darkest tendencies began
Time
to
for my next chip.
manifest. Because Herb's ability to maintain
Alrighty,
his facade
Kiki,
of
have
normalcy
fun.
kept suspicions at bay for a while. Because by day, he was a store owner and dad driving his kids to school, and at night, he prowled gay bars at night with the fake name, Brian Smart. So he just straddled these 2 worlds, and for a time, he managed to keep each from discovering the other. And in hindsight, the contradictions in Herb Baumeister's life were very stark. Because he lived in a mansion, yet his businesses were verging on bankruptcy. And he presented as a devoted husband, yet had almost no physical intimacy with his wife, and, cheated on her with other men. And he championed family values in public, yet spent his free hours cruising gay clubs in secret. And friends and family who knew Herb in the early 90s would later struggle to reconcile the duality that they observed. So by the early 1990s, gay men in Indianapolis were quietly vanishing without explanation. And in May of 1993, the trend became alarming, because one by one, young men...
Now I'm interested. Why? Ending them, Because, I know there's this one kid, probably wrong, and it probably was just, maybe something I saw, but Dan was so headstrong on being quote unquote normal and straight that he felt disgusted that he actually I don't know if that's, I'm wondering if that's the case. That's why. Oh.
who frequented Indianapolis gay bars were reported missing. And at first, these disappearances attracted little public attention because there was no bodies immediately found, just men who went out for the evening and never returned home. And within the LGBTQ+ community, word spread that something was terribly wrong. And amid this backdrop, Herb Baumeister was about to begin his killing spree in earnest. So investigators now believe Herb's murderous activity started around the 1980s, possibly as early as the mid-80s, and then escalated in the 1990s. So authorities suspected that Baumeister may have been an uncaught serial killer known as the I-70 Strangler, which we briefly talked about in one of my 3-part video series. But I feel like I should do like a full-blown video on that person, which could have been Herb Baumeister. Because throughout the 1980s, between 1980 and 1991, at least 11 men were found strangled and dumped in rural areas near Interstate 70 in Indiana and Ohio. And these victims were mostly young gay men who had last been seen at Indianapolis gay bars. And their not clothed or partially clothed bodies were discarded off highways in streams or ditches. And the killings mysteriously stopped in 1991, the same year Herb purchased Fox Hollow Farm. And in 1998, investigators noted that once Herb had his secluded 18-acre property, he no longer needed to risk dumping bodies
then I guess
along the
it's not that
interstate.
you weren't allowed, it was just not as accepted. I mean, I believe they outlawed like gays. It was just like people were more secretive about it and would like sneak around about it. Men would be married to girls, but would go out and, you know, pretty much cheat on their wives, or like vice versa. Like a couple would get married, they're both gay, and they would live quote unquote a normal life, and then but like secretly not be, you know? You just shut the fuck up. Is that what it's called? Lavender marriages? Yeah, something like that. Like, yeah. So they like I said, it wasn't that you couldn't, because at the end of the day, it's America, do it. But it was just like a big no-no, I guess. It was like just not as accepted as it is now, even though there's still some issues that there with it's more accepted. People are able to be gay, and you know, like, I'm not saying it's like all good now, it's not, but it's way better than it was back in the 80s. I believe some people get like death. So yeah. So this is why I'm just like, I wonder if he was just ashamed, or was disgusted that he was gay and therefore was, no. This is me being me, as like when I watch true crimes, I'm just like, I wonder what he was going through. I wonder why he did this, you know? I'm like that.
Theory. And there's reasons why we can't confirm this, but I'll get into that later. But if all true, Herb Baumeister's murder career had begun well before he ever killed. I
work in a traveling dungeon.
It's possible he honed his methods on those highway killings, and then once he had Fox Hollow Farm as a private.
Ooh, Crabbit, there is a Instagram called Truckin_cat. It is so cute. It's so cute, and it's Truckin_cat. You should follow them on Instagram. It's so.
Underground, he brutally reached new heights. So by 1993, Baumeister was actively hunting victims in Indianapolis, specifically the Indianapolis gay bars. And he typically targeted men in their teens to 20s or even 30s, though one victim was as old as 46. And usually Herb's victims were white males. And Herb's MO was both cunning and predatory, because he would spend the evening cruising.
It's got chains and everything. That is true. It does come with chains.
Others along Massachusetts Avenue, and he presented himself as a friendly, fun-loving man named Brian Smart.
Brian
Baumeister
Smart
would single out a potential victim, often someone who was alone, and he would strike up a conversation. And he had a practical charm and was generous with free drinks as well. And eventually, he'd invite the target out to his home, mentioning the indoor pool or promising a private after party at his estate.
Damn.
And the offer must have sounded...
Why would I want an indoor pool? What the fuck? Not fair. It's not fair. Lizard your ass.
Tempting. A trip to a mansion with a apparently friendly, successful
And
man.
straps.
I mean, sounds like a dream, right? Never go to a second location with a stranger. Because tragically, accepting the offer was a fatal mistake for many young, unfortunate men. Because at Fox Hollow Farm, Herb had carefully prepared a killing ground that hid behind the trappings of luxury. And the indoor swimming pool area in his mansion
Don't tell
was
me he had a
decorated
dungeon.
with mannequins posed in festive positions. Psychotic. As if a never-ending
what?
party were happening.
Hold up. This psychopath had mannequins in his pool. What the fuck? Does it have whips? I mean, he could whip it. Whip it real good. Have an emote that seems sleepy themed. Okay, what is it?
This is, yeah, it's so disturbing to even think about. Like, it sounds made up. It sounds like a horror, but it's real, and it is horrifying.
I think I got a
And
better
the
one.
Specific details suggest Herb's peculiar sense of atmosphere and perhaps an attempt to put his guest at ease or disorient them when they first walk in or close. They could see maybe shadows, and they could see that maybe there's people in here, so it's chill, it's fine, everything's fine. And he gets them to put their guard down, but in actuality, they're store mannequins and once alone with, but in actuality, so it's chill, it's fine, everything's fine. And he gets them to put their guard down, but in actuality, they're store mannequins. And once alone with his victim, Herb would initiate sexual activity and introduce a dangerous twist because he loved erotic excitation. Of course he liked this. And according to later testimony from a survivor, Herb, known as Brian, would suggest they choke each other.
I mean, I
during
could open
intimate
a
acts to heighten the pressure. And again, if you're in a consenting situation, it doesn't seem that crazy, I guess. Whatever you're into, I don't know. It's so incredibly sad for these men. I can't even imagine the fear that would come upon them,
Americans for
during these
sewing.
acts. It's so
Isn't creepy, right?
horrible. But this particular practice involves
Sewing
temporarily
mannequins
cutting
are
off
understandable.
oxygen for arousal. And it's a risky act even when consensual. But for Herb, however, it was more than a game. It was his means to a kill. And he would encourage the victim to let him tighten something around their neck, such as
Like Jeffrey
a
Dahmer
pool hose or a belt.
does.
And this was under
Only
the pretense
rich.
of a consensual kink. And then, at the crucial moment, Herb would
Oh,
refuse to release his gripe. And he would derive gratification from the act of doing this to someone until they were dead, just exerting total control over the victim's life. And detectives later concluded that Baumeister likely murdered his victims right there by the pool, where the sound of struggle would be muffled by the walls and water's acoustics. And Herb was a very hands-on killer, literally feeling the life drain from his victims as part of his just up sadistic satisfaction. And after the victim stopped breathing, Baumeister set about the grim task of disposing of the body. And as we know, he had 18 acres of isolated land at his command, and he used it to its full advantage. And under the cover of darkness, Herb would take his now deceased victim out into the wooded sections of his property behind the house. And there, he engaged in what investigators believe were post-mortem, quote, rituals to prevent identification of the victim, in case they actually were dug up. And evidence suggests Baumeister dismembered some victims and burned many of the bones using the farm's remote grounds as his personal dumping site. Just an absolute fucking monster. And years later, forensic teams would find shards of charred bone and ash in fire pits and scattered through the dirt, indicating attempts to cremate the bodies in open air. But Baumeister was.
I actually have an
thorough,
Uppies
and
command
he
now.
likely crushed some of the larger
Think of it as
bones to
hats.
fragments and even pulled out some of the teeth from skulls to hinder identification. And one investigator learned through a confidant of Herb's that he allegedly had a habit
spent all
of
my
using
points in
particular
advance. That's
tools
okay.
to extract his victim's teeth, then tossing the teeth down a hallway like Tic Tacs in a grotesque display of triumph, which is beyond words fucked up.
I think
it's vomit-inducing. It's sick. But all these details just paint a picture of a man reveling in the aftermath of murder, taking steps to ensure his victims became anonymous piles of forgotten bones. And neighbors would never report anything terribly amiss. And Baumeister orchestrated his crimes around his family's
It's okay.
schedule.
Panda was in a hurry this
Julie
morning.
and the children were nearly always away when the murders took place.
Start to get ready for work
During
until,
summer
like,
breaks,
7:30.
Julie would take the kids to visit her mother at a lake cottage in northern Indiana, leaving Herb alone at Fox Hollow Farm for weeks at a time. And those lonely stretches of summer were Herb's opportunity to hunt. And investigators later determined that each known victim's disappearance
He's like, "Got
coincided
you."
with
Ari's
times
like, "I
when
got
Herb's
you."
wife and children were out of town. Which again is just so sick to know that your
Jeez,
husband
I
or
know,
your
right?
father was doing this kind of stuff when you were gone. Oh God, it just I just don't know how do you even get over that, or you probably don't at all. And on some occasions, Herb likely also exploited business trips or claimed to be working late to cover his lethal outings. And this pattern just shows deep calculation, like murder in the first degree. He's always planning it out. But Baumeister just compartmentalized his life so effectively that he could strangle a man to death in his pool one night, then cheerfully host a family barbecue in the same spot the next week, as if nothing happened. Just
Also made Don
no
Nari
sense of
a
remorse.
little longer.
So from 1993 to 1995,
I felt like it
the
wasn't long
disappearances
enough.
continued uninterrupted, and young men would vanish from downtown Indianapolis and were never seen alive again. And no bodies were immediately found, as we know. So the link between these missing persons was
Trust
not
issues.
obvious.
I'm
But
pretty
within the
sure
gay
she has more
community,
than
fear
trust
was mounting
issues.
because someone who
Because remember, he was only intimate for her like a handful of times, so she probably thought, "Oh, I'm not good enough. Oh, I'm not attractive enough." So she already has like probably well.
met men in bars was preying on them, and police seemed slow to catch on. And although Herb seemed to really hone in his perfect killing scheme, mistakes were starting to be made, and close calls were bound to accumulate. Because the
And
more
we got
he killed,
sloppy.
the greater chance that eventually
Guess what?
something
Chicken
or
butt.
someone would blow his cover. And by late 1994, events were set
gonna
in
make
motion
food-handed
that
food,
would
hide it from
lead to
Scramble. Got
Herb
it.
Baumeister's downfall. So the known victims of Herb Baumeister's Fox Hollow Farm murders were all men
sir?
who vanished in the mid-1990s,
Sir.
leaving behind distraught families and friends. And it took years for investigators to piece together
not
their
appreciate
identities
it.
from the bone fragments found on Baumeister's
I'm a
property.
married woman.
And
Bodies!
as of
Oh
2025,
fuck.
10
Like
victims have been positively
WWE.
identified.
John
and
Cena
several more are
bandit.
And these men's lives and tragic ends illustrate the horrific scope of Baumeister's crimes. And I want to go over these key victims and their fates as understood from the investigation.
You
So first
got
we have Roger
Dari,
Allen
fuck.
Goodland, who
I
was
got
33 years old and was a resident of Indianapolis. And Roger was reported missing on July 22nd, 1994. And he was last seen leaving a downtown gay bar, heading out with a man
Yo,
who
back.
introduced himself as Brian Smart. And Roger's
I'm not brave
disappearance
enough to get killed
deeply
by Panda.
alarmed his family. And frustrated with the police's slow progress, Roger's mother and friends plastered the city with missing persons posters, and Roger's case would become pivotal, because a friend of his was turned amateur sleuth under the alias Tony Harris, ultimately would help crack the mystery. But sadly, Roger never came home. And years later, authorities confirmed that some of the remains recovered at Fox Hollow Farm belonged to Roger Goodlet. And he is believed to be one of Baumeister's victims, straying on the estate in the summer of 1994. And then there's Alan Wayne Broussard, who's 28 years old. And Alan was also from Indianapolis and had disappeared on June 6th of 1994. And like Roger, Alan was last seen at an Indianapolis gay bar and never returned. And Alan's mother grew concerned and also reached out for help. And she and Roger Goodlet's mother enlisted the aid of a private investigator because the police were doing shit. And this private investigator was Virgil Van
The day of all days. I don't know. Is there something in the water, guys, that you're not telling me?
The truth would emerge. That Alan Broussard's remains were found among the thousands of fragments, confirming he had fallen victim to the killer as well. And then there was Johnny John Bayer, who was 20 years old, and one of the youngest identified victims. Johnny Bayer was an Indianapolis man who went missing on May 28th, 1993. And he was reportedly working at a fast food restaurant at the time. And Johnny said goodbye to his mother on his way to work one day and then just vanished. And for years, his family heard nothing. And only a single rib bone of Johnny's was eventually recovered at Fox Hollow Farm, found among the thousands of pieces of remains. And that rib would be DNA matched to Johnny in the late 1990s, finally giving his mother an answer. And in a heartbreaking statement, Johnny's mother said in 1999, "One rib bone. Even though they gave me his rib bone and we had the services, it's not real to me. I can still see him someday coming up to the door." And her hope for her son's return had been cruelly destroyed by the confirmation of his death. And Johnny Bayer's name was among the first confirmed in the investigation. And he represents the many young men whose lives were cut short
what happened to the
as
rest of
they were
it?
starting out. And then there was Richard Douglas Hamilton, who was also 20 years old.
Not Hamilton!
He was also a local to Indianapolis, and his last sighting was on July 31st in 1993. And little is publicly recorded about the circumstances of Richard's disappearance, but by September 1996, Richard Hamilton's remains had been confidently identified by forensic anthropologists sorting through all the bones found at Fox Hollow Farm. And then there was Stephen Sperlin Hale, who was 26 years old and vanished on April 1st, 1994. And he
has very feminine afro. I think it's the eyelashes. Or the eye shape. I don't know.
also from Indianapolis, and was working as a custodian at a restaurant at the time. And on the night of April 1st, he was last seen in Indianapolis Central Library, a known gay meetup spot. But unfortunately, his bones would also be
the library is a gay meetup spot? What the fuck?
He had been killed on the property. And then there was Manuel Manny Resendez. And Manny was a bit different from the other victims in that he was from Lafayette, Indiana, which was about an hour north from Indiana. And he was reported missing in early August of 1993. And for decades, Manny's fate was unknown. And in a testament to dogged work of forensic experts, Manuel's remains were finally DNA confirmed in 2024, nearly 30 years after he vanished.
Damn.
But at least his family could get
But the
some
poor
semblance peace.
Poor books, if
in
they
knowing
could
that
talk,
he was found,
they would
but
spill the
obviously
tea.
it's still horrible. But this would make headlines in 2024, bringing closure to the Resendez family after so many years. And then there was Jeffrey Allen Jeff Jones, and he was also an Indianapolis man who went missing on July 6, 1993, at the age of 31. And he was suspected early on as a possible victim of the Fox Hollow killer via earlier identification, but it wasn't until May of 2024 that Jeff's remains were conclusively identified through genetic genealogy. And then there was Michael Frederick Mike Kern, who was 46 years old, one of the oldest victims. And he would go missing on March 31st, 1995. And Mike's disappearance came relatively late in Baumeister's spree, and it suggests Herb had not yet been deterred even after a suspicious incident in 1994. And we'll say more on that soon because it is fucked up. And then there was Alan Livingston, who was 27 years old, and he was last seen getting into someone's car in downtown Indianapolis in August of 1993. And Sharon, Alan's mother, began to suspect that he was among the Fox Hollow Farm victims when news broke about Baumeister in 1996. But she would continue to hold on to hope that her son would maybe return.
Okay,
she
you know what to
allegedly
do.
kept her home phone line connected for decades in the hope that Alan might call, which is so heartbreaking, because this was the only number he would have known to call. But his remains would finally be identified in 2023. And then there was Daniel Thomas Holleran, whose age is unknown. And Daniel wasn't reported missing, nor even suspected as a victim. Yet his remains were discovered amongst the bones in Fox Hollow Farm. And then there was Jerry Williams Comer.
The list just keeps on going. What the fuck?
1995. And while Jerry was confirmed to have been a victim of Baumeister, this discovery was not from the Fox Hollow Farm remains. His vehicle was discovered after his disappearance, and he fit the victim profile as a young gay man in Indianapolis. But these names, excluding
Don't
Jerry,
make me let
are
Sleepy
only
lock
the
you up.
identified victims from Fox Hollow farm. In total, more than 10,000 bone fragments were recovered on the property, which represents an estimated 25 or more individuals that Baumeister may have murdered,
What the
which is
fuck?
sickening. And that means over a dozen
What
victims
the
remain
fuck?
unidentified to this day.
Oh my
and their
god.
families might still not know what became of their loved one who disappeared in the 1980s or 1990s. And among those still unnamed could be
Pulling
some
the
victims
chains
of
out.
the 70 strangler killings that are now attributed to her.
Thank you,
Again,
Grabbit. Thank you.
unconfirmed, but it's likely, it seems. And it's also possible Baumeister killed additional men whose remains have not been found at all. And if he chose to dump a body elsewhere, or
And
if
the
some
straps.
evidence on the farm was completely missed. But the full extent of his carnage might never be known, but authorities firmly believe at least 25 murders can be laid on Herb Baumeister's feet. And the impact of these murders on the Indianapolis LGBTQ+ community was profound and traumatic. Because during the early 1990s, as gay men kept going missing, fear spread that a serial killer was specifically targeting their community. And many also felt that the police were not taking the disappearances seriously enough because the victims were gay. And at the time, relationships between law enforcement and LGBTQ+ citizens were often strained by prejudice and mistrust.
I'm not
And a former publisher of a local gay magazine, Josh Thomas, voiced the community's frustration bluntly, saying, quote, "If somebody were killing
10-4.
cheerleaders at a suburban high school, nobody would rest until the killers were found," unquote. And he would tell the press this in 1996. But because it was only, quote, only gay men, the urgency
We
was
need it.
lacking.
You know what
And
we should do?
families of-
Because I watch too much crime shows. We need it like codes, you know? Like, especially, I can tell my mom, it's like, oh, we got a 10-4 or a 10 or whatever. And they'd be like, got it. Which is like, oh, this would be a warning. Oh, this would be a ban. Oh, this would be like, you know, whisper or whatever. We should do that. We should do that. Oh my god. I got ideas. Well, I'll let you guys know. I'll let my mods know.
Missing gay men sometimes encountered apathy or harmful assumptions, and police might suggest that a missing man had simply run off to, quote, live the gay lifestyle somewhere else, rather than treat it as a potential crime that it was. And in Indianapolis, this dynamic led several families to take matters into their own hands, hiring private investigator Virgil Vandergriff.
Warning ban. No.
to look
We
for
gotta
loved
be
ones. And as
more.
mentioned, Vandergriff
10-4.
quickly noticed the pattern: multiple gay men disappearing in the same area in a short time frame. And the mounting community pressure eventually forced the police to acknowledge the possibility of a serial killer to do their fucking job. But
Yeah,
sadly,
do your
by the time the
freaking
case
job.
broke open, many lives had already been lost. But the fact that the members of the LGBTQ+ community banded together to demand action was significant, and it ensured that these victims were not forgotten and helped bring a killer spree to an end. So let's get into that. So throughout the early 1990s, as young men vanished in and around Indianapolis, their families grew desperate
play with
for
some putty.
answers.
Or not
And
putty,
missing
this is-
persons reports piled up, but initial police response was sluggish and fragmented. And part of the challenge was that multiple jurisdictions were involved.
I just
Some
want to
men
wrestle Nari.
disappeared
No,
from
I don't wrestle.
Indianapolis, while others from surrounding
I only
areas
wrestle
or
my
even
husband.
other cities like Lafayette, in the case of Manuel. And without bodies or crime scenes, police departments had little evidence to go on, and the pattern tying the cases together wasn't immediately recognized or cared about clearly. And additionally, the aforementioned fact that
It takes
many
two
victims were
people and
gay
one isn't
may have
interested, so no,
contributed to a lack
exactly.
of urgency on the part of the investigators, who assumed the men just might have left town voluntarily. So 1993 turned into 1994, and the list of missing persons just started to lengthen. And it became harder to ignore that something sinister was afoot. And a major turning point in the investigation came thanks to the determination of a private investigator and a brave survivor. So former Marion County Sheriff's Detective Virgil Vandergriff
I hate you,
hired law
Panda!
enforcement and started a private investigation firm. And in 1994,
I
he
hate
was hired
you.
by the families of Roger Goodlett and Alan Broussard.
I
Just
literally
two
look
others
over
who
because I
refused
always
to
have
let their
Discord
sons'
open, so I was
disappearances
just
be
like,
shrugged off.
this isn't
And
saying anyone's
Vandergriff
calling
took
me.
their concern seriously, you know, like the police should have. And he began comparing notes with police and other families and realized at least 8 young men had gone missing under
Oh, damn.
similar circumstances in a short span of time. So sensing the hallmarks of a serial offender, Vandergriff coordinated an informal task force. He and his associates visited the gay bars, distributed, quote, missing flyers, and interviewed patrons to gather any clues. And this grassroots sleuthing paid off because they learned that many in the gay community felt a predator was lurking in their midst. And one name, or rather alias, would surface, and that was Brian Dumbass. I mean smart. Because some dumbass recounted encounters with a middle-aged man who called himself Brian, and who was friendly, if a bit odd, and who sometimes invited people out to his, quote, estate. And it sounded benign at first, but at least one man had a terrifying story about Brian Smart, and he lived to tell the tale. And that man is known by the pseudonym Tony Harris.
Damn,
in
what happened?
1994, Tony Harris approached authorities with a haunting account. He believed he had survived an encounter with a serial killer. And Tony was a good friend of Roger Goodlett, and after Roger vanished, Tony grew determined to find out what happened. So he spent time at the bars Roger used to frequent, on the lookout for any information. And in the course of this investigation of his own, Tony met a man calling himself Brian Smart. And Brian was sociable and allegedly said he was from out of town, temporarily living at a client's farm estate. And one night, Brian invited Tony to go for a swim at the place he was staying. And Tony accepted, hoping he might learn if Brian was involved in Roger's disappearance. Which is extremely brave, but also terrifying. But it's like a movie. It's absolutely insane. But also, like, the police aren't doing shit, so Tony is just, like, main character.
Oh, don't know if that worked. What worked?
Guy. Absolutely insane, but
see.
Amazing at the same time. Just wanting to get justice for his friend and figure out what the fuck's going on. But Tony Harris's decision almost cost him his life, because he would ride out with Brian out to this unfamiliar property in the suburbs, which we know is Fox Hollow Farm. And it was dark when they arrived, but Tony noticed that the home was large and very isolated. And inside, Brian led him to the indoor pool, where mannequins stood around as if attending an endless cocktail party with statues. I can't even imagine just seeing that and being like, okay, I need to run. I need to clothesline.
It didn't work because
but
I think I have it.
I guess
not disturbed.
Brian Smart somehow explained that away, or Tony just wanted to figure out more information, and they would swim and engage in some consensual sexual activity. And Tony's accounts actually vary during this, but this is like the main one that I'm giving you right now. So Brian would offer Tony a drink, which Tony switched out with water when Brian wasn't paying attention, which is so smart because he had just a weird vibe from the whole situation. Then Brian suggested something unexpected, and he asked Tony to choke him to enhance the experience, as we know, erotic asphyxiation. And Tony would go along with this, and Brian's eyes would light up with excitement as he did so. And when Brian then wanted to reciprocate to Tony, because he would do this thing where Brian or Herb would let them choke him first to kind of gain that trust, and then he'd be like, okay, no, I'll do it to you. It's like this really up psychological thing, just planning, like he knows what he's doing. It's all part of his plan. But Tony would feel uneasy and decline the offer. And that's when the mood shifted. Because according to Tony's account, Brian suddenly wrapped a pool hose around Tony's throat and began to try to strangle him.
And claims the mannequins are his.
Multiple attempts like this throughout the evening, and it's mentioned in a few.
Bruh, if I stayed at if I was like
to cause Brian to stop, but at some
able to stay at a client's house, if I ever had a client, I don't know what type of work you had to do to like stay at a client's house, and they had mannequins like around their pool, I'd leave because I'd be like, they're a serial killer. They're a serial killer. No, thank you.
Point for reasons unknown, perhaps because Tony was a larger man than Brian, which made killing him difficult, or that Tony was not incapacitated from the drink he avoided. Brian then drove Tony back to Indianapolis. So he was now certain that Brian Smart was the one responsible for Roger's disappearance, and likely many others.
But tell Six better than this.
Went to the police with the story, and he provided a description of Brian Smart and recounted the location as best he could, because he hadn't known the actual address since he was driven there. But unfortunately, locating both Brian and the farm proved to be very difficult. because it wasn't until several months later that Tony would cross paths with Brian again. And this time, he made sure to get Brian's license plate number, which is, again, so smart. And when police ran the plate, it came back registered to Herb Baumeister of Westfield, Indiana. And this was the break they desperately needed, a concrete lead linking the pseudonyms to a real individual. And at this point, Herb Baumeister, a man with no criminal record of violence, popped up on the radar of authorities investigating the missing men. And detectives from Hamilton County Sheriff's Department and the Indianapolis's Police Department quietly began looking into Herb's background.
Yeah,
and
get
what
Herb.
they found was intriguing to say the least. Because Baumeister owned Fox Hollow Farm, matching Tony's description of the estate with an indoor pool. And Herb also had a history of mental instability and erratic behavior, which fit the profile of a disturbed offender. However, the police knew that suspicions were not enough. It's circumstantial, but also they have the account of Tony literally getting strangled by this guy, so I don't really know why they can't just jump in, but what do I know?
Yeah, and be like, you're arrested
for But they would need evidence to search the Baumeister property. So in late 1995, they approached Herb directly, asking for permission to search Fox Hollow in connection with the missing men. And Baumeister, he was pissed. He was outraged and very uncooperative. He would just flatly refuse the search request. Just adamantly denying any involvement and likely feigning shock at the implication.
Like, how could you?
Me? What? No, I have a family and a large property and I'm bankrupt and I'm in the closet and I'm very sad and I like to kill people. What was that? Oh, no, I trailed off. I blacked out for 20 seconds. What's going on? Again, just a fucking monster. Just a piece of shit. So without a warrant or consent, law enforcement was stuck. Because they didn't have enough for a judge to grant a search warrant at the time, which again, I don't understand because they literally have a victim saying he was like attempted murder. I don't really know why that should be a reason, you know? I don't really understand that. But again, what do I know? I'm a stupid YouTuber. During this time, Herb surely realized that as long as he didn't allow a search, the police had nothing concrete on him because it was only a survivor's word versus his. So
what would my killer name be?
Turn their heads over to his wife.
We're like
Julie Baumeister, in hopes of getting
I think
so
I'd
in
be.
late 1995, two detectives met with Julie and
Here's the thing. I feel like if I could kill and get away with it, my type of person that I would go after is pedos. Okay. And so I think I'd be more of a visual anti. Is that what it's called? Visual anti kind of person, and I don't know what my name would be. I think that's no, that's a hard one. I don't think so. Gooner gone wrong. Shut the fuck up.
Informed her that her husband was under investigation for quote homosexual homicide. Why is that different than regular homicide? Why is it called homosexual?
No, it's called homosexual.
Anyway, different time, really not that long ago. Whatever. But it was a phrase that Julie didn't even understand at first.
Like, what the fuck does that
Julie
mean?
was incredulous and certain that Herb, her husband of over 2 decades, couldn't possibly
oh my god, shut the fuck up.
A violent killer. Which, like, you know, I'm always just like, how do you not know? But, you know, I don't know. He seemed to be very, very premeditated, very calculated, and he put on quite the facade, so I feel like there is absolutely a possibility she literally had no idea. Like, she knew he was a bit crazy, but, like, other than that, she was just blissfully unaware, I guess. But she would say, quote, "You're wrong, that can't be true." And she would be extremely angry with the
detectives. It's true, bitch.
And it was
why do you think your husband doesn't touch you?
Because, as far as we know, she'd only ever known Herb as a quirky, difficult man, but not someone capable of murder. And the investigators persisted, describing the pattern of missing men and the incident with, quote, Brian Smart. And Julie asked them what, quote, homosexual homicide even meant.
She's like, what the
and
fuck does that mean?
The concept that her straight-laced husband might be secretly gay and murdering people was almost beyond her comprehension, which I can't even imagine. Because first you find out that your husband's been cheating on you with Ben, and then you find out that he's also been murdering these men. Like, it's a lot to take on.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
just
if
like,
you didn't know.
oh,
That's
my
horrible.
husband's
I mean, it's horrible. It's all horrible.
gay, and then like,
And you wanna
oh,
be
he's
like,
been
how did
murdering
you-
gay
how did
people
you not
too.
know? You know, how did you not know? But you know, some people just aren't as observant, and they're just living in their life, and they're just not caring, I guess. But that's too blows for sure. Can't even imagine the thought process there. So this whole thing was just an exceedingly frustrating time for law enforcement, just explaining this to Julie. And they had very strong circumstantial evidence against Herb, but no physical evidence. And meanwhile, Herb surely sensed the heat. So police likely surveillanced Fox Hollow Farm when they could, just hoping Herb might slip up. But Herb kept a very low profile. And notably,
I
no
doubt it.
known murders occurred after late 1995, suggesting Baumeister may have stopped killing once he knew he was under suspicion.
Here's
And
the thing.
Mike Kern's disappearance
I
in March
track
of
Panda.
1995 and Jerry Williams'
Is this
coma
serial?
in August of 1995 are the latest victims linked to him. But
Yeah, he
still,
kills
the
that cereal
stalemate
all day, every
continued
day.
into the spring of 1996. And investigators periodically checked in with Julie Baumeister, gently urging her to reconsider and allow a search of the property. But each time,
He
she
kills
declined,
cereal, I know,
torn
right?
between loyalty to her husband and the disturbing allegations.
We're like,
she
he's
was
a
hearing.
snack
somebody
killer.
came to me and told me
Honestly,
that my husband was.
I have to keep him away from snacks because if I don't, he eats all the snacks and doesn't leave me any. Okay?
All this stuff, I'd be like, yeah, check the property to rule that out. Like, put my pride away. Check that shit out. There was a chance I was living with a murderer. It just doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. What do I know? I'm just a stupid YouTuber. I don't know anything. So
don't know
then,
anything.
as they kept contacting Julie, she recalled thinking, quote, what if the police are right and I'm wrong?
Yes, Julie,
She's
you're
getting
wrong.
it now. And, you know, benefit of the doubt, I can't even imagine getting
Poor
that
killer,
news
oh
and
my
just, like,
gosh.
hoping, just that hope that it's the wrong guy, couldn't be him. That's all she's ever known is this guy that's been a good husband. And then, I don't know.
Has he been a
probably
good
just start
husband?
watching him and being like, yeah, maybe he could be. So I'm not.
What are you playing
I'm
with?
never gonna victim blame. And in this situation, if
slime,
she
I
didn't know,
guess?
absolutely a victim in this. It's just all
It's
like
fine.
looking on it, you're like,
It's
what?
fine.
But we don't know. We weren't there, you know. So
Why?
the
'Cause
breakthrough
it's
finally
fun.
came from within the Baumeister family, and by early 1996,
Gives
Herb
me
and
something
Julie's
to do with my
marriage had
hands.
reached a breaking point. And the financial strain
Finish the
from
blanket.
thrift stores
I'm
had
resting my
worsened.
fingers.
One store was severely struggling, and Herb's behavior was getting more and more erratic. And in early 1996, after police approached her with the allegations, Julie decided to file for divorce. Nice, Julie.
Yes,
High five.
Julie.
Hell yeah. This was a bold move, signaling that her faith in Herb was waning. And importantly, as part of the divorce,
I'm
and
not moving my
custody
fingers
process,
much. It's
Julie
more of
took
my
steps
hand
that
that I'm
gave her
moving.
more leverage over the property, because she's turning into a boss-ass bitch now. So by June 1996,
Listen, I always have
Julie
to
had found
mess
herself
with something,
reflecting
even
on
when
the
I'm
detective's
streaming.
warnings and
Just
shared a
talking to you
number
guys,
of
I always have
worrying
something in my hand,
incidences
okay?
with her lawyer. And one in particular had been nagging at her memory. And this is where I go back and I'm like, how didn't you know? But again, I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt because what do I know? But it's because a skeleton was found on the property by her son 2 years earlier. And she knew about this incident and she just was like, nah. It's probably a dog, even though it's a human skull. I don't know. So that's where I go back and I'm like, no, I don't think I think she just really wants to be in a nice house and maybe just not
Julie,
want her
what the
husband accountable.
fuck?
But again, like, I feel
Julie.
like that can't be possible with her, like knowing he was a murderer. But anyway, I'm digressing.
Julie,
deeply.
WTF?
Let me know what you think in the comments.
Are
But
you okay?
Really strange. Kid found a human skeleton on the property, and this whole skeleton finding incident from 1994 suddenly seemed a little bit more sinister than I guess it did back then. So the unraveling of Herb Baumeister's deadly secrets began with a gruesome discovery at his home. And that was a discovery that incredibly was overlooked. Because in the late fall of 1994, Herb's
You have a doll
13-year-old
collection?
son
Not
was playing
really.
in a wooded area in the Fox Hollow farm when he stumbled upon a human skull lying on the ground. And not far from the skull where several more bone fragments were found later on from a human skeleton. And this boy, his son, would bring the skull home to show
You have
his
a
mother.
cat
And when
collection?
Julie
I mean,
confronted
I like
Herb
cat
about
stuff,
this
but
morbid
no.
find, Herb had a ready explanation. And this is where I'm back to, you know, he was really good at talking. Julie, like, why would you think that your husband can do that? You know, you'd like to. So I'm back with Julie.
Would have called the
But he
cops
calmly
right then
told
and
his
there.
wife that the skull was an old medical specimen, likely part of
Bro.
a skeleton used in anatomy.
Can I say something that happened? Speaking of buried bones and finding bones, I remember. You guys are gonna fucking laugh at me. I remember, I was a small child, and small children play in dirt. Okay, playing in dirt, found a bone. I show my older brother. He's like, "Oh my god, that's a dinosaur bone!" It was a chicken bone. Fucking chicken bone. Okay, but all ass me fell for it, and I'm just like, "Oh my god, there's dinosaurs in the backyard! Oh my god!" Bitch, the bone was like this small. Okay, what the fuck?
Study that his late father, remember, Dr. Baumeister, was a physician, had owned and left among his belongings. And Herb even suggested that perhaps his father's medical skeleton had been stored in their garage and animals dragged it into the woods. So animals don't eat bones or skulls. Usually it's left because there's no meat on it, but okay. So it was in our
Panda,
story,
or not Panda,
Herb
Preenie's
delivered it
was like 4 years older than me, so he was like learning stuff that I didn't know and stuff like that. And I think I was just like probably like 5, I want to say like 5, 6, 7 maybe. So I was still like I believed almost everything my brother told me. My brother's like my dad, I guess. So like when he was like, "Oh my god, it's dinosaur," I'm like, "Oh, really? Fucking, I did not know how big dinosaur bones were back in the day. Okay, so plus he always messed with me like all the time. So like, no, you know.
Honestly, and astonishingly, Julie believed him, or at least accepted the explanation at the time, which again.
No, I feel like he was trolling me because like afterwards he's like, "You believe that shit?"
Matter of fact and reassuring about it that she saw no reason to suspect otherwise. Which, okay, sure. And Herb then took the skull from her and said he would dispose of it. And likely he threw it back onto the pile of remains in the woods or hid it elsewhere on the grounds. And this incident in 1994 was perhaps the closest Herb came to being exposed during his active killing years.
I'll go back
and
to
it's chilling to realize that if things had gone differently, the case might have been blown open then, or he could have hurt his family. So it's almost, I don't know. I mean, so many lives would have been saved if there was some deeper thinking going on. Just so horrifying and unfortunate. However, the seed of doubt was planted. And even if Julie didn't fully realize it, because that skull sighting effectively ended Herb's killing spree for a time. And investigators believe Herb was so alarmed at his son's discovery that he stopped murdering in late 1994, at least until the spring of 1995, because he had come perilously close to being caught and likely become more cautious. So fast forward to June 1996, Julie Baumeister, now in the midst of divorce proceedings, was reflecting
like
on her
blueberry now.
life with Herb and all the peculiar, unsettling moments, including that skull. Meanwhile, the police were still politely knocking on her door, armed with new urgency after hearing that Herb's business was failing and the marriage was collapsing. Stressors that might prompt Herb to flee or destroy evidence. So Julie finally reached a tipping point. And on June 24th, 1996, she contacted her attorney and authorities and gave them the green light they'd been waiting for.
Oh,
That was
thank
permission
God,
to search
Julie!
Fox Farm. And critically,
Julie,
she
thank
chose
you!
a moment when Herb was out of the house. So with Herb safely away, Julie met with Hamilton County detectives and allowed them onto the property. And one can only imagine her dread and resolve in that moment. She likely hoped nothing would be found, yet part of her must have feared the worst. And investigators would waste no time, because now armed with consent and, by extension, a property search warrant, teams from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office and the Indianapolis Police, along with forensic anthropologists from the University of Indianapolis, descended onto Foxhole Farm in the last week of June 1996. And what they found was beyond anyone's imagination, because in that wooded area near the back of the house, an officer spotted what looked like a human leg bone just laying on the ground almost immediately. Like, bones were just laying on the property. And upon closer inspection, the surrounding soil glinted with white fragments of bone shards, and they were everywhere.
So that tells me they probably weren't buried that deep, as well as probably some bones were lost to animals.
Investigators found a sort of dumping ground, just a pile of burned, charred bone pieces. He didn't even care enough to
Do you keep the house
bury
after
them.
he's locked up?
The
I don't
two
know.
main clusters of remains were identified in the woods, and another section of the property to the west of the house revealed yet more bones. The sheer volume of these bones were staggering, and over the next several days, evidence technicians collected bone after bone, teeth, and even personal items.
Can't bring
And they
myself to
uncovered
say.
handcuffs suggesting restraints were used on victims. They found shell casings from a firearm, though it's not believed Herb ever shot any of his victims. So the casings might have just been from shooting on the property. But by the end of the 2-week search, more than 10,000 human bones and fragments had been recovered. And these remains would later be analyzed and found to represent at least 11 distinct individuals.
How do you sell
and
that?
possibly
People
up
that
to
are interested
17
in serial
more,
killers.
Though only the 10 we went over earlier are confirmed as of 2025. So for a quiet Indianapolis suburb, this discovery was the stuff of nightmares. A serial killer's burial pit right in their backyard.
And like after
And Julie
years, it just
Baumeister,
doesn't
who was
become that
present
important.
during some of the
I
search,
guess.
was absolutely distraught as the evidence mounted that her husband had indeed been killing men on their property. And the realization that she and her children had lived
you could
alongside
rezone it,
this
yeah.
horror was almost too much to bear. I can't even imagine finding that out. Like, how horrible. And as the
Or
news
tear
of
it
the
down
find
and
broke,
rebuild something
Herb
else.
Baumeister got wind that the police were searching Foxhole Farm, and Herb's reaction was swift, and he would flee Indiana almost immediately. So on June
Do I have
29th,
a house
police
for you?
issued a warrant for Herb's arrest on multiple homicide charges, but they were too late. And Baumeister had already driven north, crossing the border into Ontario, Canada. So a multi-state and international alert went out for him.
Damn,
His
he
exact
was on the
whereabouts
run.
were unknown for a few days, which is so scary. And then on July 3rd, 1996, 2 days after my birthday, campers in Pinery Provincial Park, a large park on Lake Huron in Ontario, found a man's body inside a parked car. And it was Herb Baumeister, taking the easy way out like the piece of shit he is, just avoiding any sort of consequences. And Baumeister's body was discovered just as law enforcement back home was closing in, and he chose to take his own life rather than face any sort of consequences or
What a
capture.
pussy.
So Herb's taking of his own life meant that he would never stand trial for his crimes, never answer the questions that so many family members had. However, he did leave behind a note, which was just a rambling 3-page letter addressed mainly to his wife and children. But in it, Herb oddly apologized for, quote, messing up the scenery of the Canadian park where he took his own life. And he expressed regret over the breakup of his marriage and the failure of his business, citing those as reasons for his impending ending of life. And tellingly, what Herb's note did not mention was anything about the 11-plus men whose remains had been found at his home, and he made no confession or
Like, I'm not
reference
gonna
to the
confess
murders
that.
at
I'm
all.
taking
And this
that to my
omission
grave.
Infuriated investigators and just
Fuck.
devastated the victims' families, because Baumeister died without ever acknowledging or taking responsibility for the lives he had brutally taken. It was as if in Herb's mind, those young men
Shit.
simply just did not matter. And
Cat
even in
loves
death,
you.
He stuck to the narrative that he was the victim of the circumstance, with his failed marriage and business woes, and that he was not a murderer. So police and prosecutors publicly voiced frustration that Baumeister's final act was one of cowardice and silence, robbing the families of any chance at answers or justice in court. And with Herb dead, the case moved from a manhunt to a
I mean, like,
massive
what do you
forensic
do after, like, they
identification
find
effort.
so many
Throughout
bodies on your property?
1996
There's no
and
way.
into 1997, anthropologists and law enforcement worked tirelessly to identify the bone fragments recovered from Fox Hollow Farm. And it was painstaking work, because the burned, crushed, and intermingled bones made it extremely challenging to match pieces to specific individuals. And still, progress was made, and by 1999, authorities announced they had confidently identified the remains of several men from the property. And the identifications were done via methods like dental records, DNA comparisons with family members, and personal items found. And each identification brought a mix of sorrow and relief to the families. Sorrow to have confirmation of death, but relief to finally know and to be able to hold funerals.
He's trying to
For
feed
instance, when
you!
bones belonging to Alan Broussard were identified, his mother Sharon felt vindicated in her long-held intuition that, quote, "I know he's there at Fox Hollow. I just know it." A mother always knows. And the scope of Baumeister's crimes had fully come to light for the public. And the case would just shock Indiana and the entire nation,
I'm so
revealing
mad.
that a serial killer had been active and under the radar, targeting gay men in the heart of the Midwest. And the search of Fox Hollow Farm didn't end with Herb's death, because over the years, additional searches were conducted as technology improved or as new tips emerged. And remarkably, as late as December 2022, investigators returned to Fox Hollow
Damn.
with cadaver dogs and
Oh,
located
shit.
yet another bone fragment and several new spots of interest on the property.
Damn,
And this
it's
shows
not
that
over
even
yet.
decades later, the ground at Fox Hollow may still hold secrets and small pieces of young men who never made it home. And a renewed effort in the 2020s, spearheaded by Hamilton County Coroner Jeff Jellison, has focused on using modern DNA techniques like forensic genetic genealogy to identify the remaining unknown victims. And in 2023 and 2024, these efforts paid off, and they would identify Alan Livingston, who had vanished in 1993, and the aforementioned Resendez and Jones. And Jellison emphasized that it was, quote, not acceptable for these people to remain nameless, essentially left on a shelf in storage for years. So thanks to improved DNA testing, he said, quote, "We need to make every effort possible to identify these people and return them to their loved ones," which is just amazing. Like, it's amazing that technology has become what has become, and people are so determined to bring families peace. I think it's so incredible. So the case officially remains open and an unsolved homicide investigation, in the sense that not all victims are accounted for and no charges were ever filed due to Herb's taking of his own life.
Fuck
And
you,
for
Herbs.
the detectives and scientists involved, there is a commitment to continue working until as many of the victims as possible have their names restored. And Herb Baumeister's death marked the end of a criminal case against him, but it did not end the haunting questions, which is, why did he do it? And how did no one notice? And could it have ever been stopped sooner? And these questions have been explored in the years since through profiles, documentaries.
Yeah,
and
because I really
countless
want to know if
discussions
it's
among
like
true crime followers. But to
feel disgusted
understand
with
Herb
himself.
Baumeister is to delve into a perplexing.
Because I feel like maybe that was the case, because in his death letter, he's just like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I ruined the scenery." So maybe he was secretly disgusted that he's interfering with the image of being a straight, successful man with a family. I don't know. I wonder if it is that case.
One that on the surface managed a normal life, but underneath was driven by dark compulsions. Because what could drive a man like Herb Baumeister to commit such unspeakable acts? And we can contemplate and theorize, but at the end of the day, we'll never know, because that piece of shit took his own life, and hopefully he's rotting in hell.
Yeah.
But that is Fox Hollow Farm and Herb Baumeister. What a monster. I mean, horrible, but just the community involved and everyone stepping up, and Tony and the moms and the private investigator and all the scientists now. It is quite amazing what people banding together can do. And I'm just going to choose to remember the victims in the situation and not the aforementioned piece of shit. But let me know what other cases you want me to deep dive into.
That was a piece of crap. He's a piece of crap. Took the easy way out. Fuck you. It's just called Rotten Mango. Rotten. Yeah, I sat down with the killer. This is the one. This is the. Oh.
Bada bing, bada boo.
There is a certain process of elimination when you are at the scene of a death. Some cases are obviously going to be trickier than others. Some cases, the whole time, the investigators are debating, first of all, how? Like, how did this even happen? We don't know. And if this is what truly happened, if our theory is correct, are we sure that's what really happened? That's what the investigators are doing. But for Detective Ryan, this case starts off really easy. Dead man in the living room in his own house. He's dead in his living room, in his house, in like a
When you turn up, let me know.
area. He walks in. Was it natural? That's the first question. Well, no, because there's droplets of blood right at the entrance of the house. It doesn't seem like it was natural. Detective Ryan steps into the house a little bit deeper now. Was it a robbery gone wrong? The door shows no signs of forced entry. He steps inside further, and there are just streaks of blood everywhere. One of the other officers walks straight up to him and just says, well, somebody tried to cut this dude's head off. Murder. That's what this is. We got the how. The cause of death is murder with a hunting knife. By the clues left behind in the living room, I mean, nothing of value.
Guess what? Chicken butt.
All of the blood is concentrated in the couch in this living room area. Whoever did this hunted the dead man. It's like they hunted them and killed him in his own living room. And it wasn't quick either. Like, there are slash wounds all over this man's body. His throat is nearly slit. You can see the bone on both sides. There's blood all over the walls. There's blood soaking into the carpets. This guy was hunted. He was killed rather painfully, rather violently in his own living room. The first interesting detail that sticks out to Officer Ryan is that there's this bloody footprint that just feels so out of place. Obviously, there's gonna be lots of bloody footprints all over this living room, but it's concentrated in this specific living room area, except this one clear bloody footprint right in front of the door to the primary bedroom. It's almost like the killer, whoever this person is, walked over there, put one foot just outside the door, never stepped inside.
What's your favorite meme?
What are they doing? Detective Ryan steps inside the master
What
bedroom.
the hell?
And that's when he sees it. He's like, did the killer slit that man's throat?
I don't know.
Walk over
I have too
to
many.
this bedroom.
I live rent free in my head.
Bed? Detective Ryan knows instantly that whoever did this knows the dead man, targeted the dead man, hunted the dead man, and left a giant trail of evidence. It's not long after that that Detective Ryan is going to find the killer. And he's got a lot of questions to ask this killer. And so do we.
Garby meeting. Okay, Arya.
Can you take us to when we're in the car after you kill Dennis?
I was bleeding severely.
This is in her house. This is in her house. She interviewed this guy in her house? Oh my god. How do you... What? Okay, this episode includes mention of grooming, animal abuse, and CSA, okay? So, you guys have been warned. Please do not hesitate to take a break if needed, or come back later, guys, okay? Is that the killer? I believe so.
Can you take us to when we're in the car after you kill Dennis?
I was bleeding severely. I had a severe wound. Speaking to my buddy in the passenger seat, I was not even thinking about getting away with it. I was thinking about stopping the blood flow.
Did you have a hole in your hand?
I did. I put a knife right through it, severed the ligaments and tendons.
How long was the knife?
It was a hunting knife, so they're about
fucked up
6 inches long, 8 inches.
And that was also the murder weapon?
Yes.
Did you take the murder weapon with you, or did you leave it?
Took it.
And there was blood everywhere. Was it coming from your hand, or was it someone else's blood?
A mixture.
Did you feel the need to get rid of the blood?
I had a glove on, and when I got back to my house, I could wring out the glove. It was just pouring out of me, and it was everywhere in my garage.
Can you walk me through the hole in your hand?
See, it wasn't straight through the hand. It was down this way and out this way.
Oh,
So
god
it went
damn.
the whole length. And you could see pretty deep into the...
Oh my
'cause
god, it's worse than
wide open
me!
at the time.
And you're just driving with one hand.
I had the glove on at the time, so I couldn't see it until I got back and standing in my garage, pulled the glove off, and then I was like, "Oh boy, we got a problem."
Did it hurt? The hole in the hand?
Yeah, but I was full of adrenaline and cocaine and alcohol. I wasn't fixated on the pain. No, the pain didn't bother me at the time.
The next morning, police are surrounding your house and you pour a glass of Chardonnay. Yeah? How many police officers are outside trying to arrest you?
12 to 20.
Are you scared?
I'm thinking life is over.
Your attorney describes it as horrific crime scene photos after you left Dennis's house. Have you seen those photos?
I have.
Did you feel anything when you saw it?
Honestly, no.
I know I'm covering her, but deal with it.
Dennis's obituary reads, "To those who knew him well, he will be remembered as a great man who always went above and beyond the call of duty, and one whose love and loyalty for his friends was unparalleled." Do you agree with that?
No, I do not agree with that.
You provided to us your records, like your psychology records from when you were in jail and then later prison. Psychologist asked you, "Do you feel relief after the homicide?" And you say, "I can't say that. Things were out of control. No relief."
Yeah, what happened in that night was horrific. In his house was horrific, and it wasn't anything to sit back and rejoice over. It was a bloody, gory, horrific event.
Do you remember how many times you stabbed him, or do you only know from what's been told?
Only from what I've been told.
Initially, when you were first arrested, I think there was questions of maybe there is an insanity plea. Maybe there are all these other things. And one report reads, "The most outstanding clinical feature was the absence of any significant overt psychopathology." So does that mean that some psychiatrists were confused because you didn't strike them as a psychopath or someone that just kills out of nowhere?
Right, they didn't find any, anything psychologically wrong with me to do what I did.
You killed Dennis Pegg.
I did.
You stabbed him.
I did.
Reports say you slit his throat.
Yes.
You spit on his bed.
Yes.
And you drove off with a hole in your hand.
Correct.
And then you were arrested, and psychiatrists say that they found nothing wrong with you.
Correct.
And so technically you killed someone and you don't regret it.
No.
And everyone in town, while you're in jail waiting for a trial, a plea deal, waiting for whatever fate has in store, everyone in town has free Clark stickers on their cars. People are writing articles. People are selling bumper stickers that say "Free Clark."
They were everywhere instantly, like in less than a week's time.
Why did you kill Dennis Pegg?
The short answer is he was a monster.
What's the long answer?
The long answer is he had a 45-year reign of terror in our little town of Stillwater, New Jersey, raping boys.
Were you one of the boys?
I was.
Oh my god.
I was reading in your memoir, Scarred.
I'm gonna stop right now, guys. I'm going to change my warning because this is gonna be a very serious topic. I did not know it was gonna be this serious. may contain topic, essay, is it CSA? CSA, yes. And grooming. I'm gonna that. Okay. Alrighty, we are changing that topic. Sorry, guys. I did not know how bad this one was going to be. I should have known because she warned us. But I was just like, how does that tie into this guy who murdered someone and didn't give a shit? And it's just like, oh, crap. This is going to be a doozy. Strap yourselves in, or please join later. Or come back tomorrow for our next stream if you're uncomfortable with this topic. I probably will be crying because I'm very sensitive to this topic in a way, but not really. I do enjoy learning more about it.
You were born with a hole in your heart.
I was just a defect in my heart, and the doctors monitored me for the first 6 years of my life. And they told my parents we were down to a 6-month window to operate to repair it.
And so you had the surgery and you have a scar that you call a zipper.
You know, with all the stitching, it looks just like a zipper.
I know in the beginning when you were a kid, you were bothered by the scar. Is that something you're still bothered by?
No, I've come to make peace with my scar.
So, okay, what was your first impression of Dennis? I know in your memoir you talk about how he came over and he offered you $1 to touch your scar because it was the thing that your parents were doing to try to get you to be proud of your scar, was to show people for quarters.
Right. You're going back, to 1971 to have open heart surgery as a 6-year-old child. Open heart surgery today is still a risky endeavor. So they were extremely proud of me for surviving this. I was in Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City for a month straight. And they were so proud. They just wanted to show me off to their friends. And they thought a neat way to, when you're a kid, you just want to fit in with all the other kids. Yeah. I had something now that made me stick out from everybody. So they just thought it would be a way to get me comfortable with it by showing it to their friends and collecting a quarter.
Dennis Pegg was a family friend.
He was my brother's boy. I had a brother who was 6 years older than me. Jay. And he was my brother's Boy Scout leader. And we had a lot of land where we lived in New Jersey, and he would hunt on our land with,
I think that's what
my
they
father
said.
And brother. I wasn't old enough yet, and my parents owned a restaurant back then, and my father put on big Sunday night meals, and he would come every Sunday and have dinner
serious
with us
topic.
And, tell stories about. He worked at the county jail as a sheriff's officer, and he would tell stories about there.
Fine.
Do you think that he targeted your family to get close to you guys, or do you think he genuinely was just friendly with your parents?
Targeted.
Target.
Predators have to win over. One, they have to win over their community, so nobody would ever suspect them. 2, they have to win over the family, and then last, they have to win over the victim.
It's that trust. You'll trust that parents feel like, oh, there's no doubt, like, this guy does not mean any harm. He would never do something like this. type of vibes, and that's the crazy part. That's absolutely insane to me.
Moment that he saw your scar.
It was just a couple months after I had the surgery. Everybody in my family was in our backyard, and I came inside to get a drink and watch cartoons for a minute. And Dennis came to the front door, which was right next to our den. And I heard his voice, and I bounded up. I loved Dennis. You know, I just thought he was great. He always had his gun on and a badge. And I let him in, and he asked where everybody was, and I told
He was a police officer? Is he a police officer? I don't know if it said that. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
told him everybody was out back, and he said, let's sit in the den for a minute. And then he said, you know, hey, I got a quarter. Can I see your scar? Didn't think anything of it. Lifted my shirt, showed him. And he said, I've never seen a scar so raised up like yours. I have keloid condition, so my scar is pronounced. And he goes, how about I give you $1 if you let me touch it? I couldn't possibly think of, in my little 6-year-old mind, of any ulterior motives he would have. And I said, sure, Den. And he took his big, meaty fingers and he ran them up and down my scar. And then he went below my scar line to like my belt line. And he was just probing and saying, is your stomach sore from the surgery? And I'm like, no, not at all, Den. And he's like, okay.
You guys can't
He's
see
like,
this, but
has
I'm
to be our
holding my
little secret.
hand.
He goes,
Ow.
if you tell your parents that I gave you $1 for touching your scar, we can't be buddies. And I'm like, I can keep a secret.
So when he's like probing and touching, did it just feel like, because you had just gotten out of surgery, did it just feel like another adult that's maybe making sure you're okay?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that the feeling?
Yeah, and I had, like I said, there wasn't one thought in my mind that he could have any other reason to touch other than he cared about me and my well-being.
Throughout the book, you describe him as having meaty fingers. And I know a lot of cases that we cover, a lot of victims remember specific sensations or very specific scents even. Is that something that you like remember distinctly as meaty fingers? Like,
Yeah, he was a big hulking guy, and I was a little tiny kid back then. When I say hulking, he was probably 265 pounds, and just one of those big, beefy guys. Him touching my scar stands out so pronounced in my mind, and the visualization of his big, meaty fingers is like ingrained in my memory. I wish I could scrape it off and remove it, but I can't. It's like ingrained in there.
I'm assuming that's a worse memory than the actual open heart surgery.
Yeah, it's he like ruined my open
I'm
heart
always
surgery,
told me don't trust
ruined
men
my
with
scar,
mustaches.
hated my scar.
Like every man right
because
now.
what would happen later on. And he's the reason for me hating the way I looked.
Did he have any sort of fascination with your scar, or was it truly 100% just an excuse to start grooming you?
Yeah, I don't think he had any things with a predator. They're never the way they seem. A predator is a chess master.
Can't trust
always
Cranbit.
multiple
I don't think
steps
Cranbit
ahead
has a
of you.
mustache.
So like
I don't know.
everything may seem
Ask him.
one way, but to them it's complete other way. And I don't think he cared two hoots about
He's a
my
trucker.
scar.
Yeah,
It was
not
just
all
an
truckers have
avenue
mustaches.
to get what he ultimately
Some truckers are
wanted.
women.
You guys would go fishing. There would be a lake. You and a bunch of boys would
Bullshit,
go
okay.
fishing. Dennis Pegg would constantly be there. And there was an issue with the sunfish. Like these little fish in the lake that don't taste good. They're not edible fish?
Yeah, I mean, they're tiny.
Oh, they're pretty.
To fillet a sunfish, you'd have to fillet a lot of them to get any meat off of their...
So it's mainly...
Full beard, no mustache. Hey,
Right down by the
yo.
dam, there'd be a lot
ya.
of sunfish, and they're a really like gullible fish where you don't even need to put a worm on a hook. You could just put your hook in the water and they see the bright shimmering and they just latch onto it, and you know, you catch them and you just release them, or so we thought.
he does not catch and release them. What did he do?
That's not scary.
And again, for me
What do
to
you mean?
say
Men?
he didn't like
Listen, men that have big, long beards are like, country roads take me home to a place I belong, West Virginia. Sorry.
Fish is wrong because he's a chess master. Remember, he's a predator, and he's one step ahead of us, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead of us. He would tell us little boys that sunfish were a worthless fish and that they needed to be killed. And he would catch them and stomp on them with his boot. Or he would catch them, throw them in the grass alongside the river, and then pick up a big rock and smash it down on them. And he'd be like, that's what you do to things that are worthless.
So everything's like a means to an end for him. So he just wants to scare everyone.
I have a feeling Buck has a
control
mustache.
thing. It's a
Why don't you ask him?
domination thing. It's also to let you know if he considers
Nah,
you
Buck feels like a
worthless.
full beard kind of
This
guy,
is
you
what
know?
will happen to you. We're down there as a group of young boys, and it's not just me. He's targeting. He's targeting all of us, and letting us all know how he feels about worthless things.
This is a little sidetracked, but I was doing research into sunfish because I didn't even know what they looked like. And in a lot of indigenous cultures, they're actually known for protecting the young.
Really?
That's like they're some of the fiercest protectors of their young.
Wow.
Like they will stay by their young for 10 to 14 days and starve themselves just to protect them. And so it seems almost ironic that he specifically did not like sunfish as well.
Wow,
It's
I didn't
very
know that.
interesting.
Never heard
That's
that. Yeah,
weird.
So in one of the court documents, it mentions that he drink a goldfish, or he bit a goldfish in half, spit the halves into his beer. Did he drink the beer with the goldfish?
Yeah. And he said he used to do that with his army buddies.
And he would just make you guys watch.
Made me watch. This was at his house.
You're saying that he will bite a goldfish in half?
Yeah, he bit a goldfish in half and then swallowed it down with his beer. And you can make up whatever psychological reference you want. Again, it's to scare me. It's to show violence to me.
Like his demeanor during all of it is just...
Dennis was a light switch. He could be one way, outgoing, friendly, gregarious, fun-loving. Instantly, eyes dilate, turn black, and he becomes a completely different person.
What happens at the Polaroids?
Yeah. Down at the lake again. I lived at a lake community, and there was a dam area. And the dam would separate the lake and then into the river. And that's where all his kids would hang out and play. He did everything out of the watchful eye of my parents. When everything happened, my mother said, I never even saw him with you. And I'm like, everything happened down at the lake. And he was giving beer to us young boys, not just me, down there. So I'm like 9 years old. Get a picture of a little 9-year-old. He invites me into his pickup truck down at the lake, and let's have a beer. So he gives me a beer. And I thought it was great. Here's a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant in the sheriff's department. And I'm getting to have a beer with him. I'm thinking, this is fantastic. And he says, one of my friends just bought a old farmhouse, and there was a old desk left behind. So I started going through the drawers, and it was filled with porno pictures. You want to see some? And I'm like thinking like Playboy
a 9-year-old
type stuff. He reaches. He had cargo shorts. Cargo shorts had the big pockets on them. So he opens up his cargo shorts pockets and takes out a handful of Polaroid pictures. And he's looking at them, and he just starts giggling like a little schoolboy would giggle. And he's like, "Oh, these are a riot." He's like, "Here," and it was a close up of a young
fuck has a
penis.
beard without a mustache?
And he's
Hey,
like,
some people do, okay? Some people can't grow a mustache, okay? And they can only grow a beard, okay? Stop it. Stop it.
Another one. And
Don't
here's
have either
another
one.
And it was just
That's a lie. Every woman has a mustache that they need to shave every now and then.
after penis, and he's slapping my knee in his truck.
Hold up, let me.
After here, a little schoolboy would giggle, and he's like, "Oh, these are a riot." He's like, "Here," and it was a close up of a young penis, and he's like, "Here's another one, and here's another one," and it was just penis after penis, and he's slapping my knee in his truck, laughing. "Aren't these so funny? Aren't these a riot?"
Saying I have
And
a
I'm like,
mustache is inaccurate. I have a
"Where's all
whole
the
thing.
women, Ben?"
Exactly.
And he's like, "Oh, those must have been in the other drawer. Next time I go over to that house, I'll open up the other drawer for you. But look at these. Aren't these a riot? Aren't these so funny?" And I'm just like, you know.
So he was
So you think he
showing
took
them.
these Polaroids? I mean, there was no friend. There was no farmhouse.
No.
He took these.
Yes. Yeah. He always had large stories, and looking back now, I don't know if one of them was true. I have no idea.
He would invite you to his house, and then he would try to feed you beers and.
What would happen a lot is the dam area where I lived, the river went right through Stillwater to a bridge area, the Gristmill Bridge. There was a old gristmill right at the bridge. And he would say,
Oh my God, I can't believe we're
down at the
arguing
dam
about
area,
this.
"The fish aren't biting that good. Let's go over, towards the gristmill." Or there's twin bridges in another section of the river. Or he'd say, "Let's go to the twin bridges." And he would always mysteriously slip in the mud. His foot would go into the mud. Or he'd slip and go into the river and get his boot wet. And we'd have to go to his house so he could change his sneaker or change his boots. And that's how he would get me over there. And then while we were there, well, let's have a beer while we're here. So it would be just to get me comfortable going to
I
his
don't know.
house
LOL. You
and
brought. I
having
mean,
a
like
beer
Sleepy brought it
upstairs.
up. I don't know.
Were the houses like far apart, or did people see that there's constantly boys going in and out of his house?
No, he lived up a long driveway, and the house sat alone up there.
So you can't see anything. Like if you were to scream, people can't hear. It's pretty.
There was houses down below, but his was a driveway that went up, did a 90-degree turn to the house, and it was the only house up there. His
See what I talk about. It's 40% random talk and 60% lizard.
house, I don't want to call it a cabin. It was a 2-bedroom,
35% lizard
house. And it sat up on a hill that overlooked the elementary school playground.
Was he like looking there all the time? Was he outside?
I went to that elementary school, Stillwater Elementary School. I was
I
in
believe it.
Little League
I believe it.
baseball, and he was at every game that I can recall. Down on the fence, there was a fence that would go around the ball field. He would be down there. He would come around the fence to...
What sucks is like for school sucks.
to the bench where we'd sit at and grab your shoulders. "Oh, great job out there. Great job." Just always down at the playground with the young kids.
No one thought it was weird? Because he doesn't have kids of his own.
They probably didn't think it was weird because he's a did they say lieutenant or something like that? Lieutenant, whatever, officer, whatever. Like they didn't think it was wrong because they're like, "Oh my God, police officers be so nice to the kids."
Right?
Not married, no kids. But he's the lieutenant in the sheriff's department. He's the Boy
Sorry,
Scout
I'm
leader.
fucking
The Boy
message.
Scouts did their meetings in the gym of the elementary school. So he's wrapped around everything in the town. He's on the Stillwater Historical Society board. The little old ladies loved him. I mean, this goes on for years now. You know, the touching of the scar happened when I was 6 years old. It goes on to, like I said, inviting me into his truck down at the dam to have a beer with him. And this has to be our secret. And in my mind, I'm like, I don't want to ruin this, so I'm not going to tell my parents I had a beer with the lieutenant from the sheriff's department. This is fantastic. You know, and he made you like his equal. You know, he put you on equal. He made you like feel special, and it's us against the world. Everything he told me. I mean, one of the stories I recite is. I'm
messaging Toto.
And on one of his trips, he said he met the Marlboro Man. Now, if you grew up in the 70s, 80s, the Marlboro Man was a fictional character, but on the back of every magazine with a Marlboro cigarette dangling in his mouth. And he was the coolest dude
Guess who's
imaginable.
Back again.
Dennis took
Kitty's
the
back.
coolest
Tell a friend.
Kitty's back. Kitty's back. Kitty's back. Na 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 da 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 na na. Oh my god.
Machoist guy in America, and told me he met him on a trip and he was gay. He said, it didn't bother me in the least. He was such a great guy. We hung out for 3 days and had dinners and just, you know, just spent a lot of time together. So, and again, he would say, this has to be our secret. Don't tell anybody the Marlboro Man's gay. He can find.
I'm sorry. I am messaging Toto. Estimated, they said depends on toggles and stuff like that. It should be done in their 2 months. 2 weeks. What they said. Longest, depending on toggles and stuff, is like a whole month, which is good. So that means I probably should have this before my birthday. Planning stuff. Sorry. I got excited. Back to the story. I know I shouldn't be excited when we're listening to the story, but like, dreams are coming true, guys. Dreams are coming true. Sorry.
That in me, you know. I don't want his secret getting out. Did he ever meet the Marlboro Man? Who played the Marlboro Man? Yeah. I have no idea. Probably not. Was the Marlboro Man gay? Who knows? Yeah. It's just like I said. Nothing is ever as it seems with a predator. And so what's he doing? He's taking the machoist guy in America, fictional character but machoist, and making him
debut when exactly on her birthday.
Response and trying to normalize it.
If I'm able to do it sooner and get everything I need, before then maybe, but if again I want to get everything before I debut. I want to get the emotes ready for you guys. I want to get room ready for you guys. So maybe not right. Like, because if it is, let's say, going off what they said, and this is all speculation, it's not accurate. Mid-September, okay? And it takes, let's say it's minimum 2 weeks. It'd be October, or end of October at most, okay? In time for the donathon? Oh my god, you're right. You're right. It'd be in time for the donut. But I really want to make sure I have everything for you. Oh, that's no, that's too soon. That's really too soon. That's like, I wouldn't have everything ready for you guys unless I push the donathon, which I don't want to push the donathon. Oh. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck? Sleepy cat, trust me, I have a mustache. I have a mustache. You can't trust me. Okay. Estoy Don Nari. ¿Cómo estás, chat? ¿Cómo estás, chat?
The machoist guy in the world is gay, you know, and that's again, I that's what I would surmise he was doing. You know, I can't.
Don Adan.
he tries to start wrestling with you. That was kind of like the gateway into
wrestling.
You know, so he's taken years now, you know, of porn pictures, Marlboro Man, beers, slipping into the river, go to the house, beers, you know, so he's invested years. Lizard. More touch. That's why I see people tussling boys' hair, and it just sends a chill down my spine. Because to the normal person, it's like, oh, cute little Billy, you know. But to a predator, they need to initiate touch, and that little tussle of the hair is going to go to a pat on the knee, is going to go to a pat on the thigh, is then going to go to a wrestling match. So he told me that he wrestled my older brother, Jay, and he wrestled my next door neighbor, Jeff. Jeff and Jay were inseparable. They were same age, same grade, in the Scouts together. And he says to me, I wrestled Jeff and Jay. Let's see how tough you are. And I'm like, okay. And at first he would let me dominate, let's say, you know, get the upper hand on him. And then, like I said, that light switch would go off and his eyes would turn dark and black. And he would pin me to the ground. And he'd get his hulking 265-pound body on top of me and start gyrating and moving and grooving. And looking back on it at the time, not really realizing what he was doing, but he was erect. And this was getting him off.
And you're 11, so you're tiny.
I was 10 when that started happening, when the wrestling started.
I mean, he's like 3, 4, 5 times your size.
Yeah, I mean, and because of I was a sick little kid when I was young. Like,
remember?
You know, I was in the hospital constantly with the flu and bronchitis and anything because of the hole in my heart. They would put me into the hospital immediately. I'd be in an oxygen tent, and you know, so I was constantly in the hospital. And
you guys are weird.
I had to be careful for a long while after surgery with playing.
Grandpa, she's exposing your chat.
There were some limitations put on me by the doctors, you know, so I was just a small little kid
Hi, Bros,
back
how
then,
are
sick
you?
kid.
It's been a while.
And,
Hi. Actually, I talked to you yesterday. How are
this
you?
guy just took advantage of that.
And I do have to warn you, this is a very sensitive topic, so very sensitive to SA, CSA, and grooming. Just join us tomorrow, where we will have fun and not talk about stuff like that. What the? You devil roast. The reels have it? Is that what it is? You're from the new virus. This loser loves DMD. What the fuck? And Among Us and watching out for Minecraft stream. She's a multilingual boob-loving cutie who always down to chat. Just don't get too close. She might infect you with her charm. Ooh. Ooh. Meow. I read the warning. Okay. The real she bit. Oh, okay.
Power Apple. Biohazard emoji. Power UKR me devil _rose_ there Alshabit. Your friendly neighborhood virus. Not like this YouTuber loves DBD and Among Us, but watch out for her Minecraft streams. Oh my dog, she's a multilingual. Ball loving cutie who's always down to chat. Give PLZ, just don't get too close.
7 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time.
She might infect you with her charm. Dino dance twitch.tv/devil _rose_.
Sorry, you already read it. It's okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Phone. Fuck you, phone.
And he could tell like I was insecure, you know, because my scar made me stand out. And they looked for something like to separate the weak from the pack,
Oh,
like any predator does. And my scar was, in my insecurities about it, is how he separated me from the pack. And wrestling was the next avenue of physical touch. He's devoted 4 years now of stories and secrets, alcohol, pornography, and now it's time to get back to touch.
10-4.
There's a part where in your book, your memoir, you talk about how he pinned you down and he says something along the lines of like, come on, you can get out. Come
Go
on,
ahead and ask me a
squirm.
question.
Do you feel like he is getting off on you struggling, or?
Yeah, it's exactly what he was doing. He would get me down, like I would be in the dominating position on top of him, and then all of a sudden the light switch goes and he would get rough with me and like sort of throw me down, my 10-year-old body, throw me down and get on top and be commanding me to try harder to get out, squirm more, move more, because he's wanting me to move against him and what he has going on.
He comes over for Christmas. What does he get you as a Christmas present?
I had a Boy Scout hunting knife, is what they were called. And he brought me a whetstone sharpening kit to sharpen the hunting knife. And over him drinking, a glass or two of eggnog at our house, he taught me over the next hour, keep the blade at, an 18-degree angle, how to drive it, across the stone, the oil you got to use, and then he would have me do it, and taught me how to get a perfect blade on my hunting knife. And that was something I kept perfectly sharp my whole life.
The hunting knife?
Yeah.
What happens when you're 12, and what happens to Dennis's dog as well? I know that there was like a hunting ploy excuse of like, you're gonna pretend to be shot in the woods because my buddy shoots everyone without thinking.
So at 12, he concocted this whole big hunting ruse.
We got 10-4.
Having a friend who just aimed and shot without knowing if it was safe to shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, we've got to correct my friend from this bad habit, and I'm gonna use you
That's
as
10-4.
a decoy out in the woods. You're gonna be laying there with fake blood on you,
guys.
And I'm gonna take him out hunting.
Sorry. Got answer me back with that 10-4. So copy that.
Is typical shoot, and then we're gonna come upon you lying there with fake blood, and you need to practice gurgling sounds.
And I'm really sorry.
Like you're gurgling blood.
I'm gonna go ahead and say this now on stream, so that everyone knows what's going on. I like to keep things transparent. As you guys can tell, Rose has been banned. Banned from the server. Self-promote a lot on non-self-promo channels. Okay. Too much trauma dumping. Earlier when I first started streaming a lot. And now keeps asking why they banned. Not only in chat, but reaching out to my mods, asking why they're banned on the server. Okay. If you guys, chatters, even if you're not a mod and you get told by different people that why am I banned, blah, 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 do not say anything to them. Reach out to me or file a ticket. And I'll let you know what's going on and how we will handle it. I recommend blocking them. Because that's not your responsibility to answer that question. It's not your responsibility to answer that question, okay? So you know that's what's going on.
You know, your death rattle, he called it. You have to practice your death rattle. So he got me down at the lake one day, got me back to his house. We're going to practice your death rattle at the house. And instead of offering me beer, he offered me blackberry brandy, you know, a glass of blackberry brandy with a beer. And he told me to chug it. And then he gave me another thing of brandy. And his house was...
I don't want... Thank you, grab it for your... Okay. Okie dokie. It's just like, I don't want you guys to feel responsible. Because, like, some of you are not my mods, okay? And also, I know some of my mods are always busy and I will handle it myself, if so, or even Panda will, because I will make Panda do it. You're fine. You're fine. I was gonna do it myself. I was gonna do it myself here in a sec, but it's been an ongoing issue. I've been told that they were reaching out to people. I was telling my mods that if other chatters, other ghosties reached out to them and said, hey, so-and-so is talking to me about this, let them know to ignore, and that we are banning them. So yeah, motherfucker. Listen, Kitty Cat, you're fine. You're fine. This has been an ongoing issue before you even got here, okay? This has been an ongoing issue before you got here, okay? Even, it wasn't just me who was having an issue with this user. It was also Jay that had an issue. Even Zio reached out to me and like, hey, be careful. And I'm like, okay, I understand. I respect that. But I'm gonna see what happens. First off, I did ban her from the server and not the channel because I felt like so far we were just giving her like I think she was on her third warning, okay? Or even more before I even made the rule of like, hey, 3 warnings and you're out. So she's been warned a lot of times, okay? That's the bottom line, okay? And I'm just like, if no one is answering you of why you're banned, just accept that you're banned. Okay, is what it is. Why are you checking? Yeah, this is way before. Yeah, 4 months. Yeah, this is probably beginning of this year, I want to say. Possibly beginning of this year, if I remember correctly. So yeah, way before you followed or subscribed.
It was a summer day, but his house was like way hotter inside than outside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what enrages me more is that they're reaching out to other people. One, yes, Sleepy's my mod, but Buck is not a mod. And that's what pisses me off. It's just like, so I told Sleepy, like, hey, if you hear from someone else, I told all my mods, like, hey, if you hear from a ghostie, let them know to ignore it, to block them. You know, they don't have to deal with this shit. This is already much. He's a VIP though. That's different. I mean, like, that doesn't make him a mod. He's not being a VIP does not make you responsible for everything else that goes on in chat. Because, like, you know, sometimes we have people that are just not the best. And that's just how it is. You know, it's, you know, when we were having our stream day with you guys just playing with me, we had people coming in and ruining it. You know, that's not on you guys. You know, it's on those people that are just asses. You know. Okay. VIP, feel important without any responsibilities. Exactly!
And in my adult mind now, looking back, I'm like, did he have his heat on? Did he like purposely turn his heat on
like,
in his house?
I was chatting with my mods. I'm like, hey, because I had a feeling I knew what that question was. Okay? So I was like, you know what? Even though I'm gonna fucking bait you, I'm done. I'm done. He's important, I guess. I think he asked, how did he get VIP? I think he asked, like, hey, I've been here for a while. Do I get VIP? I'm like, you know what, Buck? Hell yeah. or he reached the points. I don't remember.
To make it sweltering, knowing what he
lied about it.
had
Okay.
concocted. Like I say, with a predator, you never know what they're thinking. So his house is boiling. We're sweating. He wants me to lay down on his bed to practice my breathing. And it goes to, it's so hot in here, let's just take our shirt and pants off, our shorts off. And then it goes to,
I don't even know how you got
me, has me in a bear hug, and me.
Wait, what?
He's behind me, has me in a bear hug, and me.
Wait, what?
And I'm screaming.
Guys, if you're sensitive, please leave. If you're very sensitive to this, I'm gonna rewind it a little bit because I was spacing out, but I'm gonna find this part of the story a little bit. Something about him being here longer than me. Why I didn't get mod, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I was like, choose one. You can't have both.
His bed to practice my breathing.
Okay, let me
down. Would like purposely turn his heat on in his house to make it sweltering, knowing what he had concocted. Like I say, with a predator, you never know what they're thinking. So his house is boiling. We're sweating. He wants me to lay down on his bed to practice my breathing.
Sleepy, you're more important than him because you're a mod, okay? Unless you don't want to be. I'll make you VIP. You just gotta choose your poison. You gotta choose your poison.
And it goes to, it's so hot in here, let's just take our shirt and pants off, our shorts off. And then it goes to, he's behind me, has me in a bear hug, and me. And I'm screaming, I'm crying. And he had a dog, which is called a coonhound. And coonhounds have this long, drawn-out howl they do. And as I'm being raped, I hear his dog howling away because of my cries and screams. And it didn't stop this guy until he was done doing what he wanted to do with me. And afterwards, he sat me down at his kitchen table and got another beer, like almost like we were two lovers who just had a romantic tryst together.
Sorry, chat just gave.
And he brought his dog over to me and said, I want to show you what will happen to you if you ever open your mouth about what just occurred. And he started to beat his dog, and I'm crying and screaming and begging him to please stop. And he wouldn't until the dog lay in a heap at my feet. Now,
I gotta stop. Not the dog. Not the fucking dog. I was already sad about his situation. And then the dog? The fucking dog? I need a tissue. I'm listen. It's the animals. I cannot do the animals. The animals. Oh my god. Like I said, this was already affecting me, but you put the fucking dog on top of it to show him what will happen if he told a soul. Oh. This is why I gave the warning, guys. This is why I gave the warning. This is why there's a warning. I already told you I'm sensitive to this stuff. I still watch this stuff though because I'm crazy like that. I'm just a crazy bitch. Okay. Collect myself. Like, not only does it make me sad, it makes me really pissed off because Like, you really have to be sick and twisted in the head. Like, even, like, the dog howling when he's screaming just lets you know the dog knows that this is wrong. Because, like, I know, because, like, this is why I tell you, like, my dog, even though he's cute and cuddly and, like, lovable and huggable and cuddable and whatever, when Panda tickles me or we, like, play fight and I'm starting to scream playfully, he starts barking and try to, like, get in between and starts, like, nibbling on Panda. Because he knows Panda doesn't mean any harm, but he also knows, like, hey, why is my mom screaming? What the fuck is going on? There have been times when he has accidentally nibbled Panda's balls. It's happened before. Like, not like I said, it's like nibbles, because not like bite, because he knows, like, okay, Panda doesn't mean that much harm, but like mom's screaming, what the fuck is going on? So even like with the dog howling while he's crying and screaming while getting R-worded, the dog is howling because he knows something is up. Why are you messaging? What's going on with Crambit?
I was just contacted just 2 days before this interview by a gentleman who, when he was 17 years old, needed a place to stay, and he stayed at Dennis Pegg's house for 6 months. And he said it was the most bizarre 6 months of his life. He said the guy was a complete freak. He said one thing that happened, though, is he got...
That's luck! Hi. I was lurking, but I stopped lurking because my phone was dying. My phone was dying. I was lurking. How are you? Guys, if you don't follow him, you better go follow him. He's actually pretty cool. He's actually pretty cool and funny. And he has an accent. I have no accent. This is his love, a British VTuber with dyed hair and ADHD. Same. He has platinum every Kingdom Hearts game so far that I know of. They're also into horror and Final Fantasy, and their streams are 18 plus, except beeps, boops, and maybe some spanks. Wait. Do you want to clarify that? Do you want to clarify that? But why? I'm just saying, they're pretty cool. They stream like a couple hours earlier than me, so I always pop into their stream before I start streaming. So, oh, that's right, you did a spank command. Oh my god, this boy, always with the jump scares. Yes, jump scares with your teams. It's just, I'm just like, what the fuck? You need an uppies regime. That's too neat. Uppies. It's just select. Oh yeah, it selects random. So like, it's not like just spanking him. It's like, oh, Nari spanked Arya or Sleepy. It picks randomly. Random users are in the chat to spank. So like, you never know who you're gonna spank. Uppies. I'm just saying, you need an uppies. Not me. Leave Grambit alone. But yeah, he's pretty cool. I enjoy his streams. When I can, I join them. I can't, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. We're all busy. Which is weird. I just realized, you know what's funny? But I did that first off. Even though the first time you rated me, it said you were British, but I was just like, oh yeah, whatever. And when I watched your stream, I'm like, oh, he's British. And then I realized, oh, he streams in the afternoon because it's morning for me when you stream. So like, time zones. So, does that mean you live in the future? Or do you live in the past? I'm curious now. What day is it for you today? It's the 21st for me. The future? What time is it? It's a thing. 21st. Yeah. You live in the future. You live in the future. Future. I say future because in the States we have 3 different time zones. Okay, so I'm in Eastern Standard Time. So right now it's like 1 p.m. for me. My siblings live in Pacific Central Time. And they're 3 hours behind me. So I always joke with them like, how's the past feel? Shit, he's British? Like, he is British. Like, that accent, it's a good accent. That's all I'm saying. He's taken. Sorry. He's taken. Not by me. But I'ma steal his girl. Okay. Let's go hit you guys. Bro, we've been through that. So Hustlove's chat, just letting you know, if you guys don't know me, you should know me by now. If you don't, that's okay. I'm Inari Nuna. I'm a half cat, half dog VTuber. Right now we are listening to crimes. This is going to be talking about very sensitive topics like SA, CSA, and grooming. We're already in a very tough part in the story right now. I've already cried. So if this is not for you, that's completely fine. I'm a variety streamer. So if you want to join me tomorrow, I stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be playing games with my brother, my husband, and my friends. So it'll be more cheerful, more chaotic stream than serious / comfy / crazy bitch over here that watches crime shows. Larry over here collecting wives like Pokemon. Hey, yo. I can't deny that. I can't. I see cute girl. I try to get cute girl, okay? I'm sorry. But to be fair, it's not his wife, it's his girlfriend. Unless like you propose to her or you tend to propose to her, I don't know. I don't care. You know, that's your life. You do you, boo. You do you, boo. I'm not your employee. I'm your employer. Not yet. Hey, not yet. Buck is my enemy. Listen, Buck gets a girlfriend. She's mine. I call dibs. Okay. Listen, I would collect Arya, but I feel like Arya doesn't want me. Arya, do you want me? I'll take you too. I'll take you too.
Now, when he was 17, he's 10 years older than me. I would have been 7 back then.
I already have a wife.
When
I know you do.
Me would be 5 years later. So this dog would be 5 years old.
Arya?
And this guy said that
Arya,
he's
just
got this
asking.
coonhound puppy when I lived with him, and it peed on the rug. And he beat the puppy so bad, we had to take it to the vet to save its life. So even as a puppy, he beat it for simply doing what puppies do and peed on a rug. And then this is the same dog 5 years later that he beat and probably killed in front of me.
You never saw the dog again?
No.
This is why I say that when I got my dog, people ask me how I got my dog. I say I rescued him from my ex. Because my ex would do the same thing. Not brutally. Okay? Fast forward. No, we gotta listen to the whole story. That's the point of this. Like, my ex would, like, get so mad when Ozzy would pee or poop in the house by accident. He would hit him on the nose for biting or stuff like that. Didn't properly, like, just would keep him in a crate. So when I say I rescued him, I really mean I rescued him, because I feel like he would not have a loving home. His hair was all matted. Like, I had to take him to groomers and they recommended shaving it all off. It was that bad. Because I was the only one trying to take care of him. I bathe him. I would, when I was home by myself, because I had Thursdays off. I think it was Thursdays and Wednesdays off at that time. I would let him out of his crate. We would cuddle. We would hang out. We would play together. Like, I really was there for
Meanwhile,
that dog.
Let's catch up on chat. Chat's a wild mix today. Paw Prince emoji. We've got follow age flexing, VIP debates, and the great mod begging saga. Smiley face emoji. Techno _ panda _ juggling work and trading tips, while kitty cat _ 1007 hits a follow sub age milestone. Party popper emoji. Sleepy demon 99 stirs a pot with ball sensitivity questions, and Hasselhoff drops in with a cheeky spank command. Peach emoji. Marty's collecting community members like Pokemon, but there's only one baby wifey. Ringing emoji. Sparkles emoji.
There's only one baby wifey. Wow. That's what the bot took from that. Oh my god.
And a lady, a female guard who worked with him at the jail, told me how Dennis came in one day all distraught that his beloved coonhound dog Duke died, and we all gave him hugs and tears, and we all loved dogs. We were all dog people. And
fuck you, bitch!
Goes, I am horrified to think that's because of what he did in front of you. That
Yeah. Oh, my dog died. Nah, bitch. Crap it, go away. I'm mad. I'm mad at this bitch. Not him. Fucking abuser. I'll rewind it for you. Don't need no, you need a recap. You're gonna be mad just as I'm gonna be mad. Like I am. You're gonna be mad with me, okay?
this is the same dog 5 years. We had to take it to the vet to save its life.
Oh, hold up.
Now, when he was 17, he's 10 years older than me. I would have been 7 back then. When he me would be 5 years later. So this dog would be 5 years old. And this guy said Dennis got this coonhound puppy when I lived with him, and it peed on the rug, and he beat the puppy so bad we had to take it to the vet to save its life. So even as a puppy, he beat it for simply doing what puppies do and peed on a rug. And then this is the same dog 5 years later that he beat and probably killed in front of me.
You never saw the dog again?
No. And a lady, a female guard who worked with him at the jail, told me how Dennis came in one day all distraught that his beloved coonhound dog Duke died. And we all gave him hugs and tears, and we all loved dogs. We were all dog people. And she goes, I am horrified to think that's because of what he did in front of you, that he killed Duke.
It says in your book that you felt guilty over what happened to the dog. Is that?
I felt he only did that to Duke because of my cries and screams. And if I hadn't cried and screamed during the
Oh, don't feel bad about that. That's not your fault.
what he did to Duke wouldn't have happened.
Oh.
Do you still feel that way, or?
Yeah, making biscuits at my boobs. My cat does the same thing.
He might have had that planned. Well, he couldn't determine if Duke was going to cry or not. Like I said, with a predator, you never know. But yeah, I still feel guilty for Duke.
Don't be.
Do you feel like Duke had more humanity than Dennis in that moment?
I feel Duke and I were the only two in that room who had humanity. And that's saying a lot since Duke's a dog. Dennis, I feel, lost his humanity a long time ago. As soon as you dedicate your life to hunting children and
Where's my tissue?
them,
I need it.
you really can't say you have humanity. That's pure evil to me. If you're going to define what the devil is really the guy with a smile on his face who's charismatic, outgoing, friendly, charming, who everybody loves, who's involved in all these organizations.
I'm actually
who's
happy
on
now
the
that he's dead.
Historical
Fuck that
board,
man.
but who's only doing those things to fool people of his true nature.
What changed after that day?
My life was forever altered after that day. My whole trajectory in life changed that day. Nothing would be the same. I would tell myself that talking about what just happened would be reliving it, and we were never going to do that. We could just bury this down deep inside and go about our life. I convinced myself that that's what I could do. I led the most exhausting life because I would crank on a smile to the world. And inside, I was completely broken and destroyed. And I went through that way my whole life until I couldn't keep it up any longer.
How many years passed since you're 12 and then the day that you see Dennis Pegg at Quick Check?
I was 45 when I saw him at the Quick Check. So you're talking 33 years.
33 years, he's probably still hunting kids.
Yes.
And then there is a day that comes where you effectively hunt the hunter. You step into Quick Check. What happens there? It's like a gas station. It's a convenience store.
Yeah, this one was just a convenience store. They
Mhm.
have gas stations now. They're a lot larger, but this was just a
Okay, calm down.
convenience store in a little like 4-store mall. I'm getting a coffee. I'm at the coffee island making a coffee. The front door opens. I think it had a bell on it, so it made me look up. And I look up, and I look into Dennis Pegg's eyes. He sees me, and he yells out to me, "Hey, how are you, buddy?"
What the?
And I instantly start going into a panic attack. I can tell just by the way he said it, "Hey, buddy," that he's going to come over to me. I had seen Dennis around our town over those 33 years. I recall once in a bar after college. Me and my buddies were in a bar, and as soon as we ordered a beer, I get a pat on my shoulder, and it's Dennis Pegg. And I chug my beer, and I tell my buddies, we're going.
There's no shame.
No remorse, no shame, no guilt. Yeah, the predators, they don't ever show that. So I had seen him around town, but it had been probably 10 years since I saw him. And what was different this time in that Quick Check, which completely unraveled me, was that he had a young boy by his side, probably close to the age he me at, and that young boy called him the same nickname Dennis used to make me call him. And I heard that nickname, and I saw that young boy, and it just ripped open everything for those 33 years that I told myself I could bury down and go about my life. When he would touch me, I would freeze. I would stiffen like a board, and I felt my muscles it's like a paralysis. And I felt that coming on me, and I felt it hard to breathe. And the thoughts in my mind, just like your mind starts swirling where you can't even think. And I'm like, I got to get out of here before I completely freeze. And this guy grabs me, and I just left my coffee and whatever stuff I had on on the island there, and I ran out past him. We sort of shoulder bumped a little, and he's like, "Where you going? Where you going, buddy? Come here." And I ran out, and I hopped in my truck, and I sped out of the parking lot, and I went down the road, and my life unraveled.
That must have been so
completely
fucking
unraveled.
awful.
Do you think you saw yourself in the little boy? Is that, or you just felt protective of the little boy? Did you?
I couldn't get out of my mind over the next months that boy, and wondering what part of the grooming process is he? Is he being shown Polaroid pictures? Is he having beers in his truck? Is he at the wrestling stage? Is he teaching his buddy how to shoot right in the woods by lying there with blood on, fake blood on him, and doing the death rattle in his bed? You know, it haunted me. I couldn't even work any longer. Like, I was in business with my brother. We had Tire Automotive Center, and I walked out one day, and I just couldn't go to work anymore. I was having to drink before work, just to go into work. You know, instead of filling my coffee mug with coffee, I was so out of sorts. I'm filling it with alcohol, and I'm doing other drugs.
Stop. I know you're doing
So
it to
I
make
walked
me
out
feel
of the
better, but like,
business with my brother, and now I've got free time on my hand, which is never good when you have trauma. And I've got Dennis Pegg in the forefront of my mind. I've got that little boy in the forefront of my mind, and I had zero coping skills throughout my whole life. Like mindfulness, like all these foreign terms, I never incorporated it. You know, I just dove headfirst into drugs and alcohol, like literally around the clock. Just one drug on its own wasn't enough. So I'm just taking any drug I can get to try to numb myself, to try to block the thoughts from.
You start unraveling after Quick Check, but then there's a guy that you see smirking. Who is this guy? You see him smirking on TV. What happens?
Yeah, I was in bad shape. You know, I wasn't sleeping much because of all the pain I'm doing. And I put on my TV, and it's Jerry Sandusky, the start of his molestation trial. Jerry Sandusky was one of the coaches at Penn State University, and he was running a football camp for young boys, and over the course of years, decade plus, molesting boys at his football camp. He was finally facing trial for that, and his trial was starting on June 12th of 2012, and I saw him on the news get out of his lawyer's car and smirking and buttoning his coat jacket.
I don't know what to say.
And I just started yelling curses at my TV and spitting on my bedroom floor because I saw Dennis Pegg as him. I felt Dennis Pegg was never going to face justice.
It's like a similar smirk that they have? Is it
Yeah, you know, they can never let their guard down. They'll never apologize to you. Like, victims always reach out to me and say, I want to go confront my abuser. And I'm just like, don't. You're going to get re-abused because they'll never give you the answer you want to hear. It's not worth your...
They're either gonna deny it, gaslight the shit out of you, or just like general not take or they'll just like, this is what I wanted. You came on to me. Like, just gaslighting the fuck. Honestly, same. I unraveled. Yeah, I unraveled as well. I went through something like this in a way, not that extreme. I did have some coping methods, journaling and stuff like that. But I also was abusing alcohol just to like feel normal, I guess is the term I want to use. but because I was so self-aware and so had my I had my support system and stuff like that, that I realized like, hey, this isn't normal, this isn't good. And then what really snapped me out of it is like someone telling me like, oh, drunk Nari is fun Nari, and it's just like, am I really not fun as myself? Is there something wrong with me as myself? I did drugs to help me. Yeah, it don't. Yeah, it. It's a lot. I recommend therapy. I just recommend therapy. If not therapy, journal. Journal your feelings are valid. Don't confront your abuser. Don't. Get away from them as much as you can. It's really hard when it's family, which is what happened to me. To stay away from them, but I'm able to. Thank God I'm able to. But yeah, just seek help. Listen, if you still need therapy, that's good. I'm not saying no one like therapy never stops. Honestly, I stopped going to therapy, and I feel like right now, where I'm at right now in life, I probably should go back to therapy. Not only to get better ADHD medication, but also because some other stuff have been going on in my mind. It doesn't really have to do with streaming. It does have to do a little bit with streaming, but not that much. It's just more like self-confidence issues that I'm dealing with. I probably should go see a therapist for. I know you guys tell me I'm great and stuff, but you know, I'm my worst enemy, and so I probably need to go to therapy again. So, is it too expensive for you? A little bit. So right now, Panda's going through therapy, and I have to wait for him to be quote unquote done with therapy for me to take my turn to go to therapy. Because we can't afford like that medical bill for therapists for both of us. So it's more like a turn system. I get therapy for this many months, and then you get therapy for this many months. But Panda's doing great with therapy. So it's great. We'll see. We'll see. No, I didn't stop. It was that my therapist was just like, honestly, the main issue, because like I was such in a bad place that I did therapy twice a month. I think I did twice a month or every week. No, I did every week, and then I did twice a month, and then I went down to once a month, because then this is my decision of going down. And my therapist is like the main issue that you came for me for, I feel like we've grown past it. It's great. And she's like, honestly, you're never done with therapy, but right now where you stand, you got this. So Panda's a workaholic. It's not that he's a workaholic. It's other issues that he goes to therapy for. It's okay to reach out for help. There's nothing wrong with wanting to help yourself. Yeah, I know. I know. You just get a good therapist. I had a good therapist. She was great, and then she moved away. she was done with my bullshit. No, she actually got a job as a military therapist. So she had to move. So I'm like, honestly, they need you more than I do. I would share. Let's not trauma dump too much. Because which is the word? Yeah. Let's not trauma dump too much. I'm always very vague. I don't tell you who. I think I had told you. Possibly. I trust you guys too much. This information. Oh. 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 Stop it. Stop getting my trust. You told me. I probably told the whole chat. I just don't remember. I probably did.
Time. And so they keep that air about them. Dennis Peg in that deli like calls out to me like we're best friends. I'm a victim of his. Like,
Yeah,
what do you do?
that's what they do.
And Sandusky's
That's
getting
what they
out,
do.
smirking as his trial's starting.
Anyways.
And that just infuriated me. I spent the rest of the
The only
day
reason,
out with
the only reason, Sleepy, I'm telling you not to trauma dump. It's like we're already dealing with a lot right now with this story. I don't think we need more on top of. We don't need more on top of that right now. This is a lot. This is a lot to process.
a couple friends drinking, and me sneaking drugs. I got to go out and make a phone call. In my truck. I'll be right back. So, and I'd go out and do coke and Papa's next and. I had I stopped at an Italian restaurant on the way home that night. I was meeting a buddy at my house.
My vet buddy, please. No, thank you.
To, and he was going to power wash the cedar siding of my house and stain it as repayment. So I was meeting him at home, but I stopped at this Italian restaurant. And
wait, what the fuck?
In there who burned me on a business deal.
When did you ask? Oh my god, why are both so sensitive? I told that flew over my head. I flew over my head. I didn't even see that. Due to the nerves, I need to be careful with that. Oh my god. Please stop asking that. Because they are. Because they are. It is what it is. God made it that way.
Recycle deal. I took out a $33,000 loan to have him build me this custom motorcycle, and he took the money, my money, and a couple other people's money, and closed up shop in the middle of the night.
What the
left
fuck?
town, and all of a sudden, here he was in this Italian restaurant. So I went up to him and
Biology.
had words with him. And
It's
he was
not my
with his
fault.
family, so I said, out of respect for your family.
And not my fault. You failed biology. Okay, Sleepy. You should know these things.
Yeah.
Is it biology? I probably
I'm not gonna
biology. I
take
don't know.
this any further, but you got to pay me, And he just told me to.
I didn't even teach you exactly.
Lost, So I get home and I tell my buddy about seeing that guy, and we unloaded the equipment first, and we're having a glass of wine at the kitchen table, and my buddy goes to me, "That guy's got to be #1 on your hit list." And
Warren, oh, that sucks to be.
It's been 33 years since I was, and I've never told anyone. And for whatever reason, I couldn't stop the words coming out of my mouth. I just said, actually, he's #2 on my hit list. The piece of garbage who me as a young boy is #1. And there it's out for the first time. The air was like heavy, like time stopped. The clock stopped on the wall, and we're just
Save
like you and
search
I
off.
we're sitting across from each other on a
It's
table, and we're
been
just
off.
staring
Oh
at
my
each other.
gosh.
And he's like, "Are you for real? Or are you messing with me?"
So this is the first time in 30 years that you tell anyone.
Yeah. To be exact, 33 years. Yeah.
You tell Bob, it just happens. You don't even decide. It's not like.
Yeah, it just came out before I could even stop my mouth from speaking. I was just so
I've been there.
tired and exhausted and beaten down from drugs, and seeing that other guy inflamed me at the Italian restaurant, and it just came flying out.
Who is the first to talk, you or Bob?
Bob's, as I recall, is the first to say, "Are you for real?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm for real." And then he's like, "Who is he?" I'm like, "He was my Boy Scout leader." And where did it happen? When did it happen? So I'm just saying, and he's like, "Where does he live?" And I'm like, he lives 2 miles from here. And I think at that point I said to him, "You know what? It's time to go confront this guy." ever since seeing him with that boy in that quick check, I've just been haunted, and I'm like, it's time to go confront him. Now, Dennis Pegg, he had retired from the sheriff's department, but he was still the firearms instructor. Everybody in law enforcement has to get recertified with their handgun every year, and he was the firearms instructor for 2 counties, Sussex and Morris. So every cop, every sheriff's officer had to go to him to get recertified. So the guy was a complete gun nut. And I told Bob that, and I said, we ought to take something with us. I gave Bob a steak knife, and I went under my bed to where I kept that Boy Scout hunting knife he taught me how to sharpen, and I grabbed that. Now, Stephanie, basically this was a suicide mission. You know, a steak knife, a hunting knife against a guy who had 33 guns in his house. Shotguns, rifles, and over a dozen handguns. If you were doing what he was doing for 45 years, you would think he would have a gun at the ready under every table, on every armrest, on every couch cushion. You would think, like, my time, you know, I'm rolling the dice here 45 years in. I better be ready. So it should have been a suicide mission when I went there.
What did Bob say when you made that suggestion?
I just handed him the knife and I said, I'm going to go get my hunting knife. And that was pretty much it. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't like a long drawn out thing where we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and this is how this is going to happen and that's how that's going to happen. It was just like, I'm like, let me just go confront this piece of garbage, you know, and we'll take these with us.
And it's a 6-inch hunting knife, right?
Yeah.
Was that the
You
biggest
guys know
knife
what
you had,
6
or was
inches
it
are?
more so poetic justice because he was teaching you to sharpen that specific knife? Or you had like no thoughts, you're like, let me just grab a knife?
I would think it's subconscious poetic justice, you know, like, take this with you, you know.
So you have no plan, just a knife. You guys drive to Dennis's house. At what point are you like, maybe this is not a good plan?
No, just like I said, he had a long driveway. It had a 90-degree turn in it. Bob pulled up there and at the 90-degree turn stopped, went up the driveway. His front door was open and there he is sitting. Like, he had a storm door. It's a summer night, so the storm door's shut. I mentioned earlier, you know, like the definition of a devil. Well, to me, it looked like the devil sitting in his lair. That's all I saw. But seeing him, this is the first time I'm back at that house in 33 years since what happened with me and the dog. I never went back to that house. And I instantly started going into that panic attack again. Just breathing got real hard, and I feel like rigor mortis in my muscles. And before I completely froze, I walked up to his door, that storm door, and ripped it open, broke the hinge. And I'm standing in his doorway. It's 9:30, 9:45 at night, and there's somebody you ripped in your doorway who just ripped open your door. And he casually looks over his shoulder at me and goes, "Hey, how are you?" And it just seemed like the most incredulous thing to say in that moment. But again, they can never let their guard down. Like, a normal person would like get on their hands and knees and start praying like, "Oh my God, I wronged you. I'm so sorry. I know why you're here. Please forgive me. I'm sick. I need help. Come in, let's talk." No.
Do you think if he did that, anything would be different?
If someone's down on their hands and knees praying to you, praying at you, begging for forgiveness, I would think so. Yeah.
So he just says, "Hey,
how are you?"
What happens next?
we all have two faces. The face we show the world and the face behind closed doors. I've been showing the world that one face, and no one for 33 years has seen the face behind closed doors. Dennis is now going to see my other face. The face filled with rage. The face filled with hate. The face filled with anger. And I said, hey, how am I? Let me show you how the hell I am. And I raced across this room. He stood up, and a violent struggle started. I started slashing at him with the knife. He started punching me. A violent, bloody brawl ensued. At one point, he connected with he's still this monster, hulking guy. And he connects with a square shot to my jaw. And as I'm falling down, I grab his shirt to keep from falling down. And I bring the knife down, and that's when I'm holding his shirt, and that's where it goes straight through and straight out and into his skin, just a little. We continue going at it, and I mean, we're talking minutes here. It's not like a long, drawn-out thing. Maybe 3-4 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was quick. And he slips in the blood, and he falls down, and it's a mix of our blood. Like I'm gushing blood now. And he's up against the wall. I lean down in front of him. I got eye to eye with him. And I said, it's not so fun raping little boys now, is it, Dennis? And I slit his throat. And Bob was standing in the doorway, wide-eyed. And I said, go get the van and bring it up. Because I had one more thing I wanted to do. I walked over to the bedroom. He ripped me in, and I spit on the bed. The answer to everyone's question is, did this solve everything? No, it didn't solve everything. You don't heal from trauma by adding more trauma. You don't heal from
very true
by murdering someone. It's not how you heal. I stopped the predator from ever harming another young boy. 45 years was long enough of raping young boys. It should never have came to that. It would be uncovered that multiple boys over the years had come forward and filed lawsuits against him, and he got out from every one of them. But I did what I did.
How the fuck did he get out of all of them?
And I knew walking out of his house that night that my life was over. You can't have the wound I have and just show up at a hospital and be like, I was cutting a steak and drove a 6-inch hunting knife through my hand and severed all the ligaments and tendons. I need help.
Did you think about doing that though?
I knew it wasn't an option. I just knew things were never going to be the same again.
So at no point during this altercation, and I know minutes are brief, but at no point he doesn't apologize.
You had to work this.
No, there was just the only words he said was, "Hey, how are you?" And throughout the whole attack, he made like a high-pitched squeal. He never uttered a word like "stop," "let's talk," "don't do this." Nothing. There was no words, just a high-pitched squeal, like a wounded animal almost. Not one
wounded
other
animal,
word
my
other
ass.
than that initial thing when I was standing in his doorway.
Did you feel like you're in control of your movements at that time, or did you feel like you're watching from the outside in, or you're just like on autopilot? What is that?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't in control of my movements or any. It was like something had taken over my body, and
all the anger came out.
If I said I had an out of body experience during that, no, I wouldn't be honest. But it was like that. It was like looking at this reel going on, and just like that's how when I look back at it, like, I can't believe what happened. I can't believe that I got to that point of brokenness to go do that and potentially flush my whole life away just from never healing from trauma. It's keeping the secret and not addressing it and not trying to grow from it or heal from it or learn from it or do anything other than let it just poison my system for decades. And that's what it did. And that's the part that I look back on now and I just like, man, I probably would have died of a drug overdose and everybody would have been like, oh my God, Clark had a great education and he was so popular and what did he go die of a drug overdose from? I mean, that's where my life was headed.
Are you saying that even when you killed Dennis, you didn't even feel a moment of relief?
No, there was no relief because of the wound I had, because of how gory and horrific killing someone was. Again, I don't view Dennis as having humanity, but it hurts your soul to kill somebody. It's not therapeutic in any way. It's not healing. Like
This is why you go to one of those
damages your soul.
They're called
it hurts.
Like what's it called? One of those smash rooms. That's where you let it out. Smash everything.
And I had to be completely broken to go do that.
Do you have nightmares about it, or
no?
You never think about it.
No, I don't give him. Again, if I killed an innocent person, that would haunt me. If I killed a human, that would haunt me. I don't view Dennis as an innocent person.
Rage room, yeah. That's what they're called.
Why did you walk to the bedroom?
That was to go spit on the bed he raped me in.
At what point were you like, I'm gonna spit on this bed?
I'm gonna spit on that bed.
I don't know what came over me. Like, you know, again, it's not like Bob and I sat at the kitchen table like across from each other like you and I are, and I said, yeah, after I do this, and this, then in my bloody footprints, I'm gonna walk to the bed. He spit me on, or me on, and spit on the bed. You know, so like, I don't know what possessed me to go do that. It's something to just bring things full circle and to a closure. I needed to do that.
Did it bring closure?
I thought it brought complete closure, like, to my life and his. Like, there was 2 deaths that day. The life I had been living up to that point, I could never go back to living the way I was. And I literally thought, I forfeit the rest of my life. I'll either kill myself or spend the rest of my life in prison. I forfeited any healthy, happy life to just put an end to his reign of terror. That's what I thought.
It's interesting because, like, when I'm reading your memoir and going through that moment, because, I mean, the way that it's written, I feel like I'm there. I'm obviously not experiencing, like, the depth of emotions, but it feels I'm there with you. It almost feels therapeutic when you spit on his bed.
Therapeutic.
It's kind of interesting because I know you don't advocate for people to do and follow in those steps, but it just, I guess it was really
I'd be like,
the reader.
that's what you do,
There's
bitch.
some sort of poetic justice in doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if everybody, and it's a lot of everybody's, if they could spit on the bed they were raped in, they would want to do it.
Yeah.
That's true. Very true.
You have a hole
Very
in
true.
your hand. You drive home, and you say you need to tell your mom. What is the thinking behind that? You're telling your mom because you don't know what's gonna happen next, or?
Yeah, my mom had just come up from Florida. You know, welcome home, Mom. Oh man, and I called my best friend at the time and the girl I was dating and asked them to come over because I just my life's over, Steph. You know, like am I gonna kill myself after this, or am I gonna spend life in prison? It's one of those 2 things. So let me say goodbye to my buddy. Let me say goodbye to my girlfriend, and let me get my mother up and say goodbye to her, because this isn't going to turn out good.
And your mom is, she's 80. How old was she at the time?
Yeah, like 81 maybe.
And so your plan is, I'm gonna wake my mom up, tell her goodbye. But your mom's plan is, I'm gonna clean up the blood and we're gonna run. We're gonna get away with murder together.
Yeah, Mom's like, we're getting away with murder. You know, she was.
That would be me. I'd be that mom.
It's good to laugh about it now, right?
So she wakes up and you tell her what happened. You still don't tell her.
The thing is, I couldn't even tell her then that I was by Dennis. I still couldn't. I couldn't bring it out. And she was like dumbfounded. What? Why would you go do this? Why? And I said, to avenge a lot of other kids in this town. And she goes, still, why you? Why are you the avenger? Why? I don't get it. Why? And I couldn't tell her, like, for what, you know, for raping me too, Mom. I still couldn't say it. Even though I told it to my buddy earlier. She
shame.
Helped me upstairs. I wrapped my hand in duct tape, which fixes everything.
Yeah, it does.
Wrapped it with paper towel and duct tape, and took a couple Xanax, and went to bed. And my mother went downstairs and started scrubbing the floors all night long to get the blood up.
And so she's like, we're going on the run, but you wake up and the cops are surrounding.
Yeah. She told my sister that she was going to take me and we were going to go on the run.
I know, it says in the book you guys are thinking the end of the world, which is Florida.
Right.
You guys are going to go to Florida.
Yeah.
No, I like the plan. I think your mom is really adorable. I mean, I was just so fascinated by your mother because, you know, she's cleaning up the blood. She's ready to go Bonnie and Clyde with you. And then the cops come the next morning. They've got on the loudspeakers. They're saying, Clark, come out. And she's like, no, the neighbors are going to hear. Your mom is so fascinating.
She said to one of the troopers as I was still in my bedroom, what are the neighbors going to think? He's like, ma'am, I really don't give a damn what the neighbors think.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so you see the cops outside.
So they took her out.
Okay.
They took her out of the house.
Like, what the neighbors gonna think?
And
Oh, man, please.
Trying to be sneaky, trying to...
Yeah, they're like I said, they're hiding behind trees. You know, they don't know
what's inside.
What I have, if I'm loaded up with a AR-15 or what my mental state is. You know, they've got a dead body.
Yeah.
So every one of them has their gun drawn. Everyone's taking, you know, some sort of protection. There's this big rock to the left of the yard, and there's trees, and there's the shed out back, and they're just all behind everything, and then they're behind their cars lining the street, and I just couldn't believe it. I was lying in bed like, how are we gonna get out of this? Like, how are we gonna get out of this? And like, there's gotta be a way out of this. And before I could even possibly think of any way out of this, the cops are there, and I'm just, and your stomach just drops, and you're just like, it's over, bro. It's over. And all I could think, you know, they ordered me out of the house over a bullhorn, and as I walked to that front door, I just called out to God, let one of these guys kill me when I step out. Like, it's over. It's over, God. Like, I don't want to do life in prison. Just take me now. And let him shoot me when I walk out. And I stepped out that front door with my state police shirt on that I put on. And I put my arms out to the side. And I just sort of tilted my head back, and I just waited for the crack of a gun. And it never came. And instead, I was ordered off my porch, down to her front lawn, spread eagle, handcuffed, and taken away.
Were you disappointed when you didn't hear a shot go off?
Yeah.
You were.
Because in that ride to the police barracks was like the longest ride of my life, and I'm just like, man, one of these guys couldn't kill me, put me out of my misery. Like, I'll have to find a way in prison to do it. I'll have to take care of this myself.
You killed a cop. You're arrested by a bunch of cops. You're about to go to the jail that cop worked at. Things are not looking good. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Understatement of the year.
Yeah.
But there are some cops, some detectives who seem to... They give you some sage advice in that weird moment. What happens there? Like, what was the energy? Like, are all the arresting officers, do you feel like hatred dripping off of them because you killed a cop? Or do you not even notice what their energy is? What is that dynamic?
Well, I'm thinking like I'm public enemy number one amongst law enforcement. I just killed one of their own. And yet at the state police barracks, this lieutenant, Howie Ryan, comes in and goes, I have to apologize to you. And I'm like, what are you apologizing to me for?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, I've heard rumors about Dennis Pegg for a long time.
My God.
And he goes, I want to apologize to you for never stopping him. He goes, I can't arrest somebody on rumors. I need victims. I need cold, hard facts. And I had neither of those. And I apologize to you.
My
And then he left the
God.
room. And at first, Steph, I felt, wow, that's pretty cool. And then I'm like, just started fuming. I'm like, even the state police knew. Everybody knew about Dennis Pegg and young boys. Everybody's got a story. The state police just admitted they knew. And yet I'm the one who just had to flush his life away and look at life in prison to stop him. Like, and they knew. And then so I went from feeling good for a second, getting really pissed off for another second, and then I'm like, what's it matter anyway? I'm done. I'm done. When that cop, Howie Ryan, came back in the room, he could see that I had like mailed it in. He said, I could tell you were done. And he goes, something moved in me that even though you thought you were done, I didn't think you were done. And he said, look, I've got your DNA all over that crime scene. He was in charge of the CSI team that worked Pegg's house. He's like, your blood's everywhere. He goes, this isn't a whodunit. He goes, but that doesn't necessarily mean your life's over. My detectives and detectives from the prosecutor's office are in another room waiting to interrogate you. He goes, if you go in that room and open up your mouth, you could potentially destroy the rest of your life. He goes, I'm telling you right now, go in there, exercise your Fifth Amendment right, request a lawyer, and keep your mouth shut. Stay quiet. And I said to him, but I don't have a lawyer. And he goes, I'm going to take care of that for you. He goes, I'm going to get you a lawyer. And he left the room, and on his cell phone, he called one of the big lawyers in our county and said, I need you to send fax over to the state police barracks, a retainer for somebody, like, immediately.
Oh, my God.
And the lawyer said, who is he and what did he do? And he goes, Clark Fredericks, murder. And he goes, okay, then. And had a thing over in a couple minutes.
So he tells you not to talk. Do you listen to him?
I do.
It's amazing.
Right when you get arrested, it seems like the whole town is divided. A lot of people feel like you did this for very nefarious reasons. Other people start hearing what Dennis has been doing around town. Do you feel like at any point were there just dividing opinions? Did it feel like everybody had their own thought about what the motive was?
Yeah, there was some vocal people on his side who were pro Dennis, who just like referred to me as a drunk drug addict who just killed a great man.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I just
No,
woke up one day
sir.
and said, Dennis Pegg, I'm gonna go kill you for no reason. Before it really started coming out about what happened, because there were the little old ladies on the historical society that worked with him were like, he was such a sweet man. The mayor in Stower at the time was like, oh, he was a giant of a human being, and then people like Howie Ryan are like, no, I knew all
he wasn't.
Rumors about this guy. Your audience is going to have to get the book because there's a line from Howie Ryan in the book to the prosecutor.
Ooh.
It's one of the greatest lines you will ever hear.
We need the book.
I don't want to give it away.
Start a book club.
It's the most powerful line you will ever read, said by him.
We will put the page number so you guys can go get it.
Yeah.
And I will tell you what page, because I know
You know exactly what I'm talking about?
I know exactly what line
That was
you're
a powerful
talking about.
line,
Yeah.
right?
No,
Right, it's
that
an
was
unbelievable line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At that point, once you've been arrested, you're facing first-degree murder charge initially. So you're facing life in prison.
Life in prison.
And you have an attorney, and they're saying, have a little hope, but not too much hope.
Yeah, and it's funny that the lawyer Howie Ryan at the barracks called George Daggett, who sent the retainer over. I never even interviewed him at the jail as one of my lawyers. I don't know why, but I interviewed a bunch of other lawyers, and one lawyer just wanted to get me bailed out. We'll get you bailed out of here in 3 days. And I'm like, all right. And then this other lawyer came in all flashy with his, gold jewelry, Rolex watch, and he's listing all these cases he's worked. And I knew the cases, and he lost them all. In my head, I'm like, but you lost all those, so I'm like. And then this guy Dan Perez came in. He just looked like a really good guy, really down to earth. And he came in and he said, I think we can have a valid defense for this. And I was like, really? He goes, yeah. He goes,
I'm back. Hi,
it's not going to
Stevie.
be easy, but I don't think your life is over. I was like, really? I'm like, you're hired.
We're getting to the good part where he actually gets
During that
justice.
time, Dennis had a security deposit box that the police go through.
Yeah.
And they find a bunch of letters.
Right.
That he wrote 10 years before he died?
Correct. And when he was in his young to mid 50s, healthy.
They all have some variation of
Nom nom.
pray for me.
Mac and
I
cheese,
hope
nom nom.
I didn't disappoint you. Forgive me for any failings. Do you think some of these letters are to victims?
Yeah. Yep. And like, they're creepy.
They are.
There's something really creepy about them. Like,
weird.
And the prosecutor told me after the fact that he thinks there was 14 of them in there.
Oh my God.
That 13 were probably victims.
Oh.
Would you ever think, like, right now, to like write letters to people in case you die?
Fuck.
He was 50 something years old. Like, what would make you do that?
And he does keep writing, interestingly, like, if I go to heaven, pray for me. But if you're already dead, I don't know what exactly he's asking for in prayer.
Yeah.
Is it to get to heaven? It's weird. They're
Yeah,
very
it
strange.
was.
That's
I
so
read
weird.
those
This
and
is
it just,
weird.
like,
He's
left
weird.
me feeling yucky, like.
Yeah.
And then if you assume that they're to victims, like.
Even worse. Stop eating my food. No.
I thought we were family. Forgive me for shortcomings. What are your shortcomings?
What's the shortcoming?
How many victims do you think that he had?
My buddy's wife is the sheriff's secretary, and she sat in on every meeting with the sheriff in the early days, and they
Our food.
estimate well over 100.
Oh my
One
God.
Of the
100?
other victims is very close to you. Family relation. Who was that?
My brother.
I kind of
What
saw
happened to
that.
your brother?
my arrest opened up my brother's Pandora's box. You know, like seeing that boy in that deli open my box up. My arrest opened my brother's box up, and my brother wasn't ready to face it. He wasn't ready to handle it, didn't want to deal with it. You know, like I told myself at 12, we're just going to bury this and go about our life. Well, that's what my brother had done his whole life. And everyone urged him to get help, to see a therapist. And my brother did what I did, was to numb himself. And I found him dead on our kitchen floor a couple years ago from drinking himself to death.
This is going to be a 2-part interview. This is part 1. In part 2, we're going to ask Clark about how and why the FBI came to him to warn him that someone put a hit out on his life. He has, there's his entire journey, or I guess more so fight in prison, trying to get through it.
Sorry, that
he's surrounded by criminals who are accused of doing the very thing that Dennis Pegg did, which is harm children. There are letters that Dennis Pegg left his presumed victims in his safety deposit box, and how someone very close to Clark is killed by Dennis Pegg after Clark gets out of prison. Like, how does that even happen? We're gonna go through all of that in part 2. Also, how the hell does Clark get out of prison when he's facing a first-degree murder charge and life in prison?
Are you serious?
That will all be asked in part 2.
What?
But in the meantime, if you feel like you can't wait for those answers, which, same, you can get Clark's memoir. It's probably the most intense memoir that I've ever read.
We're on a cliffhanger! What the fuck?
Memoirs before. There are just so many aspects of his story that are included in our episodes that you can find in depth in his book. I think I finished the whole book the first time around in like
You spent
4
10 years
hours.
working on this book.
It
Oh
was
my
one of
god.
quickest reads. There's something about it where I don't know how
I might
Clark does this,
I
but
might have to buy
every
this
time you
book.
catch yourself
I'm gonna
feeling
go on
like,
Amazon
okay,
real
there's
fast.
a black hole that we've now went into. There's no way out of it. You get out, and then there's just like another black hole, and it is like the most intense emotional journey that I have ever been on. You can also find Clark on his social media accounts and his own podcast, which I will link below. But with that being said, that is part 1 of the 2-part series of the story of Clark Fedrick.
1-800-STEAMERS.
In part 2.
Okay, guys. So we have gone through the tough. Up the camera. Gone through the toughness of the story. Okay, this is. Let me. Hopefully, we will continue this saga because I am interested AF about what's gonna happen next. How is he out of prison now? He's probably like 50? He looks 50. I don't know. So we'll see what happens. How he got out of jail. How he didn't serve a lifetime sentence. What the fuck is going on with him having a hit on him? I'm bet $5 is like policeman that thought this other guy was good, and it's just like, oh, you killed a fellow police officer, now we've got to kill you. Oh, just do. But it's just like, no, there's more to that. There's more to that story. I see we are on a break, so I'm gonna go ahead that down for you guys. And go ahead and see who's in. I'll just order food. Don't need some waffle fries. I want waffle fries. I want the waffle fries. Can I have waffle fries? Extra large waffle fries, please. And thank you. Oh my god, I want waffle fries. I got pizza. I'm gonna go eat pizza here in a little bit. Let's see who's streaming. It's only been. That's why! Because it's been 5 fucking hours. My ass hurts! Then stand. Oh, what the fuck? Cheers, waffle fry. I think of yum 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 yum. Delicioso. Alright, let's see. Who is swimming? Ooh, who are you, fishy? You are cute, fishy. Oh, you're the gummy bear! Gummy bear, gummy fish, gummy sharpie rated yesterday. Oh my god, you're so cute. Let's see who else is streaming. Might rate someone new. Wait until we force her into doing a 24-hour stream. Good luck with that. We gotta reach a certain goal to do that. Ooh, do you guys want to rate a bunny? You guys want to rate a bunny? I'll rate a bunny any day. Let's rate a bunny. As someone who's playing date everything currently. Who? Drop it. 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 Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. New. I never get to pick anyone. Well, you haven't told me who. Thank you. You're welcome, Aria. You're welcome. Yeah, hopefully so I don't know if you guys watch Maggie's stream. Maggie's stream. Sorry, I keep fucking up. She's like, hold up. I think I followed them. Do I not follow them? Hold up. I might have seen them, but I probably didn't follow them. Let me see. Oh, I do not follow them? They're creepy as AF, and I love it. So yes, we will do them. Great, bitch. Oh, my space. Here we go. Alrighty. Oops, nice. So this is going to be their first playthrough on dating everything. They look very cute. They look like, let me see if I can get their information. Is it Nemi? Cute chaotic yandere ghost cat. Oh, ghoul cat, my bad. YouTuber. Where to keep you company. I adore talking to everyone and playing games, streaming around 3 to 5 days a week. Connecting with chat is my favorite part. Don't you dare look away from me, okay? You belong here with me forever. Come hang out, or else I'll I might get a little angry. Sorry, that's what she says. That is what she said. Alrighty, guys. Don't forget the raid messages. You guys scroll a little bit up, but I will go ahead and do them again. We got raid. We got raid sub. Okay. If you don't like the stream, you guys can leave. This is 18+ stream. Obviously, they're playing date everything, so I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, if you don't like the stream, you don't have to stay. Be respectful. Read the rules, please. And be good. Do good. And have a good time. And I will see you guys tomorrow in the afternoon with more chaos.